Good morning. I hope that everyone had a great sleep and that you had a really awesome breakfast. It was nice to see some of you yesterday at the open house. We're on to day 2 of our day 3 agenda, and today we have Powerland first up, and Powerland is being presented to us by Monique Koskie, who's the Senior Solutions Architect. She describes herself as a nerdy geek, and that technology is always changing the way we do everything in both our personal and professional lives. And Monique loves being the center of it all. Monique's IT experience is also vast, and it spans over 20 years. So thank you very much for your presentation this morning about data governance, data layer protection, Microsoft 365, and Microsoft Azure.
Yay. I'm short, so I'm going to probably not stand right in front of the podium, but we'll see. All right, so first off, I didn't realize my LinkedIn profile was going to be used so much. So to give you guys a bit of perspective, I'm also in radio, and so I'm pretty silly. I like to have a lot of fun. I make a lot of jokes, and LinkedIn, I do a lot of my radio stuff from there, and so that's why my description's like that. Now, I definitely am a nerdy geek. I'm wearing Nintendo shoes that say Game Over underneath them. So it's all true. But reading everyone else's description, I was like, wow, okay, I'm definitely the odd one out here. So there you go. Laugh it up. All right, so one of my specialties at Powerland is I do a lot of stuff with security. And with security, we're looking at data governance on a huge scale. I was asked to stay specific to M365, so that's where I'm going to stay, but appreciate that obviously there's a lot of other solutions. There are some that I will integrate with clients depending on their needs. So one of the biggest things that I think as we are moving into the cloud space and clients and users are starting to better appreciate is when it comes to data security, the reason we have it there is to protect our data, right? Why do we not want people to gain access to our accounts, our email, that kind of stuff? Because we don't want them to have access to our data. We don't want them to use that data in malicious ways. And we have different kinds of threats. We have internal and external. And so today I'm going to primarily focus on a lot of internal threats versus the external. So I'll go through some of these really quickly here. Ways you can mitigate the risk. So obviously, we've heard yesterday and stuff, we want to look at MDM management. This is where we're employing conditional access, compliance policies, configurations, forcing people to use approved apps because we want to be able to control the data that's on the devices. Using this really helps us enforce certain things. So we get to say who can access that data, what devices can, what minimum requirements those devices must have to be able to do it. And if you can't, well, guess what? You don't get to. You don't get to play with it. And so it's really important and a key feature when it comes to data governance that people don't always relate it together. The other things that will play into it, of course, will be the advanced threat protection policies. Microsoft renames everything, so some of these things, I've updated names and stuff, so please forgive me, and I'm sure you guys can all appreciate that. Microsoft Defender for Cloud Apps and Endpoint, again, that's going to be playing into it. We need to be looking at different policies and settings within Exchange, Teams, OneDrive, SharePoint. A lot of people don't end up realizing that SharePoint is the backbone, the storage for a lot of these different applications, and you have to be looking at those policies and tightening those up. Azure, Enter Identity, instead of Azure AD. I'm going to mess that up a lot. And one thing that I'm super excited about, I'm not going to talk about it today, is a part of the Intra ID is identity governance, which definitely plays huge into data protection and all this. It's super cool. And some of the things that are coming out that are in preview with Global Access, I'm optimistically excited for it. It's employing a lot of AI in there, making that information alerts, different components, and connecting it within Purview. It could be amazing. So I get really excited. And when I do get to talk about it, I get really animated. But like I said, today I'm going to primarily be focusing on Purview. And when we even look at Purview or data governance with Azure, it ties into Purview, okay? With the exception, they moved it, never mind. I was going to give an exception. So we're going to take a deeper dive into exactly what you can do in Purview. Knowing your data, it's really important, protecting your data and preventing data loss. And so, like I said, people are now moving into either fully into the cloud or they're doing a hybrid setup where, they do have on-prem infrastructure. Maybe they have some data on-prem, but a lot of it's moving to the cloud. And so we need to be protecting it and ensuring that privacy is maintained as well as different standards are being met. So right off the bat, you need to know your data, right? So identify which items you have residing on there, what's sensitive, what has visibility, and going from there. So you need to know the different sensitivity of your information. What level of protection do we care about, right? The big thing throughout everything, it doesn't matter what services you're using, you're going to be using labels and tags and different things to help identify the information and slot it as to what level of protection or what you want to do with it. That kind of comes into a bit with the trainable classifiers to identify sensitive information and data classification. So the trainable classifiers is pretty cool. I love employing this. It is basically, you get to use AI, but basically you set up a classifier. It's going to be looking for particular information. You're going to point it to wherever this data resides. You can point it to the entire tenant. And it's going to go through and automatically tag things that meet certain criteria. And it's going to learn and get better as it goes along. So it's pretty cool that way. So, like I said, we want to protect your data. So there are many capabilities you can use from Purview information protection, no matter where it's stored. So I can employ data governance to on-prem and in the cloud. It doesn't matter. And I can do it all through using Purview. It's just employing different agents to implement it. And really, the main goal, right, is to prevent data loss and security breaches. So the unintentional sharing of sensitive items that can cause financial harm to your organization may result in violation of laws, regulations. So I think everybody probably, and if you haven't, I'm telling you now, there was kind of a huge security breach that went down with some banks in the States and in Canada, actually, because Royal Bank was a part of it, where people were sharing client information using WhatsApp. And they don't know fully the extent of it. And this plays into it. So I think that I like to be an optimist, okay? So even though I'm in security, and I always assume that people don't know something, that I should explain it, right? I think at the heart of it, employees want to do good. They're not looking to be malicious. They're not looking to do wrong. But it's next to impossible for basic employees that aren't in kind of the security sphere to understand all the different regulations that are placed upon the client, the entity. And especially when we're looking at healthcare, the financial institutions, education, I've been seeing this more and more. And it's come up a lot, and I'll get more into it. Especially with healthcare, you'll have a lot of different regulations, policies, standards you have to meet, right, for cybersecurity to be able to have this data, to be able to share it out. And some of the cool things within M365 and Purview, you can apply multiple different policies to things, so that way you can integrate everything. And whatever is the most strict will take precedence until that's done, that term, then the next thing will come into place. Okay, so let's take a look at data lifecycle management. I'll just read at the top. So for most organizations, the volume and complexity of their data is increasing daily. Email, documents, instant messages, and more. So basically, you need to effectively manage or govern this information, and you're going to employ different types of retention settings. So there's kind of three main things, and I think a lot of people might be familiar, especially with email retention, but this takes it to the next level. So you can retain content, and so you prevent the deletion of it. You can point it specifically to those customized tagging, dynamic labeling, or something more static, and basically whatever you set the retention for, if it's forever, it's going to retain it. You can go in and delete content immediately. I see this a lot, usually employed more so with shared mailboxes and things like that, the do not reply mailboxes, that kind of stuff, where no one is sending any important information that you're ever going to go back and look at. A lot of time, you get an email and it'll say, maybe a reminder for your appointment. And at the bottom, there's a disclaimer, don't reply to this email because no one is monitoring it. That's where, I often see retention of a deletion there. The one that is increasingly used is the retain and then delete. And this is a really, really cool function. So basically, you set up a different policy. You decide, okay, we need to retain it for this security protocol for 7 years. Maybe it's from the date of creation, maybe it's when it's last modified. You control all of that. But at the point of when it hits that time limit, you can decide, does it go through a review process, or is it automatically going to be deleted? Or do we just not care and everything's removed, and if someone later on goes and delete it, whatever, we don't care because it's past that due date. And so I see this works really well, again, in the healthcare realm, as well as I've done a lot with government institutions, where they'll have a review process. So when it comes due, it will go to a certain group of people that will kind of do the initial review to see, okay, do we need to keep this data? Can we get rid of it? Are we meeting whatever specific guidelines we have to? And they go, yeah, it meets everything. We don't need to keep it anymore. Yes, mark it for deletion. Now, you can have it just one layer, or you can take it to the next layer and have, the signing authority. So not only do you have, your employees kind of do some of the legwork for it, but then it's going to go to the decision maker to ultimately decide, yes, get rid of it, or no, right? Because maybe they don't know the whole picture of what's going on and why maybe it's important to keep this or not. And so you can set it up to be as many layers as you need, which makes it really cool. It's automatically automated, so that way once one group's done, then it goes to the next group, then to the next group. And so you don't have to worry that someone gets missed out in that decision process. Deletion and retention. So I kind of touched on this already a little bit. So basically, you have two different types of scope. You have dynamic scope, and then you have static scope. So a static scope will be, I want to point it specifically at Exchange, or I want to point it at specifically this file share and maybe a particular folder. This static scopes work really well when it's difficult to define the data you're tagging, okay? A great example of this might be client numbers, something like that. And it's 7 digits long, and there's nothing really identifying it outside of that. You can't link it to anything else. And so when you try to create, an adaptive scope, you're getting a ton of false positives because maybe phone numbers are showing up now. And so you're getting all this other kind of data that doesn't fall within the scope that you're trying to protect, right? Use a static because you can point it and say, okay, only here you're going to scan for this and mark it for retention, or maybe do it as a whole. So that's where I think static works really well. Also, depending on licensing, you might not have available the adaptive scope. The adaptive scope is just that. It's dynamic. I really like this. This is where I can start protecting your data across everything. So, maybe, let's say, health card information, things like that. I want to make sure that's retained. Maybe I want to not allow it to be able to be sent to anyone. Maybe I don't want it to be used within teams, but it can be used for certain groups of people within teams because they have higher privileges or, higher level of scope, and it just makes sense. You're always going to use a combination of these. One is not necessarily better than the other. It's really specific to the use case. But I really love the AI aspect of the adaptive scope. The important thing, though, to note with the adaptive scope, anything you put in place within M365, it's going to take 30 days before it's fully doing its thing. And that's because it's going through the back end, scanning through everything, indexing everything, and marking it. And so often when I put it into place, sometimes clients are like, oh, but it's not covering this. And it's like, give it 30 days, 30 days. Is there some stuff there? Is it growing? Yes, yay! Now let's talk about records management. So a records management system. So it's a solution for organizations to manage regulatory, legal, and business critical records. Records management helps you achieve this. And so when we start looking at records management, we're looking at labels. So like I said, we use labels, tags. I use those words interchangeably. I think anyone that's kind of in this space probably, hopefully appreciates why. You know what, I have no idea time. Okay, I'm making great time. I'll slow down. We want to take the data, right? We need to know what we care about. We need to be able to do the analytics to better understand what we have and what to do with it. We need to take a look at what are the requirements. So whenever I have any client and I don't care about the industry, I'm going to talk to them and I need to know what's going on. What are they hoping to accomplish? What do they already have in place? Are we mimicking something that they have in place, but now we're migrating it to M365? I want to know, is there certain regulatory standards that we have to meet? If so, I want you to send them to me, or I'm going to go directly to that site and obtain them. We need to match those. And then what are your wants? So, it'd be really nice. This is what we want to do, but it's not, a must. So we need to better understand exactly what the data is and what we're doing with it. Then you're going to go ahead and configure the retention and deletion settings. And like I said, you can have a lot of these. In fact, you will. This is a bit of a wasp nest and a rabbit hole because as you start using it, the more you want to use it because you can be really specific. You can do a lot of robust things, protecting that data and being very specific and directing it to different groups. And depending on the scale of your business, oh gosh, you'll have hundreds potentially. Of course, the review and validate disposition. So the one thing I always talk about in security, even if I go in and I do huge CIS audit, I come up with a great report of different things that need to be remediated, which will include data governance. And they say, okay, Monique, we want you to do it because we don't have the manpower, so let's do the standards. So I'll set that up, we'll do the workshops, we will tweak it specifically for the organization because sometimes the standards aren't strong enough. Maybe some need to be lessened, right? There's all sorts of different reasons why we're gonna adjust away or more so for the standards. But then you need to be reviewing them. And I actually came up and I created a checklist of different types of reviews from, that go, daily, weekly, monthly, and quarterly, where you need to be reviewing all of these things, right? The great thing is this simplifies things, takes work off our plate, and we can trust it. But if we don't validate it, if we don't continually kind of go in, check in, and see if it needs to be updated, modified, regulations change all the time. We need to be engaging with that stuff and making sure it's doing what it's doing. We can't just make the assumption. Same with, backups, right? We can't just assume, oh yeah, of course the backup is working, and then wait till everything's on fire and find out then, right? So it's part of that, and We want to make sure whatever settings we're putting there, the tagging, all of that is working out right, especially when we're doing custom labels. We want to know what kind of false positives, if we can be more specific. If not, maybe we'll want to change the type of policy to something like static and go from there. And then, of course, setting specific permissions for records managers, functions in your organization. This is really, really critical. We can help offload some of the stress and workload on IT that's not going to know the different things of the different departments of these certain regulations, right? Like, nobody can know everything. And so if there's certain regulatory standards that have to be met, and you have, a department for that, you're going to want to set up specific permissions so that they're the ones monitoring it, they're the ones communicating it, and working as a team with IT to make sure that this is being managed and pushed out properly. So DLP, I'm actually talking about data loss protection. So this is huge. This gets really confusing. This is part of the reason why I'm super stoked for the intra-identity global access, because there ends up being a lot of misconceptions of what DLP traditionally is, and it often kind of gets lumped in with the identity governance side of things, and so that's kind of where things come into play. So organizations have sensitive information under their control, such as financial data, proprietary data, credit card numbers, health records. That really shouldn't be social security numbers. But you know what? Sure, why not? I have some US clients to help protect the sensitive data and reduce the risk. So we take a look at setting up DLP policies, and this is where you can properly identify, monitor, and automatically protect these kind of sensitive items throughout everything. And you can see here that it doesn't have to be specific to the cloud. And the cool thing, the good and the bad thing about Compliance Center or Purview, that they've changed the name, and I'm still for some reason saying compliance, is that that's where all your auditing is going to be. That's where a lot of your reporting is going to be. So when you want to get more information, say you're going to the board, maybe there was a breach. Maybe, you have a checklist yourself and you need to do the periodic audits. You need to see what's being labeled, what is being marked, what is being deleted. Just having a better finger on the pulse of your data is all going to be happening within Purview. Insider risk management. So insider risk prevention features are designed and built in, and it's with these solutions working together and the use of advanced service to help identify, triage, and take on activity. This is where I really would love it if I had a demo tenant to be able to kind of go and show you some of the data. Okay, awesome. So I want to go back. All right. So let's put some more kind of context to, actually, you know what? I totally have time because I talk fast. I want to talk about identity governance and all of that. So, as I said, actually, I should ask first, does anyone have questions before I move on? Are people glazing over? Okay. When I'm working with clients, this is quite a hand-holding experience. Often, you're going to need to bring on every single department within the company because each department understands better the needs of their specific data, what policies they need to be enforcing on it, regulations, legality, all those different things. And so this is kind of one of the cool things because it makes everyone hyper aware of the importance of the integration of IT. And we all have to work together. And so you're going to kind of develop this roadmap of your musts versus your wants and your needs. And it's going to change and evolve as you go along. Like I said, as we're putting into place these policies, especially when we're using custom identifiers, we're going to realize things are failing. It's not validating the data properly. We're getting too many false positives. And we're storing way too much that we don't want to. Also, part of this, which I forgot to talk about, is the fact part of the retention and deletion is a lot of places, a part of regulatory, they have to securely delete and remove this data. And so that comes into play with these policies and ensures the proper elimination and destruction of that data. I'm sorry, there's so many specific use cases, and it's really hard to discuss this in a very broad spectrum because it's so customizable. And like I said, you're going to be integrating it within your other security policies. Okay, let's talk a bit more specific about users. So I was talking about who's our biggest liability, and our biggest liability within a company is always going to be our end user, and making sure that they're properly trained up and they properly understand what's allowed and not. Part of setting up data governance helps put in that security net or safety net for things that not everyone knows, right? I don't think the majority of people want to do harm, right? And if I work in one department, my other colleague, friend works in another department, and say they need some sort of information, they need access to a certain file, and they don't automatically have permission for it. They might try to reach out to me and be like, yo, I really need this. And I might on the surface be like, oh, well, I know they work on this stuff all the time. I totally understand why they might need it. I'm just gonna give it to them, and I'm gonna send it through Teams. Having your data governance set up through Purview, I can block that. I can be like, nope, you're not allowed to send this information through Teams unless you're part of a specific security group or you have elevated privileges or what have you. Then maybe they go, oh gosh, I can't send it to you in Teams. It's not working, right? And they still might not realize that, hey, what they're doing is not okay. It goes against different, especially privacy regulations, right? So then they try to email it, and they get blocked again, right? Then at that point, they're probably reaching out to IT, which then can kind of take a look, and they'll be able to say, hey, look, it goes against these policies. If that person needs it, they have a chain of command that they have to go through to gain access to those things. And so it really helps kind of take those innocent mistakes that people do all the time by, yeah, I'll give you their contact information. Sure, I'll give you their email. Sure, I can give you their health card number or whatever because, oh yeah, I know you're working with them. Of course I can do that. But the reality is if you don't follow the proper change, you don't have the proper paperwork to back it up, especially when you're going to be audited, it can be disastrous, right? And so these people aren't trying to do wrong. They're not trying to compromise people's personal information, but they indirectly do so. And so setting up these things helps protect that and protects the company. Another big thing too, and this ties into some of the other stuff I've talked about with setting up policies and settings, we want to lock out access to especially SharePoint sites, team sites with guest access. We always want to get rid of anonymous access. That hurts my soul. Sometimes there's use cases for it, but even so, I begrudgingly allow it. Well, I shouldn't say begrudgingly allow it. Clients always gets whatever they want. They're the decision makers. But we want to lock that up. We want to set things to expire. We don't want people necessarily to always have access to that data all the time. And that also is where, data governance can come into play, where you can give temporary access or read-only access to things. So it's like, okay, yeah, you can have access to this data, but you only get to read it. You don't get to modify it. You can't delete it. You don't get to do any of that. And even the people who think they have full control over it and think they've deleted it, No, I can have the back end say, no, we are actually retaining it. You now may not see it, but it's retained because we have to keep it for a certain amount of time. The one thing I didn't really go into, and this ties in with Azure, though I saw it moved into Purview, which makes sense, is the litigation hold. That basically prevents anything happening to that information, period. It's locking it up tight for legal reasons. Yeah. The other part of the things with data governance and going into the SharePoint policies and stuff, I want to lock out especially third-party applications, integrating and being able to talk to my tenant, specifically things like Facebook, LinkedIn. I want to keep control over the data always. That's how you can protect yourself. That's how you can ensure that things don't inadvertently are breached or sent out. So I'm going to lock people out from using things like Dropbox and all other sorts of, data storage and ways people love to share files. If I keep it controlled within managed applications, I get control of the data. Even if people are using their own device, if I keep it within my managed applications, I can remove it. So if a company leaves the company, when an employee leaves a company, I can ensure that I can pull the emails off their phone. So I'm not going to let them use the native app on their phone, which, side note, iPhone users are the worst. They really, really get grumpy. The cool thing with Android, though, is you have a work container, so it's separate. So people are a lot more cool with me pushing apps and forcing people to use that kind of stuff and keep it segregated. But I want to control where that data is, and especially I want to keep it within Microsoft because I get absolute full control. There are different ways that we can integrate and use enterprise applications and integration where I can apply my data governance to data there, or put in different security protocols to better enforce the protection of it, which gets really cool. This is becoming more and more important. The more we keep seeing these different breaches going on and companies being infiltrated, different regulatory boards are making it standard that companies have to be more transparent when this happens, be more transparent as to what is being breached and what's happening. And it's Purview that is going to give you that visibility of your data, what's going on, and how to better protect it. Yeah, I think that's probably where I end. So, questions? Anything with data governance, certain security stuff?
Over here.
Hi.
Me again. First question that comes to mind is, who's the custodian of that tool within the organization? Is that security, information management, infrastructure? Who takes care of that?
All of the above. So again, depending on the roles, depending on the governance and stuff, and like I said, with the retention deletion, you can set up different roles for different people to manage it properly, so that way the people that know that information is going to be the ones with the finger on the pulse. The initial setup of everything is going to involve probably the security team, IT team, infrastructure team, that type of thing, to carry out what each department's needs, requirements are. But then moving forward, I think it's critical and you have the best outcomes when really you give it to the people that know that data the best. And you document that entire process as part of auditing, so that way there's kind of that full transparency. But that's how that works.
Okay. I guess my follow-up question would be, you mentioned about blocking files that are tagged with such and such criteria. Is there a way to interact with your email or Teams client to say, to just give a warning type of thing?
100% yes. Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
So you need to encrypt this file, for example, before you send it? Heads up. If you don't, well, you're on the hook.
Yep, you can set it up where the end user can apply the tags, specifically the different sensitivity tags. You can have different notifications set up, warning bars, that kind of stuff. All of that is definitely possible. Though lots of people ignore those bars. Good questions. Next. Oh, come on, guys. I am usually inundated. Is it too early or is it too, I don't know. I think he's first.
Just a policy question. How do you help an organization that may not have had data governance structure put in place formally? Like, how do you help them through, how do you build those policies? How do you get from probably 0 to 100, I guess is my question. What's your guidance there?
No, that's a great question. And I have a lot of workshops and meetings with them. So I have a thing, part of these slides I pulled from a little package that I'll give to clients that they can kind of read, see some examples, and a bit more specifics, as well as some kind of visual diagrams. I didn't put up the diagrams because they would have been too small and would have sucked for you guys all looking at it. But we're going to talk about it. I'm going to ask a lot of questions to better identify what is the goal? Is there specific sensitive information? Are there regulatory standards we have to meet? You know, what are the goals of your organization? And then from there, we're going to build upon it. And we'll end up having several workshops, working through everything. I'm a big fan of empowering the organization so that they can either take it over and manage it themselves and build upon what we've foundationally set, or, sometimes you have people, they want to have a good understanding, but they're going to have, an MSP or someone to actually do the kind of management of it. Both options work. But yeah, it's a process. It's not just
to build
quick
on that and the first question that was asked. So can you give some guidance on, like, who are the people you'd want in those workshops?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
Okay, 100% you're going to have HR. 100% you're going to have, if you have a regulatory board, health and safety, the different people that are responsible for certain record keeping, they're going to need to be in there. Of course, you're going to have your security teams, all that, a part of it. It tends to be a lot higher level, not as many technical people, because it's about understanding that data, and the people that are going to understand that data the best of what needs to be retained, what needs to be employed, are going to be those department specific. But yeah, records management, HR, security, pop into my head, always being on in most of my meetings when discussing this, because yeah, they're the ones that have their finger on the pulse of this. They're usually also a lot of times the spearhead, the driving force to get this stuff in place. So yeah, we're gonna have them on board with the whole process. Yeah, no, great questions. Did you still have a question up front? Oh, sorry, no. Here you go. Sorry.
Okay.
We'll get to
I'm a little bit confused with the difference between, like, I realize everything runs on, all files are stored on SharePoint, technically.
For the most
but,
part.
But yeah, what's the real difference between the file tab within a channel and the OneDrive? Are they connected in any way? Or are they different? I kind of understand that part.
Okay. So, yeah, great question. They're quite a bit separate, so it depends on whether or not it's, when you're looking at Teams and SharePoint, this is public, this is groups of people. When we think of OneDrive, it's the user's personal stuff, and so that's specific. And while you can share data out through your personal one, I very much want to encourage people not to be doing that. As best as possible, especially when I'm employing different security permissions and data governance for it. And so part of the MDM management, I want to employ OneDrive mapping. And so what ends up happening is in the background, I want to move the user's data into the cloud so I can better manage it. And they won't even know about it. They're still going to say save it on their desktop. They're still saving it, say, in documents. But it's actually getting saved up into their OneDrive. This is beneficial on a lot of different fronts besides the fact of just the security and the data governance side of things. But that will kind of go on in the background. And I can integrate it with File Explorer, everything that they're used to, and so they can access their data in a number of different ways. Also with Teams mapping, whatever they have permissions and channels they get to have access to, I can have that automatically mapped to their computer, have access to that data to work on it collaboratively. They can do it through File Explorer, they can do it through Teams, they can go through the web browser. I basically want to make it as easy and encouraging for people to use and utilize as possible, and they don't even know that I'm protecting it, right? All of this stuff, it's cool, but it's in the background, and generally people won't see it. And so I hope that answers it.
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Hello, I have a question concerning the pricing or costing behind Purview.
Yes.
We set up our own tenant, we've done the data governance review, the classification. So now, like I'm seeing Purview for the first time, honestly.
Okay.
And it's quite costly enough to run the tenant and the licensing for our clients. Can you talk to about the costing behind implementation of Purview?
Yeah, so there's a lot of different licensing options. So it really depends on your needs, whether or not you're not-for-profit, things like that, because we have a certain amount of free licenses. If you're implementing autopilot and that type of thing, so you're already using, business premium, or you're going into like E3, E5, that's going to open it up. Part of the conversations with you would be exactly like, what are your goals? Because you might not necessarily need every functionality that would come with, say, an E5 that's going to give you everything within Purview and all of that, right? And so it might be a lot cheaper to do the add-on for the specific, goals and uses to really help reduce and lower those costs. And so there's a lot of really cool options. And so whenever, again, when I'm in discussions with clients, I'm going to give those options, and then that way, it empowers you to make kind of the right decision for your company at that specific time, and you can grow and always increase it and add, right? And so, yeah, licensing is always a bit of a beast, and that also comes into play a lot with some of the other services I employ for clients. Does that answer your question? Yay! I'm loving this. Thank you. Keep asking questions. Or have I lost time? I have 5 more minutes, max. Oh, come on. It's really early, but it's all good. See, this is what I love, and this is why I want to have more one-on-one conversations. So if you want to meet up with me and you have more specific questions for your particular use case, for your regulatory stuff, please reach out to me, because there's a lot to talk about, and there's a lot of different things you can employ and customize, but it's not for everyone. And so to kind of just talk about it all, I find people's eyes are going to glaze over, they're going to start ignoring me, and that's fair. It's information overload, and the majority of it doesn't necessarily apply to your use case. But this is becoming more and more important. I can tell you that a lot of the work that I'm doing now too, as organizations are trying to get cyber security insurance. Part of the auditing process is having things like this in place, right? Insurance companies, they want to make sure that you're doing your best to protect against this, because they don't want to pay out. And so they want to ensure that you're employing things like zero trust and all of that. And so this isn't going to go anywhere. It's going to get bigger and bigger. And yeah, it's quite... it's robust. You have a question? In the center of the room, if someone doesn't mind.
Have you had any projects where you had to meet OCAP requirements specific?
Yep.
Can you tell us about that?
Nope. I have signed many an NDA and many a things. But yes, 100% I have. 100%. No, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth, so I don't want to go much more. Come on, we had a good flow. All right. Well, like I said, this is a beast. I love it. We can definitely go into more of that, more one-on-one if you want to kind of discuss things. There is some other cool functionality I guess I'll quickly tell you about with Purview. I was going to call it the Compliance Admin Center. You can do different audits there. You'll get 3 for free, and then depending on what you want to do or what requirements, regulatory things you might have to pay to audit your tenant, there's manual things that you have to self-report, that those things will come out as you failing. But it gives you a great kind of jumping off point to see what all things you need to meet and why and what it relates to. There's going to be a lot of repeat things because often a lot of different categories and stuff will overlap. But I highly recommend you guys taking a look at it, utilize it. Whenever I'm doing an audit for an organization, I'm going to utilize it. It's not the only thing I use, but it's a fantastic tool and it's built in. And if you have the right licensing, why not use it, right? You don't need to reinvent the wheel. Yeah, that's all she wrote. So thank you guys. Heavy topic for 9 in the morning. Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Monique, thank you very much for your engaging talk about data management and data governance. As a former sysadmin, it feels like data governance is always something that I'm doing off the edge of my desk. If you're lucky enough to have a records manager, they'll help you sort through some of your data. So we were specifically talking about the Microsoft 365 platform. And so what Intune is really about, we were talking about MDM, mobile device management. We're talking about Intune. We were talking about Entra, which is actually the replacement for Active Directory. So ADDS has been around since Y2K, and now we have Entra ID. So the name has changed. Also, Purview talks about unified data management. You discussed about trainable classifiers to identify sensitive data and how there are AI mechanisms to work on the data classification. So really what we're looking at is preventing data loss and sharing of sensitive information. And so those protections include encryption and access restrictions. You also spoke about retention, and deleting records or deleting information always makes me really nervous. I'm afraid to let go of anything. I'm a data hoarder. I have backups upon backups upon backups of data. The data's never going anywhere. So with retention, you can retain, delete, or retain, then delete. You talked about adaptive scope, which is like a dynamic query that you specify, or static scope, which is more organizational wide, and you'll use different switches like to include or exclude specific groups. Also just talking about how it can take 30 days to scan and implement the system. About how it's important to label items as a record, and we're really dealing with metadata in SharePoint. For people that aren't familiar with SharePoint, it's been around for quite a while. I've used it for like an intranet project, so it's good for like a work intranet. You also talked about migrating and managing your retention periods with a file plan, about how you need to configure your retention and deletion settings, about how you could start different periods with event-based retention, also about the importance of reviewing and validating your disposition records. So just like you're going to check your backup to make sure it's working, you're going to check your disposition rules. You want to set specific permissions for your records manager functions in your organization to have the right access. And you're going to have a different set of steps daily, weekly, and monthly that you go through as a records manager, someone who's managing the data, to make sure that everything's still running very smoothly. And again, so Enter ID used to be Azure AD, and so it's combining Azure Active Directory, Azure AD, and AAD into one platform. And so there's a Microsoft Learn doc that talks about comparing ADDS to Enter ID, and we're really looking at identity as a service. You also talked about insider risk management, so how our end user is our biggest threat. Lots of times it's always email attachments that people are clicking, and so you can configure different spam policies as well, and email testing to make sure that people are being more secure. I also just wanted to touch quickly on the AI capabilities that are coming out of Microsoft right now, and so they have a new program called Microsoft Copilot, and so licensing. I have Purview implemented a little bit in my tenants, and so it does stuff like stops credit card information from leaking out. So like if someone sends an email with credit card info, it blocks it and makes it stop. And the licensing for Purview, in my mind, like that E5 license is really the creme de la creme. I have most people on an E3 license. For Purview, you could also use A3 or A5 or G3 or G5. And also just looking at sensitive information type functions, and just that there are default labels and policies that you can implement straight out of the box with Purview. So yeah, Purview again is about managing data and data security. And Microsoft also has another tool called Microsoft Intune. And so that's looking more so at managing your devices and using a unified endpoint management system. So again, records is often overlooked, but as we start to unlock the power of AI, properly classifying our data is going to help a lot. Because it's really just a database, right? And you're just sending out queries against your database and all the data that you have housed in Microsoft 365. So next on the agenda, we have Smile Digital Health with Hernan Burgos, who is here to talk about Indigenous health information data sovereignty. And so Hernan is a professional with over 25 years of experience in consulting, including health, government, and law. He thrives in challenging environments that require innovation and problem solving. Hernan's strong leadership, analytical, and problem-solving skills deliver desired results for his clients. Hernan is the Director of Business Development for Smile Digital Health, an Ontario-based company with a presence in over 20 countries worldwide. Hernan has been married to Sherry Burgos for over 32 years. Sherry, son Thomas and daughter Natalia are members of Big Grassy River Reserve near Fort Frances, Ontario. In his spare time, Hernan likes to play soccer, likes to go boating and fishing in Rainy Lake near Fort Frances, Ontario. Thank you so much.
Good morning. You're going to have to excuse me because I just got back from Japan. So for me, it's the middle of the night. And a week before that, I was in Europe. So that you can imagine there was 6 hours difference and then 12 hours back to Toronto, come to Saskatoon, that's another 2-3 hours. So I had to write a lot of things on the screen so I don't forget. By the way, this is my son Thomas here in the front. He came all the way from Toronto. My presentation is a bit different from the last one. It's a bit business-like at the beginning, and then it gets technical at the end, so don't despair. I was so glad to be sitting with some of the students here yesterday. It reminded me when I was their age. One of them is an air cadet, right? And I was a flight sergeant with the cadets at about 15 years old, and I got to become a pilot at a very early age. So since then, I've been doing many dangerous things in my life. I just got back from Europe. I was playing in a soccer tournament, international soccer tournament in Portugal. That was great. Data sovereignty. We work with 20 countries, many states, many provinces, many regions, and each one of them is completely different from each other. I would like to thank this group of organizations that made this possible, because without them, this doesn't happen. I was so glad to be invited to come and speak here. And in the same boat, we can't do it alone. We do not go into a project like Ontario Health or BC or some of the US and some of the Middle Eastern countries without partners. And I was so glad to see these three here tonight. And there might be more. I'm sorry if I miss you guys, but we have quite a bit. And this is why I'm doing this. This is why I have a passion to help the Indigenous teams. This is Amber, Eden, and Siwan. She's the last one to be added to the family. So in the summer, my wife and I moved to Rainy Lake near Fort Frances to be with the family and to experience their lives, and hopefully we can help them grow, learn. When they come to Toronto, they stay with us. And it grows every year. We have 2, maybe 3 new ones every year. It's great. Somebody mentioned yesterday that Indigenous women are having twice as many babies as folks in Toronto, which is great. I love it. Do you have a good imagination? I have a great imagination. I had to make a decision when I came out of high school whether to go into arts or technology. And this is a long time ago. I would say about almost 40 years ago. And I chose technology, but I can do art, I can do video, photography, all that. I love it. I have a dream. You're going to have to indulge me for a few minutes with a vision of an interconnected Indigenous health system. Now, this presentation could also be said for other countries. When I was born in Chile, on the other side of the world. My family came originally from Spain, but I lived most of my life in Toronto. But when I go to Latin America, I would say a vision of an interconnected Colombia or Chile. They're having very similar issues that you have here in Canada. They are looking at us for guidance, even in the Middle East. I'm going to be in Dubai next week and Saudi Arabia, and they're looking at us. They're very concerned of security for their systems. They're concerned about interoperability between the systems. They like to do studies. There's a number of things. Which point? This one, this way. Which way am I pointing? This way? Oh, the screen. Okay. So imagine an Indigenous managed health information exchange where the Indigenous health data is centralized safely and readily available to a number of Indigenous health applications across the land, even to the most remote, and especially to the most remote communities across Turtle Island. I was told after a presentation in Dubai that he said, "You're the HIE of HIEs." And I had to think about it for a minute. And we are sort of that. In a minute, I will tell you about that. I would like to apologize if some of the subjects I'll be talking in the next few minutes are a bit touchy. I know that I get goosebumps when I talk about this. This has to do with human trafficking. In Toronto, I've been involved with the RCMP to do some work for the human trafficking, especially in Toronto. But if you look at this, 51% of trafficked girls were or been involved with the child welfare systems. and 51 of them were Indigenous. That is too big of a number. That's a huge number. So imagine a way to monitor and alert us when one of our women is treated at a hospital. This could only be possible if we have a centralized location to store data. I will be talking about that in a minute. This is according to the Canadian Medical Association. Disaggregated data on Indigenous people is needed to understand more clearly how Indigenous people are affected by drug overdose. In Toronto, I've been involved with the government and with organizations trying to figure out this drug overdose thing. I said the first thing you need to do is change the name. I call it the poison pill syndrome. It's about these pills that the kids are taking and they can't handle it. So imagine that our Indigenous research applications can use the centralized data to better understand and help our members. Imagine a live dashboard, not a report, a dashboard that can track live overdose episodes on specific regions to activate emergency procedures to find the source of the poison pills. So there have been a couple of pilot projects, smaller ones, done in the States, and they were able to, so imagine on a Saturday night, this one neighborhood, there's 5 or 7 people that have died, and they know that something is going on. Well, the alarm goes off, and the police and fire and emergency crew get sent over. They were able to save a number of people because of that. So they proved that that works. If they have the data available, they can access, they can rapidly respond to it. Imagine when the next pandemic hits. I was stuck on the other side of the world when the pandemic hit. Because we are working with so many countries, I believe that we were one of the first companies anywhere to be sent home to work from home remotely. I remember coming back to the office one day and it looked like a nuclear bomb blew off and everything was just left as it was. This is 2 years later. My father got very ill in Chile. And I had to make a decision. At the beginning of the pandemic, everything was just blowing up. And the call came around 10 o'clock. By 11, 12, I had the ticket. I was at the airport. And I flew overnight to the other side of the world and then took a bus to the small town. And I was able to be with him for the last 2 weeks of his life. Shortly after that, the plane flights got canceled. Borders were canceled, but I had to go to work. So that morning, on a Monday morning, I'm stuck in the middle of the mountains in Chile, sitting on a little table with my laptop, accessing high-speed internet in the middle of nowhere, which is amazing. It's not through the satellite, it was through a cell tower. So imagine, I remember listening to the report. So they're still this. They report the numbers, they send it to a centralized location. Different countries have different procedures, but most of them are similar. And then they print out or they release the numbers a day or two or the Monday after. But imagine if you have a dashboard and the numbers change by the minute, whether how many people are affected, how many people had the vaccines. And I kept thinking about Big Grassy. I kept thinking about those reserves that were up north. We had no idea. The numbers, some of them had numbers, some of them have no idea. This happened in Peru and Bolivia. I know of families that the entire household passed away. And we have no clue what was going on. So imagine creating a Smart on Fire application. I'll be talking in a few minutes about what is a Smart on Fire application. You can create those in months instead of years to create solutions that we can't even think at this time. Smart on Fire is based at Boston Children. The work was done with Harvard. And what it is that because of HL7 fire, you can create the small applications that could be quickly developed in weeks to be connected to a large platform, a large system. So basically, in the past, it would take you almost 2 years to develop an app. You have to start from the beginning and get everything done, 100% of it done, and then by then you can actually use it. But because of what we need now, because we need to get this done tomorrow, this is the best thing to it is the Smart on Fire app. So this is only 20% of the application that you need to work on, because 80% of the other piece is already up and running on the platform. That's what Smile does. Now, Smart on Fire is based out of Boston, but I found out about 4 years ago that they sit on top of Smile CDR. They've been our customers for 4 or 5 years now. And Smart on Fire is being used worldwide. Another product we have is called Happy Fire. And students, please get to me because I have some stickers I brought for you guys. It's a raccoon. And he laughs. And Happy Fire is one of those products that it's present in every country in the world. So let me repeat that. Happy Fire is in every country in the world. And as typical Canadians, we actually give it away for free because our CTO, James Agnew, believes that for better global health, that means anyone in the world can use it. So it's being used by many countries, and many organizations use it. Even our competitors use it. It's the reference implementation in Java for HL7 Fire, for interoperability. And a lot of them start with Happy, and they realize that it's just the free version, like the Red Hat version. And then they come to us because we have the enterprise version of that, the commercially maintained version of that. So imagine indigenous health information data sovereignty, the capability of securing and safely sharing data without other indigenous regions. It's available soon. Having a consent engine, this is very critical, that allows you to control your data at the data level. So in the Middle East, they're using this engine, this consent engine, to protect the data from the Saudi royal family. If there's a hot topic, is the royal family in the Saudis. So as a family member, I can tell the tech people, say, I only want my doctor to see my data. And even if they break into the system, because of that, they will not be able to access that information. In the United States, as an older person, you can say, I only want my son to access my data. I don't want anybody else in the family, especially the large families, to access that. And I can control that. Could be only 80% of the data that he gets access to it. And of course, if something happens to me, there's a succession procedure, and somebody else will get access to it. So imagine not being locked in with someone's proprietary solution, but have the freedom of open source data. So let me explain this. Going back about 30 years ago, many companies start creating software that is still being used now. We call them legacy systems. The people that created them have passed away. The people that have maintained them for years are retiring now. And the people that are running it are very scared that one day these legacy systems will die on them. We had a bit of a conversation today. We believe in keeping data as long as you live, or even longer. We don't believe there's 5 to 7 years. So there are some companies out there, I'm not going to name them, because we can still be partners with them. They have their own way of storing the data, and only they can actually make changes to the system. So you're basically tied with them for life. I'm afraid when some countries commit themselves to that, but recently the countries that are coming to us are saying, we want to be part of this open source data. So that means if something happens to Smile or something happens to us, you control your data. There's no lock. You can move it to any other HL7 fire compliant system. And that is catching on fire. all over the world. They're realizing that they don't want to be locked up with any company out there. So you have flexibility and agility. You have speed. This is critical because anyone can design a system that will run on 10 hospitals or 20 hospitals. I call them silos. This is what we have in Ontario. We have groups of hospitals here and there and there and there, but they can't communicate with each other. So if you're from Toronto and I go to Thunder Bay, my data is not readily available. The biggest challenge we're having right now is England. England has hundreds of the silos, and they don't want to talk to each other. England was the largest procurer of fax machines in the world until a few years ago when somebody said, that's enough, no more. So they're having a real challenge now to how are they going to transfer data from one silo to another silo. So I'm friends with Michael Smith. He was the lead architect for NHSX. And he's proposing to them that we'd set up SMILE in the middle. He calls us the Canadians. We'll put the Canadians in the middle, and all your silos can share information with the other silos. And so they're thinking about it. But he said England usually takes 3 years longer than anybody else to make any decisions. So we're year number 2. Cost effectiveness. Open source, especially with Java or .NET, it's faster to implement. So that means instead of taking 3 years, 2 years, you can start using it within a few months or less. And the ability to start small is critical. So we don't ask them to get rid of what they've done so far. You can use all the products that you have. We just like to modernize it. We like to fire enable them and to create a project. So in some countries, we're starting with lab reporting. They just, in the Caribbean, they want to centralize all their lab reports. They're having a bit of an issue because they don't want to, they want to use open source, but they want their own people to design the system. So they're about 3 years away from coming out with anything. So imagine all the data for the Caribbean centralized, which is going to help them with tourism. So if you travel from one island to another, you can actually have access to those reports. And that's a simple one to us. And the ability to start small. So we can scale from 2 hospitals to 20 hospitals to 2,000 to 200,000 hospitals. We just, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but Egypt, some of you guys already heard this story from me. For 3 years, they've been trying to do this, to create a system that they can access, all the hospitals and clinics can access the information, have a centralized location for data. And 3 years later, and about $300 million, and 0 got delivered, nothing. So I have some friends in Egypt, and they basically asked me if I can demonstrate, prove myself. They don't trust anybody anymore. But basically, we are starting with a project that we're going to be the middle layer between the providers and the payers. So the insurance system, similar to Ontario. So you go to the doctor, they check, and allows you to get treatment. They could be government or could be private industry. But that's how we started with them. But they already have plans for all the other systems. They want to centralize medication. They want to have one central repository in Egypt. So if somebody prescribes you Advil, you go to another doctor, and he's in the other side of the country. He has access to that data. That's up to them how much information they give them. But he will know that this doctor in Cairo prescribed so many Advils for you. That's part of the opioid crisis piece too. And solid information security. We have 3 or 4 layers of security, and on top of that, you can put Microsoft and you can put all their other applications out there that it will provide security for you. A lot of the systems out there are fairly old. that have been updated. You remember when Microsoft used to update Windows 98 and Windows ME and all that, and then for Windows 10, they had to redesign the whole thing. So security is critical. The country of Costa Rica, I love Costa Rica. If I ever go anywhere to move for a few months of the year, it'll be Costa Rica. I'm friends with, I call it the Boys Club, is the people from the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Science and Technology, the CAHAM, the University of Costa Rica, which runs about 4 other universities, the HL7 people. So for about 2 years, I met with them and I said, listen, we need to modernize the system, and they agree. We need to get fire, HL7 fire, and they say, I agree, but things don't move very fast in those countries, not at all. And they said, no, we have this homemade system that we made, and it's working okay. It's doing what we want to do. And about 1.5 years ago, they got hit with the ransomware. The entire country lost the entire health system, their tax system, and one more of the ministries lost it. So it's been 1.5 years now, and they're still doing things on paper now. They have some applications up and running, but now the Americans, the security organizations are getting involved because it was supposed to be a Russian, it was a Russian attack on their system. So imagine being without the system for 1.5 years, and they apologized a number of times, and now they're studying how they're going to recreate the system they lost. So you can attract better talent. Open source gives you the ability to attract better talent because there's a lot of them out there. So when you study something, choose the one that's going to be used in the future, and it's open. And then you can share the maintenance cost. There's a few things here. The future, so we really believe on that, and we push it all over the world. And the reason we do that is because we believe that eventually the whole world will be connected. We're in a project called IPS, International Patient Summary. That is the minimum information that a patient can provide if you're traveling. So if you go to Europe and something happens to you, that data should be or could be transferred to a hospital in Germany, so your life could be saved. That is a project going on right now. All countries are involved, so keep your eyes open for that. So imagine to be able to connect your existing systems to a central repository, not needing to waste any of the energy already invested. Imagine being able to create open source smart on fire solutions to complement and enhance existing solutions. When I go to big events, I said to them, everybody here we can be partners with. We have very few competitors of what we do. We're very specialized in this area. One of them is from the Netherlands, another one from the US, and the other one is actually Russian-based. So some of the Americans don't like that one. So this is going to be something new for you. Imagine the power to have access to clinical reasoning. So clinical reasoning, let me try to explain this before I show you what it is. If, as a doctor, you treat someone and you said, oh, maybe I should be using the different treatment, I think it's working better. And then you publish a book, and then this book gets distributed to the other doctors, and everybody reads it. And next time you come in, they said, oh, there's a new treatment for cancer or this diabetes. So we're going to do this new treatment on you. Well, that process usually takes 6 years. So imagine cutting that from 6 years to 6 months. So imagine as a doctor, you're treating someone and you have a monitor right here saying, hey, for Thomas, indigenous, this age, with this issues now, based on the studies we've done in the last 3 years, not on some studies done on someone in the States, based on Canadian studies on our own people, you should give them aspirins instead of Advil. Imagine the power of that. So imagine the help that's going to be to the doctors. So clinical reasoning is the cornerstone of quality healthcare. It empowers healthcare professionals to make accurate diagnoses, develop effective treatment plans, and ensure patient safety. You can read all that. That is something we believe, and the only reason this is possible if you have clean data, centralized, normalized, that could be accessed by everyone. This is another touchy one. Imagine having a suicide early warning system available using the proposed indigenous centralized data. Well, during the Intelligent Data Symposium in the summer, some of you guys went there, Ben Cushing from Red Hat discussed how the combined functionality of artificial intelligence and machine learning can be used to assess patient medical data to pinpoint and flag the early warning signs of suicide. What are the benefits of having an interoperable, indigenous-led health information system? Centralized vaccine repository, so you know exactly who's been vaccinated, who's not. Drug repository, any medication, not going back 5 years, maybe going back 20 years. E-prescribe, you know, it's those signatures from the doctors and the prescriptions they do has to be exact. Mental health information, so we're working with Ontario Health, and I believe the first central repository that we just finished has mental health information on it. So if you are in crisis, they will have access to some of that information saying, oh, he has some issues, you know, he's taking this medication, that could save your life. Lab reports. OLIS is one of the oldest systems in Ontario, and we're working with a number of partners to modernize it, to make it accessible to the rest of the province. And eventually, if you can imagine every province with their own health systems, which are different from each other, having a centralized one. So if you travel to Vancouver, your data, at least your IPS, would be available in Vancouver for you. And then you have the COVID tracking. Imagine having a live screen with all the numbers available. It's a dream for many countries. And patient access. As a doctor, if you move to a different city, your patient information will be available. And then access to research data. I was involved with a group called CanNet, Canadian Arrhythmia Network, and they do research on heart. And they had access to all the data across Canada. The problem is that every piece of data anywhere was different from each other. They couldn't put it together. So we use Smile to centralize, to normalize. So they are able to create new treatment for heart patients. So when people join Smile, I said, listen, you're joining a very different organization. When we come to work here, we do it because we're actually saving someone's life today. And that changes everything. So research data could actually affect your family. Maybe there's some cancer data, some diabetes data that could be used, and now there's a different treatment. It could be CRISPR, it could be something else. This one touches me again. 50% of the human trafficking victims in Canada are Indigenous women, even though they represent less than 5% of the population. Trafficking of Indigenous individuals in Canada is a problem that the healthcare system has a role in addressing. Healthcare is one of the few places where the lives of trafficking victims intersect with the general population. Due to the lack and due to the bias and the lack of training and a burdened healthcare system, 96.7% never get the resources they need. Knowledge automation, systematic screening with tools such as the Green Bomb survey, data automation, sharing data across silos, helping build complete profiles of a person and situational awareness, clinical reasoning automation, enables better understanding of a patient's risk level, workflow automation to follow through on a risk patient. All that starts with choosing open standards. This is just one screen. 88% of the trafficking victims make contacts with the healthcare system. 63 of them show up in emergency. 63% of them show up in emerge. We should be asking, how come you got broken bones? How come you got scars here? All that. It's a bit more complex than that. I'm just making it simple. And even under normal circumstances, Indigenous people report dismissive and insensitive treatment by the healthcare system. I understand that we're overburdened, and sometimes it's just you're tired. I'm really tired right now. It's the middle of the night for me. So the opioid crisis, it's another issue that I'm very close to in Toronto. And the age-standardized rate of opioid poisoning hospitalization among First Nations is 5.6 times higher. 5.6 times higher than the non-Indigenous population. The rates among Métis and Inuits were 3.2 times higher. This is just a map of Canada with numbers of deaths. And you can see some of them are fairly high. The importance of COVID tracking. I don't know if you've been reading the news, but we have some COVID problems in the world right now. It's just not making it to the news right now, but I get reports. Are we ready for the next one? You know, there's some new mutations. How are we going to keep track of that? The next thing I'm going to talk about is data fabric. This is, Gardner came out with this term. The data fabric is an emerging data architecture that enables an organization to integrate and distribute data more efficiently and decrease time to value for new initiatives. That piece there is critical. It's this piece here. Oh, I got a pointer. So Smile Data Platform enables data exchange via multiple industry standards. More importantly, the data is stored in a native FHIR data model. That piece there, that makes the difference between a millisecond and a few seconds to get your data back. If you don't have your data on FHIR, on the native standard, when you do calculations, it doesn't have to be translated back and forth into other systems. Being FHIR native, it does it all inside, internal. That makes it almost instant. And at large scale, at a country level, that is a critical piece. To reduce risk of vendor lock-in, point-to-point integration, and enabling participations of other stakeholders and innovators, that is you guys. Ultimately, the health data fabric is key to the transformation of our data and enabling the Internet of Health. How many remember when the Internet was not open, meaning that if you needed to find something, you don't just Google it. You had to go to a specific area and do your search there. No, yeah, there's one there. I was so happy. I remember, I go back, it says 25 years, but it's longer than that. Otherwise, I sound too old. I remember the first time I was able to access York University database. And I was able to find some information. I can't remember what it was, but I was so happy that I was able to log into this computer. We're talking in the 80s here. This is a long time ago. Anyways, this is the Ontario problem. Ontario has been working on it for a long time, and their biggest downfall is this point-to-point integration. That means it looks like a big spider web. So this hospital connects with this guy connects with that one. So imagine if one of those breaks, or where is the data? Which is the golden record? Who stores the data? Who controls the data? So it gets compounded. So now it's growing. There's a massive demand for data that's fragmented, high cost. The cost of health information systems in the United States is in the trillions of dollars with a T. So you see the OLIS system here. That's one I was talking about. There's a number of them. Some of them are very old, and some of them are very full. So this here is similar to the idea that we have for England to have different silos connected to a centralized location. So EPIC and Cerner and Meditech and even the community health organizations, that would be you guys, in some areas, could be centralized, and they could be shared, of course, with the proper permissions and security and you name it. But that should be fast. You should not be waiting for minutes for some data to appear on the screen. So this is a strategy. So this is consistent, predictable, open standard, increased capacity, because this is only going to get bigger. It's not going to get smaller. We got a call last week from one of our clients in the US, and their database or their system is getting so big that it's hitting the limit. Imagine you got so much information. They were so happy that a couple of years ago that I can just keep storing things, which is great. So James Agnew, our CTO, designed a product called Megascale. Megascale makes it look, so you have a number of databases, a number of systems, and this Megascale makes it look like one. So basically, we have created an unlimited storage capacity for your system. So from 50 years from now, that information will all be connected. So you don't have to worry about hitting limits on databases or hitting limits on some legacy systems. So you can have a legacy system here, you can have a cloud system here, and when you do a search, it looks everywhere, not just on one. HL7 fire. I know that many of you are familiar with fire, and this started over 30 years ago. How many of you remember when they brought the computers to the hospital? The first time they brought computers to hospitals, they were all so happy about it until they had to learn how to use it. So they needed a standard because they were sending faxes all the time. And large organizations, countries, we said, we need a standard, we need a standard, we need to be able to send and receive information using the same thing. And HL7 created a standard. It was great. We call it version 2. Version 1 wasn't that great. And everybody went crazy, and they created all the systems all over the world. And that's the good news. The bad news is that they're still using them. So imagine running systems on Windows 98, which I believe was one of the best ones out there. I had a computer with a Windows 98 operating system until about 10 years ago. I loved it. It was so fast until you plug it into the internet, and you lasted about an hour or two before you got hit. So what happened is about 10 years ago, maybe less, they had to redesign HL7, and groups from all over the world. So the teams from the Netherlands, the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand got together, and they said, we need to redesign this. And Grant Greaves, he's from down under, Australia, New Zealand area. He's actually my friend. We had dinner in Finland last year, and he created it. And he created it with a group of people, and they maintain it. And basically, it's a complete redesign of the standard. And the reason is because now you need to create applications for tablets, for phones, for other things that are coming in the future. And Fire is the only one that can handle that interoperability piece of it. And the standard, it's now being updated almost it's quarterly. So at the time, Smile became the keeper of the famous Happy Fire, that raccoon, which is a reference implementation of Fire. And we actually spend a lot of money, and every quarter we have an update, and it's downloaded. I'll show you the numbers. It's downloaded 100,000 times a month from all over the world. So let me read this. Fire as exchange and data model reduces unnecessary point-to-point bespoke integration that constantly have to be supported. Fire as a data model significantly reduces vendor lock-in and costly migrations. Fire-based CDRs can persist EMR and other HIS data to serve as a secure and scalable external-facing data storage without compromising and burdening mission-critical operations data stores. This is where we are right now, officially, but there's a number of countries that we are growing to. We are planning to add 5 countries for 2024, but we basically deal with the big guys. I love the project in Brazil. Brazil has the highest skin cancer rate in the world. And the country is burdened. Everybody is just going to the hospitals asking, is this cancer? Is this cancer? So sometimes they don't want to go. It takes a long time to go. So we have a company called MedX, and they created a device a bit bigger than this. And it's now in many drugstores in Brazil. So you can go and pay $5, and they'll scan your little brown spot in the skin and say, oh, no, that's just dirt. Or no, you know what? That is problematic. You better go check it. So that is saving hundreds of lives in Brazil because of the early detection of a cancer. So, of course, we are the one that store the data and centralize it. We protect it. And they can actually do studies. They're saying that some regions have more cancer rate than other regions because of this now. So we're growing very fast. That one says 300 plus employees. I think we're 400, and they're forecasting by 2025 we'll have 2,000, maybe more. But we like to work with partners. It's impossible to do this without partners, especially not so much in Canada, but I like to do it in Canada, but in countries like Japan. Yeah, Japan, I just met with 5 of the largest Japanese health information systems. They took me to this incredible looking buildings, and they went all the way to the top, and everybody's standing going like this to us, and they were going like this. They're about 5 years behind, and they know that they need it. So they're actually, Dr. Mendes here, he's going to Japan in a month, and he's going to be speaking to about 600 doctors about some of the things we're doing in Canada. Let's see, that's basically on that one. This is for the techies. This is for you guys. This is the not the latest one. We change them every 2 months. We add some solutions, some engine in the data platform. This is the architecture. This is basically Smile, the big square in the middle. And we can ingest data on all the different formats, all the versions of it, Fire, V2, custom CDA, even device sensors. We got a call from Europe about 2 years ago and said, we have a problem. We have about 6 or 7 devices per hospital unit. And per room in a hospital, and we have hundreds of rooms in a hospital, and we need to store that data. They said, oh yeah, by the way, we also have hundreds of hospitals. We'd like to have that data centralized for each region in Germany. So imagine having that data, and let me give you an idea of what you can do with it. Imagine a hospital in Saskatoon, and in the middle of the night, 50 people get fever, really bad fever. 2 o'clock in the morning, our system will sound the alarm saying there's a problem in the hospital and this is the rooms affected. You better do something about it. That's just one of the things they can do. But imagine the amount of data that's collected on a daily basis for that, for a region or for a country, for Europe. So they're asking us to design a system that can handle 100,000 transactions per second. Now, they're not fire transactions, they're smaller, it's just smaller numbers. So James Agnew is coming out with time series persistence that it will eventually get translated to fire. We can connect to this fire gateway piece. That means as a region, Those other fire servers could be other servers all over the country. So you can just do one search and it looks at everybody. We have a connector with Amazon Health Lake, which is very large. We work with AWS in 5 continents right now. And then we have persistence. We have the fire persistence and this mega scale. Remember I told you about that we can access multiple systems, the big ones. And then we have a hybrid, which is a combination of both. And this pieces here, this MDM is not the device one. A number of years ago, some of our customers saying, please, please, please include an EMPI in your platform, Electronic Master Patient Index. And we did. So a number of these things are requests from our customers that are saying, please, we need the speed, we need the scalability, please include that in there. So we came out with, or James came out with a master data management. So it's not just patient information. This is a master data management that could be used at a country level. So in Chile, they're looking at creating a golden record between the health system and their security system. So they have 2 different numbers, lots of different information, but by using an MDM, you can connect both of them. You have terminology, which is a hot topic right now. That's an engine. That means you can use partners that are specialized in terminology, and they can load in 3, 4, 5 different ones, even your own. You can make your own. This consent server, remember I told you about that? You give consent. We have CDS hooks. We have IGs, implementation guides. Each country has their own. And some big corporations have their own IGs. So you can have 1, 2, or multiple. A very robust audit service. Who did what? Who looked at what? When they did that? We have light bundles. We have OIDC, OAuth2 authentication. And this here is some of the external tools that you don't need to use ours. If you have an EMPI that you've been using for a long time, you can just connect and use yours. We have AI systems attaching to analytics. We do have some analytic capabilities in here. And then we can export this to other systems or other. Some people say, I want the data back on the old HL7 version 2. We can do that. We have federated systems. And this premium solution, it's growing. This is extra software that doesn't apply to everyone. We have clinical reasoning. Remember the clinical reasoning piece? Forms. Form is when you go to the doctor and you don't have to re-enter all your information again. You grab thing and then you push the button and all your data is there and all you do is confirm that everything is right and maybe you change the phone number. That is critical and that's connected to FHIR. P2P and PMP and HIDIS and all kinds of things here. And this is our cloud partners, AWS, Azure, a whole bunch of them. So we're cloud agnostics. In Colombia, they don't know whether they're going to go AWS or they're going to have their own system, but we can be deployed on-prem, on the cloud, or a combination of both. That is critical for some of the older systems to be on-prem. Some people, they're designing a machine to do eye surgery. They do not want that connected to the cloud. They don't want anybody messing with that. So that's going to be on-prem. And then we have this, the certifications, high trust. We have a number of them. And some of the customers in the US, they come to us strictly because we have the certifications. They need to apply for a project, some RFP in the government, and they don't have the certifications. But because they're using Smile as the underlying platform, part of that, it's a lot easier to get certified than not. And then we have, let me see, AppSphere. You can create a number of applications for your organization with a Smart on Fire system, and that controls which ones are active. You can shut them off, you can turn them on, you can give them more permissions, less permissions. That is critical on the rapid development of applications. The next steps. So I'm proposing that we do a pilot project. We do that with every country and every group that we do. Run by you. the indigenous community to highlight security, connectivity to your applications, scalability, so you can start small and grow, the open source fire standard, smart on fire applications capabilities, the consent, the electronic master patient index, we call it MDM. So that includes all the data, not just the patient data. So if you go to the HL7 website, you look at everything that HL7 handles, that's what the MPI takes care of it. And then we get clinical reasoning and the forms. And my dream is one day, his data will be stored and available, perhaps will save his life. Thank you very much. Now I'm open for questions, and I know there might be a couple of them. If not, I'll be around for the next 2 days, and I can give you some more technical details on the system. Oh, we have, is this going to be in Spanish or in English? Doesn't matter. It could be in Portuguese or Italian. No, he's coming.
With more and more people adopting Fire, sometimes like with companies like yours, sometimes by themselves, sometimes with open source, but as the adoption continues, do you think there's a space for a more federated approach of sharing health data rather than a centralization approach? Like, what are you thinking, like the pros and cons?
It is actually the same thing, federated and centralized. It has to do with who gets access to it. So let me tell you that this is a historical moment. For the first time in history, the whole world is adopting one standard. And I can say that because I go all over the place. And some countries now are mandating that by a certain date, you must have the information on Fire. So the latest one was Peru and Chile. It went through the Senate. And so there are laws now in the countries for interoperability that by a certain date, the data has to be available on Fire. The biggest one is the US. There's a number of dates and things. We've already gone through a few of them. Germany, 2 years ago, they requested that by a certain date, all the medication information in Germany has to be on Fire. That was the first one. Now they're doing other ones. In the Middle East, same thing. They're coming up with new laws, I guess, or requirements that the certain date. It's not going to be the only thing in the world, but the one of the main standards will be Fire. We can handle a number of different options too, not just Fire, but we're Fire native. So all the data is centralized in the system. It's on Fire. You can translate it to the old system or the text or whatever you need to do. So federated and centralized, it's very similar to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Another question over here.
Another one.
Yeah, just wondering about within Smile's suite of products, does your system have a data model that kind of organizes the data? Like when you're putting data in from so many sources, how do you keep track of what the data is and how it relates to each other?
The data model is called Fire. That is what we use. So if you go to the HL7 website, that's the model exactly. We don't change from it. A lot of them are normalized now. So customers don't have to come to us saying, hey, what's your data model? We said, just go to the website. It's all there. You can figure it out. Does that answer the...
Kind of. I mean, HL7 used to have something called the RIM, the Reference Information Model. So do you know is Fire built on the RIM from like 20 years ago?
No, the new Fire system is completely new. And it's, like I say, it actually does change. We just went from R4 to R5. That's the latest standard. So Smile, it's always 2 years ahead of technology. So we're working on things that are going to come out in 2 years from now. So we were the first company to switch to R5 if you need it. We're backwards compatible. Most organizations in the world are going to be using R4 for the next year or two, even though some of the techies are calling me saying, Hernan, this R5, it's so much better than R4. But it's in the technicality. But if you look at the data model, is called FHIR. That's what we use. So that you can say, what is the name of the user or the name of the patient or whatever, it's all there, very specific. Good, that was a really good question. That's the idea of standardization, interoperability, normalization, is because we can all talk the same language. Don't be afraid. If not, like I say, I have more technical stuff on my laptop that I can answer later on. Going once. I'm waiting. What Sherry says about my presentation. I love it. She's so good at it, summarizing everybody's presentation. Thank you very much.
Oh, I'm good. That was really interesting. In a former life, I worked IT for an environmental company. So I've actually never worked in IT for healthcare. So I didn't know what FHIR was. If I could sum it up, I looked at a UBC article that said, FHIR, burning a path to interoperability in healthcare. If I could summarize what you had been discussing. So Hernan is from Smile Digital Health, and you gave us examples around how 51% of traffic girls had been in child welfare, and 50% of the traffic girls were Indigenous. In addition to that, I was recently elected as the health director for my First Nation. So I'm closely tied to the BC First Nations Health Authority, and they had a conference in Prince George because one thing that's really happened in BC is the opioid crisis. And so I just wanted to share that I got to meet Stuart Borehill, who is the Chief Information Officer and the Information Manager for First Nations Health Authority. And some of the statistics around the opioid crisis were that in British Columbia, First Nations represent 3.3% of the province's population, but account for 16.4% of the toxic drug poisoning deaths in 2022. 15.2% of all of the overdoses that happened, like 34% were women, 65.5% were men. Basically, the main thing that I took away from that was just that First Nations residents in BC, the First Nations women in particular died at 11.2% the rate of other female BC residents in 2022, and First Nations men were at 4.7% the rate of other male BC residents in 2022. So those are realities in our communities, and I'm hoping that unlocking health data is going to help us start addressing some of the core issues happening, particularly around COVID. You know, mental health and people turn to substances, and addiction is at an all-time high. So specifically, I wanted to talk about FHIR. So your application is called Happy FHIR. It's an open source data, probably a Linux backend. It has flexibility and agility, speed, it's cost effective, there's solid information security, and that it is a complete implementation of the HL7 FHIR standard for healthcare interoperability in Java. So it's really about making data accessible when it's needed. It saves time and money and enables for better patient outcomes. So Smile's estimates showed that for provider, that if they used a particular plugin called AppSphere, it could save a company between $300 to $400 per 1,000 patients per year, or $100,000 for every 250,000 population size. So ultimately, outside of Happy Fire, I was looking at AppSphere, which was more so about workflow management, and that there's a world of apps that are used in the health environment, and you're really looking at compliance for your systems. So that can be a pain with the risk of different violations, confusion over relevant applications and legal issues, stemming from security breaches or non-compliance from third-party apps. And so I just wanted to highlight that about the end-to-end point management that I saw. So you also talked about the data fabric and about how that reduces vendor lock-in and expensive P2P integrations. And you also talked about master data management, MDM. And ultimately, that FHIR is the fast healthcare interoperability resources, and it's developed by HL7, and it's a standard that defines how healthcare information can be exchanged between different computer systems regardless of how it's stored in those systems. So can I have a show of hands who's actively working? I'm just out of my own curiosity, how many people are working on FHIR implementations? Yeah. So I saw 5 people. That's really good. So it's definitely up and coming in healthcare. It's a standard that's been around for a long time. And it, like you said, you're working on things, forward-thinking. Things will be available within the next 2 years. So thank you very much. I learned a lot in your presentation, and I look forward to touching base with you again afterwards. Okay, so next we have a presentation from Charles Bighead about Birdies and Okamesis Cree Nation project. And so Charles has been involved with Saskatchewan First Nations e-health systems since 2000, where he began as the regional network administrator for FNIH. Early on, most of his duties were providing network and application support at First Nations health centers, and in 2005, Charles joined the Northern Health Strategy for a 2-year multi-jurisdictional project called Shared Paths. The purpose of the project was to address jurisdictional barriers and advance common e-health solutions for Northern Saskatchewan health organizations. In 2007, he joined the Northern Intertribal Health Authority, where he is presently positioned as their e-health advisor. Charles's main duties involve building First Nations capacity for e-health systems, and he is a member of the Birdies and Okamesis Cree Nation and resides in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. His background includes emergency medical technician, EMT, computer science at UBC, and silviculture. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Before I get started, I just like to introduce myself again. I'm the co-chair of the National Indigenous IT Alliance, and one of the things we wanted to do among the steering committee is do some more community showcases. So you'll have one later today. There was supposed to have been one yesterday. And yeah, so I'll get started. So I'm from Birdies and Okamesis Cree Nation. It's about 2 hours north of here. We have about 1,700 on-reserve band members and about 370 homes. You know, so that's a slightly larger than average First Nations. We developed a fixed wireless internet solution. Just a quick overview. It's very simple. Pretty simple concept. The fun is in the details, though, you know, how as a project manager, you know, overcoming these challenges, trying to stay on track and all that. So I think that's the main point of my presentation is how we overcame that, how we did it. Like I said, the concept is quite simple. So there is a main fiber corridor between Saskatoon and Prince Albert, and we were able to tap into that and get a 10 gig fiber backlink for our fixed wireless system. We built 2 150-foot towers, and we got 20 access points. We operate in both the licensed and the unlicensed frequencies. And to date, we've got about 300 homes connected to this internet system. Okay, so here's a couple pictures of the towers we built. I'll speak more about this northeast tower. It was supposed to have been a guy wire tower, but I'll explain why we changed to a self-supporting tower. So communities are quite proud of this. You know, when we put these up, we didn't put lights on top because it was well below the regulations for requiring emergency lights. But you know, as a beacon of you know, a point of reference in the community, wherever you are in the community, you can see these lights at night, and that was an add-on right at the end of the project. So how we did it is we went through the Universal Broadband Fund. In January, we submitted our proposal in January 2021, and we went through that rapid response stream. So we were actually supposed to start and finish that same year. This was a very good program. Innovation, Science, and Economic Development, they paid for 90% of the eligible costs, and Beardy's and Okamas's Cree Nation, they paid for 10% of the eligible costs and the non-eligible costs. So in total, the project was $2.2 million. So why did we pick wireless? Well, copper wouldn't meet that 50-10 requirement. Fiber is cost prohibitive, and you know, we couldn't do it within 1 year. So we went with a wireless. We went with a terrestrial wireless. We could have gone with these low orbital satellite systems. Like actually one of the communities east of here, about 3 hours drive, they went through the UBF and they purchased Starlinks for every house. And I don't know what the arrangement, what the service fee is, you know, but I'd be sure interested to know if they got a collective rate. Otherwise, it's, you know, 150 times how many houses. So yeah, we went with the terrestrial fixed wireless internet solution. It's our community. It's quite appropriate for, you know, this fixed wireless where you know, line of sight is a critical component for performance, or the terrain's fairly flat and there's low bushes. So there's three main components. Like you got your internet service provider will give you access to the internet. You know, you got your fixed wireless network, and then you have your CPEs, your customers, your home installations. So for the internet service provider, we wound up going with Rogers. If you look at the numbers, it's pretty straightforward reason why we went with Rogers. We went with these other service providers. They're just not really sustainable. You know, 1 gig, you know, almost 5,000, 2 gigs, you know, almost 9,000, 10 gigs, 3,750. So no brainer there. Shaw, initially they estimated, you know, 400K to install that fiber, but they actually reduced it to 150. So we didn't question that, and of course we'll take it, and that offset a lot of other costs. Because like any other projects, you know, you underestimate some areas and overestimate other areas, so you create a surplus. So Shaw was quite a valued partner in making this a reality. 10 gigs might be overkill for our communities because we're not, you know, we don't have to throttle back any homes yet. You know, the bottlenecks, the link between the house and the towers. So at the network edge, we don't have to do any throttling. As for the wireless consultants, we wound up going with a company that specializes in wireless communications out of Quebec, Xera. I'm going to talk about the timeline a little later, but this was through an RFP process, and we were looking for a complete solution. We got a lot of proposals from wireless engineers, but we also wanted the build side of it too, almost a turnkey solution. So there were two that really stood out, and we wound up making a good choice. The actual network management, so that's the fixed wireless network, you know, the switches and radios and Network Edge, UTM, and all that, plus the home installations and home user support. That's all managed by Beauty. Something I forgot to mention here is that this is completely owned and controlled by our community, so that's different. You know, I think there's a few First Nations that have done the same, but there's a lot of advantages to that, having it completely owned. BRDs, you know, they can set the rates for subscribers. Right now, they've decided they'll just pay for the operational costs out of the band operational funds rather than, you know, charging a subscription fee, but that might change in the near future. So BRDs, we actually hired a local IT company, but that's owned by our local members. His name is Ryan Thomas, and he runs Indigenized Tech. He was actually the health director or the director of IT for Saskatoon Tribal Council. Then he went, started his own company, and he's been very busy. This has created a lot of work for him, not just in managing the network and setting up computers, but you know, other offshoots, computer sales, computer training, that sort of thing. And these are all band members too. A couple of these folks here, they're actually graduates from SIIT, and they, you know, IT. It's a continual learning opportunity, a thing. And these guys, they're doing spectrum analysis. You know, they understand frequencies and channel bandwidths and you know, and SNR and all that. You know, there's something they may have not learned at SIIT, but they sure became experts at that. You know, as well as monitoring, managing the network with a centralized application. So that's great. You know, it's owned by our community and it's run by our community members, and you know, that's I think at the end of the day that's what you really want. So here's a project timeline. Like I said, you know, it's a pretty straightforward project, but the fun part was you know, delivering it, completing it. So in November of 2020, the Trudeau government announced UBF in November. So in early part of December, I put out 2 quick RFPs for a fixed wireless network system as well as an ISP for that mean fiber backhaul. Then I spent the whole Christmas break working on the proposal and trying to understand that ISED's online application is quite complex, but it was doable. And then we submitted the application in mid-January of 2021. So we were supposed to be done this project in 2021. That's 2 years ago. And, you know, and we didn't get notified till July finally that our project was approved. So in my mind, I kept thinking, you know, we're supposed to be done this October 30th and it's July already. But at that time, they revealed that they got extensions for this UBF. And so there was another long stretch where, you know, we were negotiating and finalized that contribution agreement. So that didn't happen till February of the following year. So, you know, for the first year and a bit, it was, you know, trying to go through the process of. And so in February of 2022, we signed the agreements, and then we were off to the races. You know, everything went pretty smooth, pretty fast with the building of the towers and acquiring all the radio equipment and all the CPE stuff, and you know, it was all good. And then it kind of came to a screeching halt towards by the summer of 2022. There was a big problem between Omnitrax, who are owners of a railroad station, railway, and Shaw. There were, you know, they couldn't agree on crossing the fiber line under the railroad tracks. Now, it seems pretty simple, you know, there's no trenching involved, it's all side boring, and you put a conduit and you run a fiber. But there are issues such as, you know, what happens if, you know, we sell the railroad and you got to remove that. That could be very expensive. Well, not really. You just snip the fiber. You know, it's just a little conduit going through there. And then there was the Shaw-Rogers merger that stalled things as well too. But that created a lot of problems for us because, again, in our mind, we're trying to get this done before the winter because the winters are pretty severe here. So we started installing the outdoor units, you know, the radios, directional antennas, masts, and all that, and surge protectors. So, you know, let's get that done. So, you know, all that after that it would take is to run another Cat 6 inside and install the home router. You're done. You know, but never works out that simple. But anyway, I don't know what I'm doing for time. I'll breeze through this. So I'm just pleased to say that we went live finally. This was finally resolved, and we flipped the switch in July of this year, and we followed up with a lot of these second home visits to install the indoor units, and so now we got internet in our communities. So just a little technical stuff here. We built 2 towers, and we got 90-degree and radios, and we split it up into 20 sectors. As you see, we're getting pretty good, strong signals and pretty good throughput, and the whole point of this was to distribute the load. You know, so that was a pretty good performance indicators, but the real indicators are testimonials are coming from your people, you know, the guys who are getting out, and they just love it, you know. I think that low orbit stuff is pretty good, but ours is just a little better, and if you're a gamer, you'll notice that difference, but if you're just a regular user, they're both good. Yeah, the communities are very happy about this. Yeah, I spoke a little about this. You know, something that struck me was, you know, we were getting these top 2 wireless internet service providers. You know, they were providing internet at our community prior to this project, but it was so slow. It's not even usable on windy days or a little bit of rain. You know, it's dirt slow, like dial-up. You know, but people would pay. They pay $150 a month for that. You know. When one of them found out what we were doing, they immediately reduced their rate to $60 a month just to retain the customers they had before. You know, Starlink's pretty good, but like I said, you know, the price point of or the monthly subscription fee, $150, that might not be affordable for a portion of our population on reserve. And that's another thing I want to point out is. You know, why the chief and council wanted to own this system is because they didn't want to leave anybody behind. You know, there's certainly, you know, a portion of the reserve that can easily pay the monthly service subscription, but there's, as you know, there are a portion that are not, and those are the ones that should not be left behind. Okay, right now it's a relatively low operational costs, monthly operational for that network management and help desk and that 10 gig fiber link, you know, so our chief and council are bearing those costs, but we might have to start charging a fee because we don't have anything for contingency like for spare equipment or licensing for the UTM that are going to expire in 3 years, or we're using the 365 license frequency, and that's going to be reallocated in 2027, so we're going to have to get some new radios and subscriber modules. Yeah, so, you know, if we just raised $15,000 a month, that would cover the operational cost plus the maintenance, the future costs, so we can easily reach that target because we've got 300 homes. You know, if on average they paid, you know, $50 a month, we'd easily be able to maintain the system. Yeah, so we of course, like any project, we had some issues. One of our radios went down in Sector 5, and you can't just climb that tower, and you got to get a licensed rigger for that. So, and again, this was all pretty fast. We didn't have any spare equipment, so I think we did pretty good. It was just, we just lost a few days. We found a supplier that was able to ship us a radio right away, and then the current one that went down, we put an RMA, so now we have a spare, and we got pretty good relations with the tower company, so they already sent one as soon as we needed them. That fiber optic, I already spoke about that. Users, they sometimes their dogs rip out chew on a Cat5 cable outside and wreck it, or else they lost the passcode. We try to standardize the code, so it's, things like that. And of course, we had here in Saskatchewan, we get these occasional plow ones. I don't know if you've ever experienced a plow one, but they're quite a spectacular weather phenomenon. Just pushes everything in its path for several minutes. It's not quite like a tornado, but it took out a few of our masts. And interference, one of the competing service providers decided to start operating in overlapping frequency range. So that slowed some of our customer speeds down, but the equipment we have, and we're working with the entire 5 gigahertz range, so there's spaces in there where we're able to move. So I'd like to spend a couple minutes now about lessons learned now. So to make this happen, you certainly have to have that leadership support. Every leader's gonna say, yeah, we'd love it, but who actually gets behind it? Who's actually gonna, pass some motions and to make this reality. So we had very good leadership. They were right behind this right from the get-go. The first person they assigned me was the CFO, but he was a nice person, smart and all that, but he wouldn't reply to my request for information or decision points, till a week later. And I approached the chief and I told him, this, I can't do it. You guys give me somebody else because this project's going to move too fast. So he assigned me to the director of economic development. Thereafter, he was very responsive, immediate request for purchases, all very fast. So you got to have that leadership support. Again, that First Nations ownership. Other than what's different than a profit-driven financial model is the goal here is to get every home connected, every user internet access, and you're not going to get that, with a profit-driven model. We had some great partners from the private sector. That's key. We've had to go back to them, to address some issues, and they're very responsive. So, they're not just being paid to like us. They generally wanted to help us. Spectrum. We had to deal with those issues, and we did try and get a block of public IPs or IP4 addresses, but as you know, they ran out several years ago. So we're doing a lot of that on this. One thing about that, I must be naive, but there's a lot of computer illiteracy in our community. It's understandable if they haven't had internet access. So, that's, I'm finding that with not just the older population, like my age, but a lot of the younger folks too, like in 20s, 30s. I was surprised by that. The kids, they get their internet knowledge from the schools, so they know more. But that's quite a kind of a puzzling, That's a symptom of the whole reserve system. Of course, you gotta know how to handle a project and handle all the curves and twists you're going to get. Local, I've always said that the best resources are the ones that are right in the community because they're the most reactive. Aside from creating local employment, all that. Just off topic a little bit. We talked about layer 1, 2, and 3 when we did a NIITA business case, and the best operating model for IT systems is where local IT folks are hired, and so that's what they're happening in Beardy's, and that's what's happening in Stanley Mission. One of my good friend here, Lester, he started by himself, and he's had to hire some more local guys to manage the band off schools and so forth. And then whenever they need second or third tier support, they know where to go. We had to train and mentor because this is all new systems, so we provided that. And of course, we got to think long term and have spare equipment on hand, contingencies, and communications too. This project was delayed by about a year, and the local people, they see these towers and they're saying, what the heck's going on? When's the internet here? Is this, they all kind of ideas start forming in their heads about why this is, and in some, the 300 homes, when you have only a couple support techs, it takes a while to get to every home, and so there's a lot of impatience and frustration. So that's it. I just wanted to, it's a pretty straightforward project, but I think the fun was in the journey. So, are we doing on time? Oh, we're over. Okay, so no questions. No, if you got any questions? Questions? Do you want to take a quick question, anybody?
Yeah, any questions?
No? Okay. Okay.
Record, Good morning. I really enjoyed hearing this. What are the chances, or what's the possibility or the feasibility of applying that type of model in other communities? Or is that the intent as well?
Well, fixed wireless is just generally speaking, it's lower cost than fiber. Like this community, they're quite well off, relatively speaking. They've been able to do fiber right to the home, but fixed wireless, that's a good option. The big issue is going to be the line of sight. So if you're in northern Saskatchewan where you have 60-foot trees, you can't be setting up mini towers at every home. It might be better to try and work with those very low frequency license holders and try and do something that can, that tree penetrating type of wireless technology. Yeah. But yeah, certainly this is, this is fixed wireless is, if it's done right, it works. But as you know, if it's not done right, you're going to get some pretty poor speeds, unreliable connections, that sort of thing. Okay, I'll take it.
Charles asked for me not to give a summary. All I want to say is that I'm really inspired by your presentation. I'm essentially doing the same thing in Atlin. I just got the commitment from ISED though in the spring, and I had to switch the local incumbency from TELUS to Northwest Tel. We don't have Rogers in our area, so thank you again. Up next, we have Trycycle talking about their talking stick app, Every Voice Matters, and their one-year report. And our presenters are Geoff Schaadt, the Chief Information Officer, and also Kelly Gregoire, the Chief Operation Officer. So Kelly is an integral part of the leadership team, overseeing day-to-day operations and driving change in a rapid and highly innovative environment. Kelly has held senior management positions for more than 20 years, both in startup environments and in large enterprise corporations. Kelly is an active member of the Invest Ottawa Community and Advisory Groups, COO Forum, Ladies Who Launch, and Ottawa's Customer Success Peer Group. Kelly studied applied management at Algonquin College of Applied Arts and Technology. Geoff has been working at the intersection of technology and medical services for more than 25 years. With degrees from Purdue University, the University of Arizona, and an MBA from the University of Ottawa, Geoff loves helping people on the front line with new technologies that make their work easier and more effective.
Check. All right. Forward. Okay. Good morning. Good to see everybody. Thank you for inviting me to speak with you. I am Kelly Gregoire. I came here from Ottawa. Not my first time in Saskatchewan. It feels like home to me. I have the pleasure today of speaking with all of you about our company, Trycycle Data Systems, about some of the programs that we have built, but most especially we're going to focus on Talking Stick, which is a program that was born, developed, and is active right here in the province. By show of hands, anyone from last year remember the Talking Stick presentation? Oh, wonderful. So that allows me to talk a little bit about who we are. I'm really passionate about two things, and Geoff will come up and he'll talk about what he's passionate about, but I'm very passionate about people and technology, and I have the pleasure of working for a company that really bridges those two things together. Culture is really important for us too. This is a really recent picture from our Ottawa office. I love it because it demonstrates the diversity of our team. The type of work that we do, and I'm going to get into that, really it makes sense to make sure that we have representation from all sorts of professions, perspectives, backgrounds, language, culture, and it's a real honor to be part of that, part of this growth. As I mentioned, our base of operations is in Ottawa. We're a proudly Canadian company, and in 2017 the company was created. We are now 219 people. What makes me very excited to share is that 193 of those people are actually new jobs that were created right here in the province, which makes our company 88% Indigenous. That all happened within the last 16 months. Our dedication, our focus has always been really centered around our name. If anyone looks up our name on the internet, you'll maybe think it's a typo, Trycycle. And that is because it's our commitment to work together with communities, agencies, individuals, to try and break the cycle of mental health, addiction, depression, and loneliness. That's a big mission statement. We are nowhere without our people. And going back to my passion, people in tech, software doesn't save lives, people do. And we're really proud of the relationship that we have with the healthcare providers, community health workers, and a special group of people that I'm going to share with you, which are called peer advocates. What you might not know, this is the U.S. Surgeon General, but we are living in multiple epidemics right now, but the one that is the most concerning is loneliness. It is something that is actually quite fatal. This is a direct quote from the U.S. Surgeon General. Loneliness is more dangerous than obesity and as damaging to your health is smoking 15 cigarettes a day. If you want to take a minute and just process that, it's a really significant statement in that loneliness kills. Loneliness and isolation, it's been proven. There's been reports since 2020. This is just kind of revalidating that. So how can tech, how can people combat that loneliness? You might think that a cell phone is actually one of the contributing factors. In fact, we've worked with technology for many, many years, and we know that when you combine tech with people, compassionate people, not robots, not chatbots. They have a place in the world, but not in the space that we live in. We want to connect technology with real people. So what we do is we build technology and software programs and solutions. I'm going to talk about Talking Stick, which is why I'm here, but I'm going to talk about really two programs. We want to use technology to promote empathy and compassion and human connection. That's a really integral part of everything that we're doing. That is why the workforce is so important. That's why we want to make sure that we've got a really great group of frontline workers. So really hard to put in pictures what we do, but this is just a visual aid for me. At surface level, you're going to see that we have two apps. Most people have a cell phone. We are committed to working with at-risk and vulnerable populations. Why that's important is we have to understand that those populations may not have the latest and greatest iPhones, maybe even not great internet connectivity. So we really want to make sure that we have lots of options for people. And that's what these two solutions represent. I think having an option is part of accessibility and access, making sure that people have choices, choices for language, choices for how to consume information. You have a cell phone, you have a laptop, you have a Chromebook at school, you've got to be able to access some tools. So we do have two tools, they have two different names. Tetherall is actually how we started as a company. We really started in the clinical space and spent about a decade working with scientists and researchers and behavioralists to really understand where that breakdown was when people are in treatment for care. Where are they overdosing or having relapses in those events? I really liked, Smile Health. A lot of the topics that he shared today were very, very close to what we're doing. The other tool is Talking Stick, which I'm excited to get to. This is the build-up. They're very different by design. One is high PHI, so a lot of personal health information. It does require a login, a username, and a password. It is connected to a health team. We are not a health service provider. We're a technology company. Talking Stick, on the other hand, is very unique and special because it is an anonymous platform. It also looks very different. It looks indigenous because it is a tool by First Nations for First Nations. The Tetherall platform and Talking Stick together really has served as a model. A lot of tools, fork and knife, spoon, you can use them independently, you can use them together. That's how we see our solutions. They do not need to work together, but they can. Tetherall really comes out of the name of a digital compassionate tether. If you're sensing a theme, compassion is really important to us in human compassion. It is meant to be an early intervention tool. It is also accessible in multiple languages. You'll see we have it in English and Cree. We do have some communities right here in Saskatchewan that are using this with their clients. Geoff, our CEO, will talk about data, privacy, security at a much deeper level, and you can certainly ask questions, but making sure that we adhere to OCAP principles and making sure that this solution is PIPEDA compliant is non-negotiable for us. in a nutshell, how this tool works is it's very low touch, low tech. Again, back to accessibility, literacy, language, options, access. It does have a secure login for the client, a secure login for a clinician, all sorts of data in the middle, and all sorts of other aspects of it that are contained in a secure platform. The ultimate goal is that it tethers people to their health team. The outcomes of this one are actually really powerful. I'm not going to spend too much time on it, but through this program, we have learned that people are showing up for treatment, they're staying engaged in treatment longer, and we've had 0 overdose deaths or relapses in any client using Tetherall for 4 consecutive years. So back to Talking Stick, and I do want to acknowledge Talking Stick is the result of a partnership. I want to recognize the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. They're here in the room with us. They've been incredible partners, and this program is also funded by Indigenous Services Canada. So what happens if you are an individual who has experienced lack of trust, some shame, some judgment? This happens in Indigenous environments, non-Indigenous minority environments. It happens to all of us, but we do know that there is an opportunity and a place to address this. This is a very real concern in Indigenous environments. A lot of mistrust, a lot of fear of judgment, and just going back to that loneliness. Loneliness can be a symptom that is really a cycle, right? Lonely people, mental health is elevated. And that could mean something as simple as you're lonely in your thoughts, you're lonely in your feelings, you're lonely in your disease, you're lonely in your house, in your marriage, at your school, in your place of work. And what do you do? How do you combat that loneliness if you really don't feel that there's a safe place for you to connect with someone? Maybe you are ashamed. Maybe you are not living in a safe house. Maybe you are a child that really doesn't have an option. That shame, that fear of judgment, and that mistrust can be a massive barrier for somebody walking into a clinic, a health facility, or even just picking up the phone and asking for help. And that's why we answered the call. Thanks to the leadership and the innovation at FSIN. About a year ago, 18 months ago, they asked us to answer the call. They asked us if, as a tech company, we could consider an anonymous option. It's fascinating. It's a whole nother topic, but anonymous data is an interesting space. There's lots of opportunity. There's also lots of unknowns, which makes it very different than a lot of the things we've done to date. When you work with patients and clients and you have health information and health records, it's very predictable. There's a lot of insights you can gather and behaviors. Anonymous data is a whole different beast. So, Talking Stick is the name of the program. Again, it's the response to FSIN's call to action, which was Indigenous people needed a safe place to have safe conversations, not feel worried or ashamed or silly or stupid. All topics are on the table, anything from health to homework to relationships to even sometimes you just need someone to share some positive news with, and you just don't have that person. The backbone of Talking Stick is our peer advocates. By show of hands, does anyone know what a peer advocate or a peer support person is? Oh, that's great. Okay, great. So, I'm actually going to skip ahead and I'll go back. Unlike a crisis counselor, a mental health professional, a clinician, a licensed therapist, all of the individuals that treat mental health and behavioral health disorders, substance use addiction, those individuals, as we know, are really burdened and they have a very special place in someone's health journey. there are not enough of those people out there. They are limited, restricted, and the ratio is just unrealistic. Peer individuals are people like yourselves that have shared experience. Somebody who has gone through your journey, someone who has walked your steps before. It could mean anything from, I've also lived on a reserve. I know what it's like. I've also experienced domestic violence. I know what it's like. I've also experienced mistrust and shame and isolation. And who better to have that experience and conversation than someone who's lived in your shoes? So in the context of Talking Stick, our 186 peer advocates that work and live right here in Saskatchewan have joined the program. I wish they could all be here today because I really want to acknowledge the importance of what they're doing. They are trained to listen without judgment. They're not trained to provide support because they're not licensed therapists. But what they do is they act as a bridge between perhaps that hesitancy of picking up the phone and asking for help, perhaps the intimidation that might be experienced of going to a hospital. They're all real people. I do want to stress that. I think it's important to know that these are, again, no disrespect to Chatbox. Awesome. I use ChatGPT every day and lots of AI. But real people helping real people. All Indigenous, all from Saskatchewan. It is mandatory. We're all people. We all share experience and life and hurt and struggle and love. But there are nuances in where you live. North, south, east, west, Canada, U.S., and it's really, really important that we respect those unique nuances. Talking Stick is I have the privilege of sort of doing a 1-year recap. If you not a lot of people were here last year, so it allows me to talk about the journey. And Charles had mentioned that. I actually really loved it. You said half the fun is the journey. I hesitate to use the word fun. This is a very serious topic. But it has been fun in the sense of there's been a lot of learning and there's been a lot of listening and there's been a lot of energy, enthusiasm, and momentum. This is what the tool looks like. It is active in the province of Saskatchewan. We are just about to roll this out in the province of Ontario, and we do have a motion of support from the Assembly of First Nations, signed in August 14th, to take this national. So this is not just an app. This is a model with all sorts of moving parts and components that are benefiting and providing benefits to communities and people. I don't speak Cree, but if you do, we do have the app in multiple Indigenous languages. We do make sure that the artwork and the design and whatnot is respected as well. It's a safe place for conversations about anything. What makes this truly unique, there's no username, there's no password, we do not save the data. So we're a data company. What the heck are we doing in this anonymous space, and what can we get out of this? Kind of jumped the gun. Why Talking Stick? Again, credit to FSIN and our partners. It didn't exist. So if you're kind of looking around saying, isn't there already something out there like this? No, there's not. Not a safe place for Indigenous people to connect, by Indigenous, for Indigenous. So 1 year later, we actually launched June 2022. So I'm sort of doing a 1 year since the last NIITA event, but officially we launched June of 2022. We launched with 30 peer advocates and I believe 3 regional managers. Was it a resounding success? No. It takes a while to build trust, a long while. And that was a learning curve that we had. Just because you build it, people don't just come, right? You have to show up. You have to listen. You have to adapt, and you have to be patient. Sometimes with my team, I sort of say it's like a Band-Aid, right? You get a Band-Aid, you put it in your closet, but it's there when you need it. Talking Stick is a tool that a lot of people have on their hip right now. They might not use it, but it's certainly there when people need it. The model has really blossomed. Communities, individuals, agencies, community-based health workers, Sask Health Authority, universities, there's all sorts of different groups that are coming to us saying, this is outstanding. I do want to talk a little bit about some of those ancillary benefits and the growth of Talking Stick. Started out as tech, started out as this peer support platform, and it's really, really blossomed into a model that we are confident is worth repeating across the country. So as I mentioned, the top 3 little circles there, peer support, jobs in tech, that was our primary goal, and that's what we have achieved. Lots of other things continue to happen. We do continue to invest in language, the promotion and protection of language and culture. We work with local artists. We celebrate all forms of art. We're trying to bring more art into all the stuff that we're doing. Language is really important, making sure that not only the app's available, but the service is available, and also that content. So if we have brochures and pamphlets, we want to make sure that we're part of language promotion and protection. School visits, that's been a huge turning point. Showing up physically, you cannot create relationships over Zoom. I know we had to because of the pandemic, but we're way past that. That's why we have 193 people physically in the region. They are driving to remote areas, to flying communities, to schools. They're talking with classrooms and teachers and university, all of the age groups. They're talking to industry. They are meeting with health groups that are saying, oh my gosh, this is an incredible extension of our team. Thank you for being here. The skills building is something that I don't think we had anticipated. It's some of our, a beautiful lesson learned. Some, not all of the peer advocates that applied to join the program had the heart, the lived experience, the language, but may not have had a lot of skill in digital literacy, maybe had never done a PowerPoint, had never joined a Zoom, had never used an app in the way that we were asking them to. So really proud to be part of that skills building. We're also really proud of some work that we're doing with SIIT and some other institutions here. We're also really excited about the data. Very hard. How do you find data to really represent a program that is a heart and soul? How do you put numbers to a 10-year-old boy that had nowhere else to turn in the middle of the night because his parents were drinking and he was afraid? It's very hard to put that into numbers, and it's a challenge, but it's also a blessing. That anonymity is sacred. We are holding firm on that. All of the chat information is deleted as soon as the chat ends. There's nothing stored on your phone. There's nothing stored on our servers. It is completely gone. We do, however, because we are a data company and we have a solution, we do have the opportunity to look at behaviors, trends, adoption. So how are people using it? What times of day are they using it? Do we need more peer advocates at 3 in the morning, on Thursdays at 5 p.m.? Are they using it more when there's an event, a positive event or a safety issue? So we can connect those dots from performance and usage. Just a couple of highlights on the data, and then I'm going to invite Geoff up very soon to talk about the IT side of things. So since we launched June of 2022, we've had over 17,699 visits. That's just the Saskatchewan initiative, so quite a broad reach. We've exchanged over 47,000 messages through the app. 40% of the conversations are about remember loneliness and depression, how prominent that is and how deadly that is. 40% of those conversations are about depression and loneliness. I'm going to answer the question that's on your mind. Didn't I just say we don't save any of the data? How do we know that the conversations were about anything? We do ask our peer advocates after they have a chat to fill in a very short survey. And what they do is they indicate into categories. What was the nature of the conversation? Were you talking about suicide, residential schools, water, access, family, relationships? So we do have that information, and it's derived in that fashion. We know that the length of chats that are longer, the topics that have longer engagements are about suicide, self-harm, grief and loss. On average, 23 minutes, and you'll hear a story in a moment of a much longer engagement. We don't put a time limit on it. You certainly can't force somebody if they're kind of sharing their story. Talking Stick is a destination that is now trusted and feels safe. Almost 9,000 downloads. We also have a web access, so people can go and access it through the website. If you don't have a phone, you can go grab a chat at any time, my.talkingstick.app. And 1 in 5 people are repeat users. So people are coming back. They're having a good experience. They may be connecting with somebody on a personal level, and then they're coming back. I'm going to share this video because what I've learned in this journey for the last 18 plus months is Indigenous voices matter, and empowering Indigenous voices really, really matter. I have the pleasure of being here, but I really want you to hear from a peer advocate themselves. This person is going to share in their own words what it means to be a peer advocate. Real person from this province sharing an engagement. Before we hit play, this took place 2 weeks ago in our office in Ottawa. We wanted to inspire some more skills building, more coaching, and more mentoring. So we asked our peer advocates if they wanted to participate in a writing challenge. The writing challenge was share with us your most impactful engagement with Talking Stick as a peer awarded We had the very difficult task of picking only a few that were awarded the spot and were invited to Ottawa to share their story live. So this is one of those stories. I'll see if I can, oh yeah, good.
Yeah, hello there. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kenneth Lewis-Size. I'm 24 years old from James Smith First Nation. And I currently work at the gold mines. I work for Trycycle here. I work for Betstamp. This is honestly my first time speaking in front of like anyone. So, yeah, this is my story. Okay, a lifeline in the digital world. There's something incredibly profound about the simple act of listening. It's like holding up a mirror to someone, reflecting their worth, their stories, and their struggles. Through the Talking Stick platform, I've been privileged to be that mirror for countless individuals. But there is one conversation that left an inedible mark on my heart. One evening, an anonymous user logged into the app. Her initial reluctance suggested she might have just been testing the waters, but as hours rolled by, the depth of her struggle came to light. This brave single mother was grappling with the weight of a difficult relationship and the overwhelming urge to give up. Our exchange began lightly, sharing music, discussing mutual interests, and swapping stories. It was about a 2-hour-long conversation we had that night. But as the layers peeled back, our conversation transformed into an exchange of vulnerabilities and shared human experiences. She questioned me, giving her a glimpse into my world. Yet my priority remained to give her a voice and a safe space to voice her pain. This became more than just another chat, it was a lifeline. I was reminded of the devastating loss of my cousin to suicide and the enormity of what it means to be truly there for someone. Sorry, I keep getting lost here. I genuinely believe that on that day, we might have both saved a life together. My role as a peer advocate isn't just about offering advice, it's about offering a piece of oneself without judgment. In that prolonged conversation, the most beautiful thing happened. Amidst the despair, we found moments of joy, understanding, and a genuine connection. It was a potent reminder of the power of presence, the value of empathy, and the impact we can make by simply being there for someone. I share this story not just as an entry to this contest, but as a testament to the remarkable platform Trycycle has created. A platform where meaningful connections are forged, lives are saved, and every chat is a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. I want to express my deep gratitude for the invaluable platform you've created, and as a proud member of James Smith Cree Nation, fills me with immense pride to support members from my community and communities beyond. It's truly a blessing to provide a digital haven for those hesitant to share their pain and struggles publicly. The anonymity your platform offers is a thoughtful touch, ensuring individuals can voice their worries without the fear of judgment. Thank you for providing us, the peer advocates, the opportunity to make a difference in this unique and impactful way. Yeah.
I'm going to invite Geoff Schaadt up. Sorry, I have 2 seconds. Come on up. I just wanted to thank Kenny. If you didn't catch it, Kenny works in the gold mines, but he's also part of our team. What I love about Kenny's story, aside from the authenticity and the realness, is just the honesty. First time presenting, first time doing this writing project, first time coming to Ottawa. It's just a real privilege to be part of that growth and that skills building. And without further ado, Geoff Schaadt.
Thank you. And lunch is ready, so I promise I'm going to hammer through fast. All right, so what are some of the lessons we've learned? The community brought a lot of great ideas to us that, you know, a lot of minds are always better than a couple of minds, right? And some of the really great things we got were, we've already had 22 students go through their practicum at SIT and FNU. These are mental health workers, social workers, et cetera. And they've done a lot of their clinical hours as part of the, sorry about that. They've done a lot of their hours online as peer advocates. So it was another platform that we never dreamed something like that would be available to help with the training of these individuals. Chromebooks, Kelly talked about school visits. One of the things that came out was we've got several thousand Chromebooks, my understanding, that have the shortcut to mytalkingstick.app available to the students at any time, just installed in their Chromebooks. And then the career pathway. We currently have 6 regional managers, full-time employees here in Saskatchewan. 3 of them came from the PA community and are now full-time employees within the Talking Stick environment. So that's pretty exciting for us. The other thing we learned, design matters. Yeah, shocker, right? Everybody knows that if you don't have great design, you don't have great engagement. And we built this really fast, 89 days from approval to production rollout. But part of that, you know, it becomes an MVP at that point, and it looks like it, obviously. But we worked with the community who felt like it wasn't Indigenous enough. Great, let's get some Indigenous art in there. Let's consult the community about what they like, what they see, and the response has been really, really good. How many times have you read this in one of the 30 email newsletters that you never signed up for, but we all keep getting them? We live in a data-driven world, and it's true, and I could spend 30 minutes talking about that. I'm not going to because I'm hungry too. But we've created in the IT world the society of collect it all, get it all, hoover up everything you can. And what we've done is we've created mistrust, especially in communities that are already mistrustful. So by hoovering up everything and tracking everyone everywhere and tracking cookies everywhere and advertisements following everybody everywhere. They've been taught, if I'm on my phone, if I'm on a browser, someone's watching me, somebody's tracking what I'm doing. So in order to create this safe, anonymous space, we have to be very vocal about what we don't collect, what we don't do. And we don't collect the obvious stuff, the PHI, right? The name, address, email, location data, anything like that. We don't collect any of that. But we also don't collect the things that make some people in the community shudder. We don't collect IP addresses. We don't utilize cookies really in much of any form. We don't, and the big one is, a year ago, nobody knew what a large language model is, and now your dentist is talking about the latest LLM environment developments. We can't collect any of the text, the unstructured text, the conversations. We can't collect it. It's private. It's none of our business, and we don't collect it. So we lose a lot on that front, but we don't lose everything. People overestimate what you lose. Kelly just rattled off a bunch of stuff that we can get from the data that we do have. How many things did happen? How long did they last? When were people available? All that stuff is available to us. So we don't always have to trade privacy and trust for having every piece of data that we can possibly hoover up. Safety is the big one. Probably the biggest challenge that we faced in this last year. The internet, anytime you're in an anonymous environment, what happens? Well, it turns into a cesspool of the worst, right? And we anticipated there were going to be some problems, but personally, I didn't anticipate how bad some of them would be. And some of it was really terrible. It's a tiny fraction compared to the overall number of communications that have happened. But for that peer advocate, any number greater than 0 is impactful. So we had to design we had to come up with a way, how do we block these abusive users? And how do you block someone when everything's anonymous? Well, we use the platform that we use to develop our mobile environments. It creates on every initial install, it creates a unique UUID. So we get that based on that situation, so we can block those IDs of the unique installs. Now, it's not perfect, because can they delete, reinstall? Yeah, let's be honest. And so far it's working. We're not seeing a lot of repeat abuse in the patterns of communications. So fingers crossed, that's going to keep working. We might have to try to come up with another solution, but that's been probably our biggest challenge as far as our lessons learned is dealing with those really challenging situations. So that's it. I'm gonna finish there and move on to one more great story, and we'll get you lunch and get on with our day.
Territory. The backstory for mine was I had a son in October, and I actually started with the company right after at a practicum. So it was like a really rough time in my life, lots of hormones and whatever. So I happened to be up really late with my baby. I checked for the purpose of this story. It was in February from 4:34 a.m. to 5:15. So that's a really long time, and also it's really early in the morning. So I ended up talking to a woman who was in the hospital with her grandson who had just ingested his mom's drugs, so her daughter. He was going to be okay. That's really helpful to the story. That really upset me before I figured out that he was going to be fine. But she was freaking out. Worried for her grandson's health and safety, worried for her daughter, who was in an abusive relationship and who had now just lost custody of her son. So being a mom, even right now, I remember this story really affected me. And I cried a lot, trying to help her, trying to worry about the baby, trying to help her talk through all these things. It was really hard to be empathetic, but I made sure to have compassion and be empathetic for the mother, because I'm sure she's going through a really hard time as well. I still think about this family a lot, and I really hope that they did find healing, because that's just a terrible situation. But after the chat ended, I was able to reflect. Sorry, I didn't think I was gonna cry. But I was able to reflect and put into perspective how important this job can be, because a lot of times the chats can be just kids or nothing or good times or, you know what I mean? So when those hard chats do come in, like, they are really meaningful. And this poor woman was in the hospital, you know, in a really serious and traumatic incident, alone and scared, and at a time of the night when I don't think anybody family-wise or in the hospital or, you know, anybody would have been working to been able to help her. You know, I know that the hospitals are really overrun and the nurses are really busy. So I'm just so grateful that she knew about Talking Stick and that it was available to her. And I'm also really proud and grateful that I was online that night and got to help her through that time. So just thank you to Talking Stick for caring about Indigenous voices. Mental health and wellness, that's really important. I'm sorry, I'm so emotional, but it really was an emotional story, and I always think about it when anybody asks me about my job. It's always the first place I go, because I had worked with them for months, and you know, none of those first conversations, they were tough conversations as well, but none of them really stuck with me like this woman did, you know, for those 45 minutes. And the same thing happened, you know, she was talking to me, trying to figure out if I was the right fit and whatever, and we had a really, really great conversation. So just thank you for caring about Indigenous mental health and wellness, Indigenous voices, and thank you for having me here today. I hope you guys do this competition again next year, not for me, but for just because I know that there's probably so many other amazing stories like this out here, and his as well was so beautiful. I can't wait to hear Shannon's after mine, but just a really, really important service that I really hope gets out there. If you have the opportunity to take it back to your community, I really, really suggest that you do. It's really important and it's really, really good work. Thank you.
I promise I'll be very quick. Just some of the stories. I do want to just circle back to safety. Safety of our peer advocates is essential, and making sure that that emotion is, we don't want to re-trigger anybody either. So we do have supports for all of our peer advocates as well. We have clinical staff, and they have regional managers that work with them. But honest, vulnerable, real people helping real people. And in that situation, I don't know what that grandmother would have done at 3 a.m. at a hospital. There's just not enough services available, and luckily she was able to get the help she needed. Sometimes that chat just is enough to get you through the night, enough to get you through the moment, enough to get you to the doctor, enough to get you to the medication you need. So what's next? Lunch. But before that, this is a model worth repeating, as I mentioned. Really, really proud of the work being done in Saskatchewan. I'm happy that it continues to be funded. We continue to grow and add new features. There's lots more opportunity for Talking Stick to continue to grow, continue to partner with great organizations. We started in Saskatchewan. We're already in Ontario. We've just signed an agreement to bring Talking Stick to Ontario. We're actively engaged in discussions with other provinces too. I do want to just reiterate, we do have a signed resolution that has been submitted to Indigenous Services Canada, but we need your support. If you want this in your province, we would encourage you to send a letter of support asking for Talking Stick in your province. If it's something that you're interested in and you want to chat more about, please come and find Geoff and I. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much to Kelly and Geoff from Trycycle. I will not get in the way of lunch. I just wanted to mention that they're a Canadian company based out of Ottawa. They have an 88% Indigenous workforce. They're working together to try and break the cycle of addiction, depression, and loneliness. I was really fortunate to be here last year, and I also saw the CEO, John Macbeth, in Halifax quite recently, and he was talking about Trycycle. I also just wanted to mention they're working on another app for veterans called Burns Way. So thank you very much for all of your work to help support Indigenous communities in mental health and to make sure that you have a peer advocate network of people who can help.
Hello. Yeah, okay, there we go. Thanks for having me. This is kind of a happy accident. I happen to be staying at the hotel. I'm here as part of a, it's called the Firekeepers Indigenous Song Circle. So there's myself and a few of my friends from across the country here. There's a band called Scarlet Butler from Alberta, Indigenous artist. Actually, you probably know the song that they wrote. They wrote a really big song for one fella named the late Shane Yellowbird, the pickup truck song. So they wrote that song, and they're here with us, and we're on the road, traveling, going to schools and communities, and an opportunity to share what we do as artists, and hopefully inspiring the next generation of Indigenous artists in our communities. And so that's the whole hope of what we're trying to do with this Firekeepers Indigenous Song Circle. So tonight we're here performing at a school in town called Charles Red Hawk School at 7 p.m. You're all invited. If you hear what I do and you don't like it, you may not come, but if you like what I do, you're welcome to join us tonight. There's also a gentleman from Saskatchewan who's with us as well. And so, yeah, I know Pamela Mary. We've worked together in the music world over the years in a band called Indian City. And Pam hit me up this morning saying, why don't you come and sing some songs for us? So hopefully you hopefully I'm dessert to the lunch you had, and this was okay. You'll have to listen as best you can because my guitar's not plugged in, but I'll try to belt it out. And I'll do two for you if that's okay. One sort of more of a country flavored thing that I do. It's called Right Where I Want to Be, and it goes like this. The day is young, sun just woke up. Gotta wash my face and fill my cup. But I hit the snooze bar one more time. Wanna stay with you, leave the world outside. There's a long list of things we should do. Wanna stay right, lay right, play right here with you. I'm in love with you, can't get enough of it. You would take hold of you right where I wanna be, yeah. That little white t-shirt, it used to be mine. And you know it gets me every time. So let's lock the doors, pull down the shades. I'll explore your each and every place. Explore your each and every place. There's a long list of things we should do. Wanna stay right, lay right, play right here with you. I'm in love with you, can't get enough of it. You would take hold of you right where I wanna be, yeah. There's a long list of things we gotta do. Wanna stay right, lay right, play right here with you. I'm in love with you, can't get enough of it. You would take hold of you right where I wanna be, yeah. You're right where I wanna be. You're right where I wanna be, yeah. Well, thanks, everybody. I have one more song I want to share with you. So I come from Cree and Métis roots on my mother's side, and I come from East Coast Acadian European descent on my father's side. And growing up, my mom and dad would say, oh, you're Heinz 57. Just catch up. And so I remember thinking, like, I don't know who I am. You can't put Heinz 57 on a passport. And as I became a young man, I started realizing, wait a second, I need to know where I come from to know where I want to go, and it's really important to me. And so I started asking my family more questions and uncovered a lot of my family history, and particularly on my mother's side. And I remember a couple of years ago, I was sitting down thinking a lot about this idea of reconciliation in our country, wrestling with what that means, and trying to find an identity in who we are now. And I don't know if you caught it a couple of years ago, the last time I sang the national anthem was the Winnipeg Jets Montreal Canadiens hockey game. I sang it about a week after the findings of the remains of Indigenous children in Kamloops. And I spoke with the Jets organization and I said, I don't know if I should be the guy to sing this song. Our country's questioning who it is right now. And we came to the conclusion that, it's a much longer story, but eventually the day of the game, I had come up with the plan that I should sing this song, how this song resides in my heart, and it was heavy. And I sang it with sadness and heaviness in my heart because our country is wrestling with its own identity and who it is. And the way that I sang it then is the way it sort of resides in my heart now. However, when I was thinking about who we are as a people, I was thinking a lot about my family dynamic and that I grew up in a mixed home, that I grew up with mixed people all around me. And I thought, what if my ancestors had a message for me? What would that be? And what would my ancestors on my father's side say? What would the ancestors on my mother's side say? And these are the words that came to me that day, and I feel like they're a bit of an anthem for me, and I'll share them with you here now. It's called We Are One. There's a fire burning deep down in my soul, and it won't let me go. It's everyone who's gone before me singing in my head. Get it right, be the light, the world needs you now. People dying, children fighting, pray that we could see. We are one. We are one. Can you feel it, Father, Spirit, Son? Looking at us now, wishing that we could heal that pain. Yeah. Our lives a gift we must give back to be free once again. Cold hearts will keep you far behind. Yeah. Open eyes, realize that we could heal this pain. We are one. We are one. Can you feel it, mother, daughter, one? We are one. We are one. Can you feel it? Yeah. Oh. We are one. We are one. We are one. We are one. Can you feel it? We are one. Thanks so much. Once again, my name is Don Amero. You find me anywhere you like. I'm all over the place, but if you want to come join us tonight, it's Charles Red Hawk School. We'll be there at 7 o'clock tonight. You're all welcome to join us. More the merrier. So again, thanks so much for this honor. Thanks, Mary. Pamela, Mary, yeah, thanks.
All right, hold on, Google. Don Amero's in the building. You'll have to wait to talk about language preservation. That was such a beautiful surprise, and I'm really grateful to Mary and to Don that we took an opportunity to support Indigenous artists and, you know, to fill our hearts with a song that hopefully will propel us through the rest of our week and for the days ahead. So thank you very much. I'm going to personally be downloading that. So up next, we have the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity to talk about cybersecurity threats and what you need to know. Our presenter is Lindsay MacDonald. And Lindsay, I also have Angela McAllister. Yep, so Angela McAllister from the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity is the Supervisor of Health and Academia Partnerships. She has worked at the Communication Security Establishment, the CSE, for 17 years, where she currently holds the role of Supervisor for the Health and Academia Partnerships team. Angela is also Professor of Communications at Algonquin College, and she is a PhD student at the University of Quebec, studying the intersection of cybersecurity skills and educational programs. She holds a Master of Technology Management, a Bachelor of Technology, and a Diploma in Electric Engineering Technology. Thank you so much for being with us.
All right, everybody, thank you. I'm not going to sing. Nobody wants that. So today I'm just going to talk to you a little bit about the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, the threat landscape, and a few trends, some best practices for protecting your information, as well as Cyber Centre services. So I better get started because that's a lot. Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity was started in 2018. We opened our doors in 2018, just 5 years ago, but we are a business line of the Communication Security Establishment, and we work under the CSE Act. And the CSE Act, if people like to go in and read about laws, or if you want something to help you fall asleep tonight, you can go in and start reading, but you'll find number 17 is what gives us our mandate to give advice and guidance to critical infrastructures across Canada. And the critical infrastructures are listed here in this wheel where you can't see what's written here, but there's like 16 different sectors: health, academia, transport, finance, telcos. I can go on, right? And so our job is really to work with critical infrastructure and just give them advice and give them services and help them protect their own infrastructure and their own data. And so that's our role and that's our mandate, and I really do enjoy our role. We work with different federal departments, so I said RCMP, CSIS, ESDC, I can name a few more, but what's important to know about the Cyber Centre is we really do work hard to be a safe space for people to come to with their cybersecurity questions or if they've had a breach, and know that we're not a regulator. So you had a breach, we're going to help you. And we're not, even if you are a regulated sector, we are not going to go to your regulator and say, by the way, did you know that so-and-so had an attack? We're just meant to be the center for expert advice and guidance for critical infrastructure. We're also not a newsroom, so when you come to us, we don't say that you've had an incident or you're working with us. That's all kept to ourselves, who we work with and the work that we do with our partners. When you've had a breach, when you come to us. Some things that may be shared out to the community are things like indicators of compromise, but that's only shared with the permission of the people who have come to us. So you can rest assured that when you share with us, it goes nowhere else. All right, so let's take a look at the cyber threat landscape. And so we all know the pandemic changed our lives. It changed me as a person. It changed how I live my life. It changed how I do my work. And it did the same for a lot of Canadians. And over half of us are interacting online. Many of us go to school online. We have our medical appointments online. And so that really has just opened up the threat surface for Canada. We're a highly educated country. We're a highly digital country. And so that makes it a very wide surface for threat actors to attack with us all online. And so every couple of years, the Cyber Center puts out the National Cybersecurity Threat Assessment. We call it the NCTA. And this time, the one that came out, I think it was about a year ago, it came up with 5 key findings that we find the threats that are impacting Canadians. The first one is ransomware. It's a persistent threat. It's the #1 threat to any organization today, is having your data locked or encrypted and access to your system not available. The second one is that our critical infrastructure is increasingly at risk. So I'm talking about our banks and our energies and our transportation sectors. They are more at risk due to things that are happening outside of Canada that we are not in control of. And our critical infrastructures are facing threats from state-sponsored threat activity, as well as trying to hack into our infrastructures, destroy our data, or keep our data away from us. Threat actors are also trying to change our opinions. They're trying to change the way we vote, the way we see things, the way we understand things, and trying to change our perceptions. And that is starting to be done online as well. And then disruptive technologies, we're talking a lot about those today. AI, ChatGPT, LLMs, those are bringing great opportunities to us, but also new threats and new things that we need to be aware of as we put our systems together. And so ransomware, it's increasing. So since 2021, 2022, I'm hoping to get new numbers soon, but there was, in that 1 year, 151% increase in, I have a little thing, global attacks. And the average cost of a recovery, so once you've been ransomwared, the average cost of the recovery has gone from 1.1 million to 2.3 million over a year. And in that same 1 year, we had 305 ransomware attacks reported to us. And we were only 2 years old. 2-3 years old when we get that. So a lot of people still don't even know we exist because we're so new, but we still had a lot. And if you think about the money, $2.3 million average cost to get back up and running, to fix your systems, to make sure your systems are secure, you could do a lot with that money in the front end. There's a lot of places you can invest it to help you prevent a breach. And I say help you prevent one because it's never if you're breached, it's always when. Every organization at some point will be breached, and we need to think about things like incident management plans, cybersecurity plans, and put those in place before an incident happens. And just to point out, all here, if you see this orange with a line underneath, that's because I've put a link in all of my slide decks. So when they send it out, there's the link to all the documents, and everything I'm talking about is on each slide. And so I sent them a PDF copy, so you should get that afterwards. So ransomware, the average ransom payment you can see is going up, but threat actors, it's like a business. They have their own business procedures and processes, and they do their own calculations, and they know exactly the number someone's going to pay in a ransomware attack. They're not going to attack a small community and ask for $50 million because people would be like, oh, I can't do that, right? They're going to ask you for $200,000 because maybe you can afford that, right? And so they do their research. And we have lots, when I say lots, I mean a lot of guidance, of reports on ransomware, guidance for organizations, for regular Canadians. We just have a whole web page on ransomware guidance, things that you can do in your system, awareness, or things that you can do in your system, things that you can do with your people to help reduce the likelihood. And the world, events of the world do impact us. Right now we are under threat from Russia because of our war, because of our support for the Ukraine. They are actively attacking us. There's been some attributed attacks recently in the news. If you go back and you look in the news, that they will attribute some. And we've also learned that in Russia, threat actors can operate with near impunity. The government doesn't care what they do to other organizations, or to other countries. But the thing is that when the government of Russia comes and knocks on the threat actor's door, the threat actor has to do what the government tells them to do, right? And so we are seeing that as well. And state-sponsored threat actors can come from a number of places, but right now we assess that our main threat actors are China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, and they together pose the biggest risk to Canadians. And sometimes these countries, they don't really just directly attack you through your internet connection. Sometimes they will attack you through the devices that you've used, and the devices that you've used to your servers, and your routers, the devices you've used to set up your network. Maybe those things have vulnerabilities in them. And when those hardware pieces, or even code that has software in it, when the attackers find out, then they go after the one piece of server. And so we've got to know our vendors when we're picking our equipment for our network and for our infrastructure. We have to take a look at things like the Common Vulnerability and Exploit Database, where there will be a list of new software patches and updates and vulnerabilities for each piece of equipment. Yeah, and also when you think about your vendors, if you've got a big system and you have a purchasing department, and maybe you let some of the people you purchase from have access to your purchasing data so that you can have like a just-in-time delivery kind of manufacturing. You've also opened up your network to the vulnerabilities of your vendor that you've allowed into your network. An example of this would be, think of an airport with the baggage carousel, and magically, Air Canada did not lose your baggage, it's going around. But if that baggage carrier or carousel, needs a software update, or it has a vulnerability, a lot of times the company that makes the carousels can come in through the network and do the software updates through the airport network right away. That is opening up your network to a third party, and you're also then more at risk. And so we've got to think about not just our space and our network, but also what products are we using to build our network, and what other organizations are we allowing to have access to our network. Mis, dis, and malinformation. I mean, I don't really think we heard much about it, but like 20 years ago, if someone said to me fake news, I'd be like, what do you mean fake news? News is real, it's not fake, it's there, look. But now there is a lot of misinformation, oops, pressed the wrong button. Misinformation, which is false, and it's not intended to cause harm. There's a lot of that on the internet. But there's a lot of the dis and malinformation as well, which is, intended to cause damage, intended to make us argue or cause us to be unhappy. And that's happening a lot, and it is degrading trust in a lot of Canadians in online spaces. Me, for instance, I won't go on Facebook or Instagram or TikTok. I don't do that. So it's hard to find me, right? Actually, if you Google me, there's a famous author named Angela McAllister, so it's even harder to find me. And so, disruptive technologies. We've talked a little bit about this today, but machine learning, digital assets, quantum computing, and I see this in my students because I teach at Algonquin College, and I teach, the writing and the communications class, but I'll teach in like computer engineering or electronics engineering programs. And they all do their reports about ChatGPT, AI, machine learning, large language models, and that is where that next generation that's coming from universities, that's coming out of colleges, where they're focusing their efforts is on AI and machine learning. And that's really going to be taking off over the next 10 years. But the next group, that next generation that's going to go through, it's going to be all about quantum, because quantum's not far. And quantum breaks our current encryption algorithms. And so when I look at our youth and what they're interested in, I think that we have to school them a little bit on what are the learning outcomes of machine learning. What are we teaching the machines? What are they learning? What do we want to teach them? And we have to think about the bias that is embedded in just the internet. If you want to see an example of bias embedded into the internet, Google unprofessional hairstyles and then Google professional hairstyles. And you'll see there is definitely bias there. And so when our machine learning is learning, what is it learning? From where is it learning? Does it have the right to learn from those spot places? I find that it's interesting that our AI companies feel that they have the right to go out on the internet and just tell us everything that's out there. So I wouldn't doubt that there'd be more legislation coming. And so best practices, right? So what do? How do we protect your organization? Well, there's a lot. I mean, I could talk here on the things that you can do and the threats you're facing, and we'd all be late for work on Friday morning. So I've given you some basic tips here, and like I said, there's all links. So regularly back up your data and store it offline. And also, they said this earlier, test your backups, right? Strong and unique passwords are super important. If you think about how much we use our Gmail box, right? We use that Gmail address to log into LinkedIn. That's like, the only social media I have. But we use it maybe to log into Facebook or Instagram. So that gives us and we use our email as our username, and then we have a password. But everybody knows our email, so it gives us one piece of information that's protecting our account, just our password, right? If our password is weak, it can be brute forced in no time. If it's strong, when we start to get up to 12 characters with some capital letters and some numbers and some expressions put in, expressions, like a star or a question mark or whatever, we're starting to get up into the hundreds of years to brute force our password. Again, quantum will change that, but an MFA is a really good thing. Most recently, my LinkedIn credentials were breached. I got an email and said your password has been involved in a leak for LinkedIn, which made me nervous because if someone has my username and password, they can go into LinkedIn and change my password, and then I could never get back into LinkedIn again, right? So thank goodness I had multi-factor authentication enabled, and in order for them to be able to change my password, I would get a code, a number sent to my phone, right? So they couldn't do it. This here, update and patch your systems all the time, every day, take a look if there's patches that you have to do. And an incident response plan. This is super important. Like I said, it's not when you get hit, or it's not if you get hit, it's when you get hit, you will be hit. At the Cyber Center, we can do some tabletop exercises with communities, if you like, or nations, where we have scenarios Okay, this has happened. You're now ransomware. What do you do? And we walk through the scenarios and you figure out how to write this incident response plan. So we call those tabletop exercises. If anybody's interested, we can do some of those. And then we have some security tools. But I'm gonna leave that for a second. We'll get back to that at the end. And so if you can see this slide, remember the $2.3 million I said on average it would cost you to recover from an incident? On here at the top, this is how the 3 ways a hacker can get in mainly. A phishing email, a smishing, or a phishing attack, brute force your password, or existing vulnerabilities in software, right? Phishing's still the number one. It's been the number one for 20 years. We have to get our psychologists in here and ask them why we can't stop clicking on links, right? And even it's gotten me, right? I'm gonna talk about a tool in a minute that's gonna help you with that. It doesn't matter which way they get in, they're in, right? They click the attachment, they move through your systems, they come compromised, and then they can move laterally through your system, take control, and then steal, encrypt, or delete your data. And so that's just basic overall, right? But with these best practices, all along here, there's so many different best practices, and they all cost money. But they always say cybersecurity is like an onion. It has many different layers. You implement at all different parts in your network, different solutions in different places. But I say that cybersecurity is like an onion because it makes you cry. It costs money, it's confusing, and you don't know what to do, right? And so we have advice on all of these things, right? On all of these topics, from awareness to updating and patching, the principle of least privilege, right? And so we have advice on all of these things. And so hopefully we can help you not cry. And so let's take a look at the services. This one here is, so you can go on your phone right now. And if you don't have Canadian Shield on your phone, you should go to the App Store and you should download it. What it is it's a VPN, but it's put on, the VPN is made by CIRA. Is that up here? Or CIRA is our domain name controller, if you want to say. So www.blacktablecloth.ca and microphone.ca and NIITA.ca. CIRA manages all that. So they know all the domains. And they all know all the good ones. And they know all the bad ones as well. And so, as well as getting a VPN, and it's totally free, as well as getting a VPN, you get threat intelligence to your personal device from the Cybersecurity Center. And we shared, I think it was last year, almost 37,000 unique actionable threats with CIRA. And so where this hits me is Reddit. Reddit is my other social media, right? I love to look at pictures of puppies and cats and all that stuff. And then I'll get into the comments and someone will like, oh, look at my Yorkie right here. And I'll click that link and it's a malicious link. It just happened to me last week. It's a malicious link, but Canadian Shield blocked it. Said, nope, that's malicious. You can't go there. I was like, thank goodness, I'm supposed to be the expert, and here I am clicking links, right? But it's free for everybody. You can put it on your phones, your tablets, your laptops, your routers at home. It's great. There is an enterprise version that costs money, but the free one it's for all Canadians, is free for residential. And so here are our services that we offer as the Cyber Center. The first one, like I said, is 24/7 incident handling and support. So you have a breach and you call us, and our incident management team will help you stop the breach and help you stop it from propagating. We'll give you advice on how to fix your system, but we can't fix your system for you. We don't have enough people. But we can help you guide you through the steps that you need to take. And then we have threat intelligence. So we have emails, alerts, and flashes that we send out, technical reports. And a flash would be something like, oh, this server that a lot of people uses has a vulnerability. There's a patch. You should patch it. That's a flash. An alert is, okay, we are seeing this attack happening to many of our clients across Canada. Here's the indicator of compromise. Take a look. or patch this system or whatever. So the alert is, you should pay attention, like this is important, and the flash is, yeah, you can get to it this week, type of thing, right? And then we have technical reports on all different kinds of breaches that have happened that we can guide you. We also have like a knowledge base with indicators of compromise, technical reports, use cases, studies that are available. Community building, I think this is where we really we shine here, actually. Every 2 weeks on Wednesdays, we put on a community call, and it's a threat briefing. And we talk about the latest threats over the last 2 weeks that we've seen. Here are the latest breaches, and here's what this means in terms of what you have to do. And we give that so what, right? Like, why is this important for you to patch this one particular product or whatever? And so our community calls, they're every 2 weeks. They're very popular. Right now, I think they're at like 600. We do 300 in the morning, 300 in the afternoon. So we try and hit like both time zones, Atlantic and East. We've got a big country. So we do it twice in the same day. The Walk the Talk series is cool. So you can ask for like a half-hour, 1 hour workshop on a certain topic. Could be zero trust architecture. The last one we did was called Living Off the Land, threat hunting, living off the land. The one before that, we're doing a baseline crime assessment soon, Walk the Talk. So we get a lot of information series going on, and our clients can ask us for their topics as well. Advice and guidance, boom, tons of them. Publications coming out the yin-yang. I mean, there are so many, so much advice, right? And our learning hub, that costs money. It's the only thing here. Our critical infrastructure partners can take our courses, but they do pay a fee. Here are our cyber defense services. So NCTNS, that is the National Cyber Threat Notification System. And what that is we ask for people's IP. What is your IP range? You tell us your IP range, and then for our service Aventail, we take in threat feeds, and we take in like 40 different threat feeds from around the world. Some we pay for, some we get from our Five Eyes partners. And then if we see anything about your IP address in our threat feeds, we send you a notification and saying something's going on, take a look at it. You can call us if you need help. Aventail is just threat information. So indicators of compromise at real time, machine-to-machine service, as well as we have My Cyber Portal now, which you can get Aventail on the web. You don't have to have the right servers available. That is NCTNS and Aventail are some of our better services. Our best services, the ones I like the best. With NCTNS as well, what you can get is a monthly scorecard where we take a look at you and the sector that you sit in, and then we compare you to other sector partners. It's always anonymous. And so we compare you to your sector as a whole and how you're doing. And then we give you that information. Here are the threats that came out over the last month. These ones impacted you. And here's how your cybersecurity looks, your posture looks in comparison to other people in your sector. And that can be important when it comes to talking to your executives and trying to defend why you need money for new equipment is the first 1 or 2 pages of the scorecard because it talks to the executives. All right, next, what do we got? Oh, 24/7 incident support. We have an email, we have a phone number, we have a website. We're all over it. Here, this is a great tool. It's called the Canadian Cybersecurity Tool, so the CCST. The CCST is a survey. There's 2 versions, one with 30 questions or 40 questions, and one with 140 questions. You choose which one you want to take. I always say go for version 2, but sometimes you want to do version 1. Anyways, But it's a questionnaire for organizations, and you go in, you answer all the questions, and at the end of the survey, you get a report. And the report is categorized the same as like NIST in their CSF, their protect, defend, identify, respond, and recover, those pillars of the NIST cybersecurity framework. The results are given to you in those categories. So for identify, you need to know what your assets are, right? How many computers you have, how many people connect to your internet, et cetera. And then after you've completed that and you've got your advice from the survey, we'll give you a cybersecurity plan template, and that template is organized in the same fashion with the same criteria as the output from the CST. So you can take your advice from the CCST and then make your own cybersecurity plan. And you can then send it to us and we'll review it and we'll give you advice on your cybersecurity plans. You can send us things like your incident management plan. We'll review it and we'll give you advice. This one we did in collaboration with public safety. And this is some examples of the reports that you get, or the pages of the report. But once you've done the CCST, that little survey, you've created your cybersecurity plan, or you're in the process of creating the cybersecurity plan, you can then reach out to public safety with your CCST results, and they will spend a day with you and help you figure out what you need to do to really have a good cybersecurity plan. Sometimes that's a virtual meeting, sometimes it's in person, it just depends. But you get one person or two people for a whole day. You've got like 8 hours of this person's time, and that's a service that public safety offers. It's called Cybersecurity Resilience Tool. And then, like I said, publications. This one here, I think, is the only one where I don't have the links in, but if you go onto our website and look for them, you'll find them easily. But we've got threat assessments that you can read, health sector specific publications, as well as phishing publications, and a lot of other publications. Right now it's October, it's Cybersecurity Awareness Month, so we have a new Get Cyber Safe campaign going on, and the Get Cyber Safe campaign is aimed at all Canadians and all Canadian organizations, and anything that is on the website, any of the documentations, the posters, the backgrounds, anything for calls, the backgrounds, it's there for people to use. It's there for you to share with your organizations. It's there for you to talk about how you can secure your accounts, right? And as a person, our basic cybersecurity, there's 3 steps to it. One is securing your accounts. The other is securing your devices. The next one is securing your connections. And when we think about those 3 pieces and we do our best in those areas, then we start to actually really protect ourselves from threat actors. And so there's advice on all of these, and we want everybody to use it. And so that's really the end of the presentation. I'm going to answer your questions, but I want to show you that what I've added on the end, I've added a whole bunch of one-pagers on our services so you can learn more. And then I put a whole bunch of more resources at the end. Yeah, so many resources there. And so those will all be in the PDF. Yeah, so question time. I hope I was clear. Did I stay on time? Okay, good.
Are you mocking me? There's been a lot of noise lately in the IT press around just escaped me. Passkeys.
Oh, passkeys.
Passkeys. Any thoughts on passkeys and their proliferation and use, et cetera?
Yeah, we just put out a bulletin. We just put out a flash on that this morning. I haven't read it, but it's there. If you were our partner, you would have gotten the email already. Yes.
Hi.
Hi. That's okay.
So just keep it at the table. Just quickly, so with healthcare, do you have, like you obviously mentioned the vertical, what are you seeing with regards to healthcare? Like obviously there was things happening in Labrador, Newfoundland last year. Is there any kind of high level guidance that's specific to healthcare?
Well, there's still a few COVID scams going around, but those have kind of died down since in the last year or so. COVID was a major threat vector, and threat actors were using it as a way to get people's attention. Right now, what we're seeing in healthcare is a struggle for money, a struggle for funding, for cybersecurity. Everybody sees what's going on in our healthcare system, and you can imagine how hard the IT departments are working to try and get a little bit of a piece of that pie. But we are seeing our health sector do a lot of great work. And we're working with very many partners in the health sector, and we'd love to have more. Yeah.
You have mentioned that when a partner comes to you
Yes.
about a threat that has happened to them,
Yeah.
you don't share that information, but in one of your slides you said you discuss threat breaches that have happened with the community. Now,
Yes.
when
Those are the different ones. So we would never discuss, say if your community came to us and had an incident, we're not going to discuss that online. This is mostly we draw from open source information and stuff that's coming out from other departments like CISA and stuff in our threat briefings. Absolutely. Yes. Good point. I'll make sure to note that in my next presentation so I don't confuse people. Anything else? Yeah. Oh, I was waiting for you. He said he was going to give me a hard question.
No, nonsense. Nothing like that. I'm just interested in your tabletop exercises because we run those with our customers that leverage our incident response services. So you're saying you can come in with us and do a joint tabletop exercise with our customers?
Yep.
All right, cool.
We do it with Dell too.
And you potentially provide some scenarios or like some input or some ideas?
Yeah,
throughout the
sometimes
process?
we'll provide scenarios. Sometimes people have scenarios that they want to work with. Sometimes they want us to come up with them, but sometimes we'll let another organization lead it, but we're there for support. But yeah, no, we do tabletop exercises. I'm trying to get one now for the one I'm working on right now is health authorities and hospitals and major clinics, I guess, in the East, so in the Maritimes. So I'm trying to get them all in one room. So yeah, we can do one in Saskatchewan too.
How do we get started with the request process? Is that something
You'll have to reach out to me. It depends on the sector, right? I do health, academia.
Yeah, it's healthcare.
It's healthcare. Then that's my team. Yeah. Otherwise, if you're a nation, a territory, and you want to be part of the municipalities team, I can connect you with the right people. If you work in an organization that is more energy focused, I can connect you with the energy partnerships team. Yeah. And so my email address is on the very first slide, and I put it there on purpose. At the end, there's the contact us here, right? You can contact us at contact@cyber.gc.ca, but it might take like 3 or 4 days before I actually even see the email. But yeah, so my contact is on the front, very first slide. Oh, I got a couple.
Thank you. Yes, hi. I told you I'd ask you a question. I don't know if that was part of your mandate, but do you do any sort of, I'll say, testing or education around, like you said, you talked about emerging technologies and how AI is now changing the space and the threat landscape for, getting more and more sophisticated and also like voice generation, that kind of thing. And so on one side is the detection mechanisms and also the I guess you guys are on the awareness side of things, right?
Yeah, we don't have any training or awareness on AI just yet, but we do have a team that is looking at it and looking at all its functionalities, because there's so many different tools out there right now. Available. It's got to be like 100 different AI tools. But there's also things that like now AI firewalls. So there is a company called TROJ.AI. It's a Canadian company in New Brunswick, but they build an AI firewall. And what it does is, so for instance, if you have an employee and they're typing in on ChatGPT, employee number 12345, address of this, and they're typing all of this into ChatGPT, the AI firewall stops it and says, and removes the sensitive information before it actually gets to ChatGPT. So the client thinks they're talking to ChatGPT, but it's making a stop at the firewall first. So there's AI is coming along great. It has some issues today. Yeah. Is that everything? Cool. All right. Well, reach out to me anytime. You know where I am. Thank you.
Angela, thank you so much for your presentation. I didn't know that there was a Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity, and I didn't know there was a cyber center. So they have federal partners, the RCMP, CSIS, Public Safety, ISED. She mentioned that half of Canadians received medical care online for the first time during COVID. She talked about the National Cyber Threat Assessment and that ransomware is a persistent threat, and it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. The critical infrastructure is increasingly at risk, and in 2020 to 2021, there was a 15% increase in ransomware. It's important to make sure that you have an incident management plan, and the website for the Cyber Center is cyber.gc.ca if you'd like to check that out. On the website, there's a lot of resources and guidance, so reports, case studies, guidance for organizations or individuals. You talked about the differences between misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. I also wanted to highlight that on September 14th, there was a DDoS attacks on various levels of provincial and territorial governments. I was actively watching as the Yukon website went down and Manitoba went down, Nunavut, NWT, PEI, Nova Scotia, and I was just sort of watching, right? So the DDoS attack happened on the 14th and it seemed fairly significant. I was thinking of my friends over at Yukon government the day that happened. So there's basic security protocols and things that we all know as sysadmins, boxes we have to check off. And I'm glad that, we're talking about what security really is. It's about regularly backing up your data, making sure you have offline storage not connected to your network, using strong passwords and unique passwords, making sure that you implement MFA, multi-factor authentication, updating and patching your systems, so paying attention to what's happening with Patch Tuesday, having an incident response plan, again, making sure that it's tested, and also using different security tools. So basically what people want to do is they want to gain access, take control, steal your organizational data, destroy the backups, and encrypt the data in a ransomware attack. And right now, it's really important that we assign people permissions, not like a global admin, but just have least privilege. And so you're looking at assigning people's permissions based on their roles and their functions that they do for your organization. Some other things too that they do at the Cybersecurity Center: incident handling, threat intelligence, community building, advice and guidance, and cyber defense services. I'd encourage people to look at the Cybersecurity Resilience Tool and the CCST survey. So ultimately, you want to identify, protect, detect, respond, and recover. And the federal government has the Cybersecurity Center to help us all be smarter in our engagement on the internet, and to avoid hackers and people who are trying to illegally on the black market make money off of people's businesses and disrupt global supply chains, essentially. So thank you again. I'm also going to be checking out your presentation. I liked how you had links for follow-up. So up next, we have Google. And so we're looking at Google in Canada overview. And we have Frank Currie and Anna Baird. So Frank Currie is a customer engineer with Google. He is driven by working with customers to understand their business needs and timelines, and translating those into products and solutions that enable change. All roles have been built upon the drive to empathize with customers to understand their needs, as well as allow for a transition from business needs into a technological solution. And Anna Baird is a strategic program executive, and her advisory knowledge extends across topic centers like hybrid working, norms, data-driven decision-making, product accessibility and inclusivity, RCM, cloud digital brand, marketing analysis, organizational behavior methodologies, social selling, attracting top talent, brand impact and return on investment, customer spend profiles, demographic perspectives, customer acquisition, experience, employee advocacy, and digital disruption. Thank you very much.
Cool, thanks, Joe. So for good or for bad, it's just me. So Anna can't make it today. I probably need to have a chat with her about maybe summarizing what she's good at a little bit better, because there's quite a list there. One thing before I get started, I just want to call out the team at the Cyber Centre. I've worked with the federal government for the last 5-6 years now, and that group and what they offer is something you should seriously consider. It's a very, very strong, very smart team that has an awareness that is it's just amazing to see what they do and how they function. So if you do get into a situation or you're looking to be proactive, I would encourage you to work with the Cyber Centre to kind of look at your infrastructure, look at your application base and things like that, just to make sure you're in a safe space. So just a bit of a call out to them. So a little bit about me. Customer engineer, I had someone over lunch ask me what does that mean? Google doesn't like using the term sales in any of its titles, but essentially what I do day to day is talk with customers and try to ideate, try to figure out where you're going, what the horizon looks like, what you're trying to build or what you're trying to do in your environments. And some of those engagements are with some seriously large organizations. Some of them are with community. The ones I actively enjoy working on are more community driven. And part of that, you'll see a little bit of that in the second part of this presentation when I start talking about language. Something that I'm very passionate about and something that I feel with what Google has built over the years, potentially we could help the Indigenous community a little bit more around language and how we can drive language back into the community in some way, shape or form. Before we get to that, just want to give you a quick overview of Google. So everyone knows Microsoft, everyone knows AWS, everyone knows Oracle, but from an enterprise standpoint, Google is a little bit different. We have a slightly different lineage of where we came from. We do things a little bit differently to what some of the other cloud providers do. And at the same time, we're, for want of a better term, late to the market. So Google Cloud, the first application that turned up in Google Cloud was a thing called App Engine, and that was in 2012. So Google started at the top of the stack. How do you create an application where you can just drop code into it and get going? Whereas some of the other providers started with infrastructure as a service and moved up. Subsequently, we've moved down, they've moved up. Everyone does the same stuff now, essentially with some nuance around certain aspects of that. So Google, from an overview standpoint, you guys have probably touched this 3 or 4 times today. I mean, even Angela in her presentations, like Google haircuts, Google this, Google that, thing's a verb. It was funny it's controversial topic, but the antitrust thing that's going on in the States right now, the Microsoft CEO got up and said, of a morning, I get up, I brush my teeth, and then I Google stuff. which we found kind of funny that he'd say that. But it's a tool that helps you get through your day. And some of the tools in that ecosystem are very powerful, and they help you, navigate some of the complexities of life that the internet, for good or for bad, has brought to us. Like even maps, super powerful tool that has become, omnipresent in a lot of people's lives when it comes to getting around or figuring out, is this restaurant busy or things like that. So these are tools that we're extremely proud of, and I think tools that can be used for the greater good in different circumstances. But ultimately, what we've tried to do is look at, information and how do you actually categorize it? How do you actually figure out where everything is? So we've had to go and build things a little bit differently to do this. In 1998, when Google started, there was no off-the-shelf software that could do what we do. We've had to engineer from the startup. And one of the kind of interesting stories, I was talking to someone a couple of weeks ago, is like Google is great at engineering and terrible at marketing. Like we build some truly amazing things, we're just bad at telling people what we've built in a lot of these environments. So part of what I'm trying to do today is just give you a bit of a heads up around where Google is, what we can do, and potentially where we can help you. Google is a group of companies that falls under the holding company, which is Alphabet. The main ones on the left-hand side there, you've probably seen or use, as I said, day in, day out. The ones on the right are, a little bit more research focused. So Google's got about 230,000 people working as full-time employees, and there's probably about 50,000 of those people function in a research environment. So there's research, and then there's development, and then there's engineering. So there's a lot of folks that spend their time looking at ideation, looking at how we can do things differently. That academic approach to creating the next generation of platforms, the next generation of solutions. Some of these are really interesting for healthcare, like Verily. So Verily, a lot of that comes out of the work we've done with the Broad Institute at Harvard. So it enables scientists to share data and share workflows in a very simple fashion. So the Terra platform, which is part of Verily, if you are involved in any healthcare research, it's a very, very powerful platform that can be used there. Some of the other ones, like Calico, is looking at longevity. I don't know whether it's our superstar CEOs or founders are looking to live forever kind of thing, but some of these projects are kind of cool in what they're doing, but at the same time they're a little bit off on a bit of a tangent. The other one that I think will be kind of interesting, or is already interesting, but will get more interesting, is DeepMind. So DeepMind, what they've done with neural networks and deep learning is it's kind of a little beggar's belief. Like they were the guys who came up with AlphaGo. I don't know if you've seen the documentary about artificial intelligence defeating the world champion Go player. So Go is this game from China that's like a log more complicated than what chess is. And they developed an application that actually beat the world champion 3 times out of 5. It's a really, really interesting documentary. It's from about 6 years ago. But these are the guys who also did work on, I mentioned in one of my questions the other day, doing a retinal scan, so an ophthalmic retinal scan to figure out whether you have a propensity for a heart attack. So how do you train a model based on retinal scans and cardiogram information to kind of figure out, like, what could this person be at risk of something more traumatic that's not identifiable? They've also done some amazing work with diabetes, aneurysms, areas like that. So some really, really interesting stuff is coming out of DeepMind. So I do apologize. I did this in Google Slides, and now I think it may be in PowerPoint, so it may be a bit wonky. But anyway, a lot of people use Google a lot. So we've had to go and build a bunch of technology and do things a little bit differently. When you look at the interactions in 1 minute with the platform, it's kind of crazy how many people use the Google platform across the planet. But then at the same time, we've had to go and build all of these data centers globally to facilitate this. So one of the goals of Google Search is no matter where you are in the world, that it responds in 0.075 of a second. That was like a 10x goal that we had to make sure that the usability of the platform was people aren't sitting there going, oh my God, Google's down, it's not working. How do you make that function? So to do that, we've got a shipping company that lays network cables all around the world. We've got other things that enable us to drive the network as quickly as possible. So we have a lot of infrastructure that what we've done with all of the stuff that we've built for search and maps and that is pivot that across to Google Cloud. So you now, as developers or users, can actually leverage that technology. So you can use the platform that we've built for these other services for what you need to do to kind of build what you need for your community. We make our own servers. We didn't trust the supply chain. Going back to what Angela was saying about, how things are put together, the servers and everything, we build everything ourselves. We've got a chip on every single one of our servers called a Titan chip, and if there's any manipulation of anything in that system, the computer won't start. It starts like on these racks, it'll start flashing red. Someone will just come and pull the rack out. I don't know what they do with it, to be honest with you. But we're doing our best to make sure that none of these systems are manipulated and they're safe and secure from a hardware supply chain standpoint. When it comes to renewable, this has been a huge driver, especially of Sergey Brin, one of the founders, and Larry Page as well. They wanted to get to zero carbon emissions, and we actually managed to achieve this some years ago. So when you look at where we build our data centers and the energy we use to power them, it is unbelievably important to us to make sure that it is zero offset when not using carbon. So you'll see some of the places where we put our data centers may be a little bit interesting compared to others, but one of the driving factors behind that is clean energy and how we can use it. The other thing that we've done is we set that DeepMind team that I mentioned earlier, we set them loose in our data centers. And they managed to change how the data centers function when it comes to cooling and heating. So they could control all cooling and heating in the data centers. They managed to drop the amount of power we were using by 40%, just by looking at all the temperatures, all of these variables that were coming in. They turned it into a system, so now we have our data centers are highly optimized. When you use Google Cloud Platform, you will actually get a sustainability, like a green leaf and a report. So you can actually report back on your carbon offset for applications that you build and run inside of GCP. The other thing that's super, super important to us is security. So Google's the most attacked website on the planet. Be it, some 12-year-old trying to figure out, I can take down Google, or nation states trying to take down Google. We have invested a huge amount of money when it comes to security. The amount of security engineers we have that are functioning day in, day out is kind of crazy. Even in our Waterloo site here in Canada, there is a fair population of security engineers that all they do day in, day out is look for gaps in our system, look for gaps in other systems. So the Project Zero team you may have heard of, they find a lot of issues with applications, not just ours, but globally, and then work with those companies to remediate it. So we do invest a lot of time making sure that we are very safe and secure. The other thing that we get caught up is a bit of media around the Google search and ads side of the house and Google Cloud. So, Angela mentioned things tracking and cookies and all that sort of stuff when you use Google search. It's the nature of the beast. It's how that kind of functions. But Google Cloud is a completely separate entity. So anything you put into Google Cloud, it's your data, it's your tenant, it's your data center essentially. We cannot get into that. We can't look at it, we can't touch it, we can't do anything with it. So I just want to make sure that's clear, because it comes up every now and then that we're going to put stuff into Google Cloud, you're going to start putting search, like you'll get these ads and things like that. That absolutely does not happen in any way, shape or form. This is the Google Cloud Console at a really high level. So it's super easy to navigate. If anyone wants to have a go with it, you automatically get $300 worth of credits. So for the students in the room, if you want to go and play around with it, you can just go to console.google.cloud and spark it up. Have a go. We're trying to build something that's intuitively easy, but if you want to build very complicated applications, you can absolutely do that here. And just as an example, if you look at Canada, the 4 largest tech companies in Canada, so as an example, Shopify, run on Google Cloud. So a lot of these organizations that have kind of gone to cloud native technologies have come to us because of the way that we function and what we're capable of building. So public sector and healthcare in Canada. We established the team in 2019. So again, we were nascent. We wanted to move quickly. So I actually established the engineering team for public sector starting in 2019. And now, I think when you look at people like me, there's about 20 of us across the country, from Halifax to Victoria. We have 2 full-blown regions in Canada, so one in Montreal and one in Toronto. They've been there, like the Toronto one was established in 2020, the Montreal one in 2017. They've been there for quite some time. So again, to these things about data residency and HADR kind of concepts, Google is placed very well for that. We also have points of presence across the prairies and out into British Columbia as well. So to jump onto the Google network, to get to those sites, you can do that in a very efficient manner. We're also, when it comes to security in Canada, we are very focused. So, we work with CSE and the Cyber Centre. I keep on wanting to say triple CS, but I was wrapped over the knuckles just before to not say that. But some of the things that we do that's a little bit different, and a lot of this grew out of what happened to us in 2009. So there's an amazing documentary on YouTube, of course, about hacking Google, which I'd encourage you to go and watch. And it's about nation-state attacks on Google in 2009 and what's come from that and what we've had to build to protect our infrastructure and how we can share that with you to protect your infrastructure. One of the tools that came out of that is a tool called Chronicle. So you can go and look at all of your data from the inside of your environment. What Chronicle allows you to do is get kind of a Google view of what's happening on the outside. So if someone clicks on one of those phishing links, we can help with forensics and tracking and tracing to figure out where is that going and where is that coming from. It's an extremely powerful tool, and a lot of it comes from the visibility we get into the data that's flowing through the internet. So we're in a very fortunate position to get that. The other thing that's really interesting is Mandiant. So Mandiant was an organization that we purchased about 2 years ago. Mandiant comes out of the defense intelligence agencies in the US. When some of these healthcare incidents happened over the last couple of years, the first company that was called was Mandiant. So they managed to stop a healthcare attack that had been going on for a couple of days. They managed to shut it down once they were engaged and had access in 49 minutes. So they're an extremely powerful team, and they do the whole red team, green team, blue team type operations. They do that, and they can work with you. So they can do proactive work with you to figure out where you have exposure points. These guys are amazing. They have a very significant presence in Canada as well. If you are wondering, what you should do, you can go to the Centre for the Cyber Centre, or you can come to us as well. We have some pretty powerful services when it comes to security. The other thing we've done for public sector, and this flows out into healthcare, is the development of a landing zone. So we've done this in coordination with the government. So we've built it with Shared Services Canada. What this enables for is when you look at certain data classifications. So if you haven't heard of Protected B, you probably should look it up and try to figure out what is this thing and how does it function. Essentially, Protected B is a data classification that dictates what sort of security controls need to be in place to move an application to the cloud. It's very much focused on government, but healthcare providers. I'm actually working with 2 large hospitals in Toronto right now to implement this. So if you do want to move to the cloud, to GCP, this infrastructure is automated and it's been built, again, in coordination with the government. It's cloud native, so we're using tools that are being built for the cloud. It's not dragging things from the classic environments into the cloud. It's also it's also very powerful when it comes to change. So if people want to go and manipulate the controls to give access to certain things, it's monitoring that and trying to move them back, put things back in place, so as you're not changing it and forgetting about it, and then all of a sudden you have an exposure point for someone to come in. This is open source, so again, for the students out there or anyone, you can actually just go to GitHub. We're actually going to move it across to GitLab at some point, but it's called PubSec Declarative Toolkit. And if you're interested in security and how to secure a cloud environment, this is something I'd encourage you to have a look at. Some other things. So this is a really powerful Canadian story. So artificial intelligence has been bubbling away for many years. Like, I went through engineering in the 90s in Australia, and I had to do the whole neural network, get a mouse through, or like a mouse robot through a thing. It was hilarious and a disaster at the same time. But things began to change like through the course of the 2000s, and one of the people that drove that was a guy called Geoffrey Hinton. So Geoff worked at Google from 2013 through to last year. He retired. But he drove a lot of the research. So you hear about ChatGPT and everything that's going on in that space. The really interesting thing about that is the originating paper for that, which is based on a technology called Transformers, was actually written by Googlers in Toronto. So the group that wrote that paper, there's still some of them still left at Google. Most of them have gone and started their own companies to ride the wave of AI, so good on them. But a lot of that came out of our office on Richmond Street in Toronto. So it's a very, very strong Canadian story. When it comes to artificial intelligence, Canada is very powerful. Canada has a lot of resources, and it's something that I think Canada should be very proud of. What's happened from that subsequently is it's truly amazing. Like, in the last even 6 to 12 months, everything's blown up. Everyone's planning birthday parties and trips to France using ChatGPT, writing homework, things like that. So I don't know whether it's good for that, but anyway, make sure you double check it. The other thing that's really interesting that's come out of the team in Toronto is MedPalm 2. So MedPalm is taking our large language model, Palm, and retraining it to focus just on medical content, or a corpus of medical information. So MedPalm 2 actually sat the the entrance exam to get into medical school in the US, and it came away with a pass rate of 80-something%. It's funny, my wife's a physician, I mentioned that to her, and she's like, yeah, that's just the starting point. Medicine starts a long way after that. But it's kind of, people have been trying to do that for many, many years. Like, IBM tried it back in the day. We've been trying to do it for many years. We finally cracked it. The critical thing there, I think, for this group is the people who developed that. It's a Canadian team. So again, it's something I think, if you're interested in AI, you're in the right country. It's a great place to be. DeepMind, go and have a look at the DeepMind website and look at their blogs and look at what they've done. Half of it I don't understand. It's kind of crazy town, but it's amazing at the same time. It's really, really interesting. We have a huge engineering site in Kitchener-Waterloo. So if you're ever in Ontario or in Toronto, look me up. Happy to take you down there, give you a bit of a tour of the office. It's a pretty amazing site. And then the other thing, just for kind of interest, when it comes to procuring GCP, there's two things I wanted to kind of touch on. One, we have vehicles in place with pretty much every province and the federal government. So we're on the framework agreement, and then provincially we're pretty much aligned across the country for you to procure if you go through government procurement vehicles. If you want to procure directly, we can do that as well. There's no issues there. But I know some groups, some communities do leverage some of those provincial mechanisms to purchase technology. We are on that, and you're capable of using that as a procurement vehicle. The other thing that's different for us is we're trying to solve the 2 o'clock in the morning, oh my God, those people have gone to the cloud, they've spun something up and they've just let it run, and I'm going to get a bill for it. Like, someone in the finance department is like, what the hell are you people doing? This is, stop it, shut it down now kind of thing. So that's that operations model, the utility model of cloud, which is a great model if you understand it and you understand what your spend is. What we've done with public sector, which this community falls under from the Google perspective, is set up what we call it's a CapEx model. So we work with you to figure out what your potential spend is, and then through a term, you pay the same amount every month. If you go over that for whatever reason, we take the hit. So if you're getting charged $10,000 a month and your utility spend is $15,000 a month, Google sorts out the $5,000 a month. You don't have to worry about it. And we're not going to true you up either. It's an agreement, it's in place, you pay the same every single month. So it's really, really useful for folks that are looking to go to the cloud, but don't fully understand how that's going to play out. Now, there's been some great advancements with FinOps, like financial operations and things like that in the cloud, but it's still a concern. And what we're finding in some smaller communities, as well as government departments that have never been to the cloud before, this is actually a very, very interesting model for them to ease into the cloud without having to worry about like crazy bills that they don't know where they're going to get the money for to pay for. So just wanted to kind of put that one out there for you. So healthcare, just pivoting a little bit. We're taking that mantra that we have around organizing the world's information and applying that to healthcare. How can we drill in and figure out where these silos of information, large silos of information, could be brought together? And how can we kind of allow for clinicians and researchers to derive insights from that? So we've kind of looked at what's out there, looked at what's possible, and I think what we're looking at is this is a data problem and this is an AI problem. Like a lot of the stuff in healthcare is non-human scale. Like you look at what's in front of you as a clinician and you don't know where to look half the time. You have to kind of prioritize what you do. So what we're trying to do is make the clinician's life easier, give the researchers access to data in an easier fashion. So we're trying to do that in a compliant and secure way. We're also trying to help solve the data interoperability problem. So I was chatting with the Smile CDR folks this morning. We're chatting with Smile CDR just for those who are interested, and we actually see ourselves as kind of complementing some of those technologies and helping, but also allowing them to expand a little bit. So I think where you can take what was presented with Smile CDR this morning and apply artificial intelligence to that, I think you're opening up a really, really interesting space. And it's something that we see, like Smile CDR as a partner, could be very opportunistic for identification of different things that were discussed in that presentation and other presentations as well. We're in a lot of places when it comes to healthcare. So the biggest one that you hear about is the Mayo Clinic and Stanford University Hospital. We've also got significant presence in the NHS in the United Kingdom. We're driving into Canadian healthcare market. So there's things happening in Quebec, there's things happening in Ontario, as well as British Columbia. Unfortunately, I just can't mention the names right now. Some of the other stuff that's interesting here, if you are involved in research, the third column there, AlphaFold, so looking at genomics and DNA and things like that. Again, if you're working with any of the academic or you're involved with an academic hospital, these sort of areas could be interesting to look at. The other thing here is, and this is kind of taking a bunch of things and just laying out a little bit. I think the other thing that's interesting from our standpoint is the acquisition of Fitbit. So Google purchased Fitbit. It's probably about 2.5 years ago. It was finalized about 18 months ago. And what people are looking for is how in remote communities could you use Fitbit devices, not just the ones you see at the Fitbit.com, but there are other devices available to monitor health. So this could be an area where in remote communities, places that are far away from like primary care hospitals, physicians can work with patients to understand, what is going on. And this is things like, heart rate. I think everyone knows that, but things like skin temperature. There's a lot more you can do with these devices to monitor how things play out. We're working with a hematologist who's looking at post-surgery like how patients react to certain drugs that they're given, because it increases heart rate, it lowers blood pressure. There's all of these variables that are at play. But these people are living in Northern Ontario, and he's based in Toronto. Like, for them to come down, it's highly disruptive just to get an ECG and some of these other tests. So how can you enable for patients to stay like at home or in place and extract that information, you know, from them? So some of the wearables that we're bringing out in the next little while will be interesting from that standpoint. And then going across the chain when it comes to healthcare. So the way I kind of look at us as healthcare is we're kind of like Home Depot. So we're not going to bring out too much like healthcare products. What we're looking for are partners that can develop on top of the platform to enable for applications to be built. And this is where I think like the community and you know, this audience, it could be interesting to kind of think through what you can work through. Like you heard from the guys at the University of Saskatchewan yesterday and what they're developing. There's probably things that you guys could develop as well, and using our technologies to build those or build that platform as well. So we're not looking to kind of get into the weeds in healthcare. We're looking to provide a platform to allow other people to kind of really focus on certain problems, but build on GCP to enable for those solutions to come to market. The other thing that we can do that's happening in healthcare is around conversational AI. So we've got a solution called Contact Center AI, which is using a lot of the stuff that we've built. So if you're calling a hospital or a healthcare provider, you'll have the ability to kind of use this technology to kind of route through. Unfortunately, in Canada, we don't have any examples of this, but when you look at the large hospitals in the United States and also in Southeast Asia, we're actually seeing this begin to get a lot of traction in healthcare. But you can use this for other things. Even in your community, we have people using this for like IT desk, like service desk work. How do you enable for people to get the information to solve for themselves and leave the problems that actually require a human, like let those things route to the human and try and take as much of it off the table as possible. And this is the Fitbit thing, so I'll just move on. So this is the area where I really wanted to get to. So Google, as you know, or I assume you know, we have Google Translate. And this is a tool that we've been working on for many years. It grew out of a couple of areas. Some of it was actually tied into the development of Google Maps. So with Google Maps, one of the things we wanted to do was represent the language of the country on the map. So if you're in Turkey, it shouldn't be in English, it should be in Turkish. If you're in Saudi Arabia, it should be in Arabic. So a lot of the work that's come out of Translate actually had an ulterior reason for its creation. Now from that, we've now got a whole bunch of languages that are available. But when you look at the Indigenous languages, we're failing miserably. There is, I think, 3 Indigenous languages in South America that have made their way onto Google Translate. There's been work done in other countries that's never been surfaced on Google Translate. And the Google Translate team actually want to do this. It's just that it's not easy. When you look at Indigenous language in Canada, if you look at what Statistics Canada is gathering from the communities as part of a census, and I know a census isn't perfect information, but there's a lot going on here, and unfortunately it's going in the wrong direction. Like the languages are not, English is just taking over everywhere. And one of the things I'd love to see is how do we stop that? How do we kind of make sure that we can gather up these languages and make sure that if nothing, they're documented, but then also how do we turn that back around and enable for healthcare forms to be presented in a local language, or in education, your education material for your community in a local language. So really trying to figure out like how do we make that happen, and some of the benefits, and you guys know this, I mean you live in the community, like I grew up in Australia and there's communities in and around where I grew up where language was the core of who they were at that point. It had been a very traumatic experience for them, as in Canada, but language was kind of what was left. And trying to, save that, I think, is one of the things that I'd like to see us kind of see how we can kind of amp that up and really, really focus on it. But at the same time, not have Google do that. Like Google, it goes back to my Home Depot analogy, is we can provide tools and guidance, but how can the community kind of, work through that? And some of the benefits that I kind of outline here, I think, are really, really important. I think the biggest one is about strengthening Indigenous communities. How can we enable for language like native tongue to be used in documentation, in material, for those communities? When you look at, result or things that have happened in healthcare, you look at what happened in New Brunswick, and this is going back a little while, but Shirley Bair out there. The benefits of language in healthcare, I think, are highly beneficial. The comfort level of speaking in your own tongue, to someone or working through that, I think is really, really interesting and very powerful as well. The two areas I see this playing out is in healthcare and education. In talking to some people, like in the last couple of days, I think there's other areas where this can absolutely play out and be of benefit. I've really just been focusing on these two with, when I've been speaking about this topic, but I'm really keen to kind of see where this could go. And just some numbers. So this is coming from Statistics Canada, and apologies for the layout here. But short of, what's going on in the Maritimes, so Mi'kmaq is the only one that I could see where there has actually been an increase in the population, the language population, Indigenous language population. A lot of the other ones have unfortunately decreased from 2016 through to 2020. Again, Statistics Canada information, there's probably other data sets that should be considered with these numbers, but just wanted to kind of put that out there. So we're always adding new languages to Google Translate. We added 20 odd in the last, about 30 odd languages. There's actually more than these 24 have been added in the last 12 months. And you can kind of go and read about what they are. But to add a language is not a simple process. We have to have a corpus of information, a corpus of verbiage to train the models to be able to translate. And I think that's one of the issues that we're bumping into with Indigenous languages. Now, I was chatting with Cherish last night, and there is actually corpuses of information for some languages that are available, and they could actually be prime candidates to get started with this potentially. But there are other languages where it's just verbal. And how do we turn it from verbal into text, or start recording elders or folks that can speak the language so as we can do the acquisition, subsequently from there. We've actually gone and developed fonts. So this is the other thing that's important. The ability to kind of use the keyboard to enter, information into the system. Without that, you don't, you'll get a misrepresentation because you're putting everything in English or some sort of Western Latin type language. So what I see here is the ability for the platform, or whatever we want to call it, to actually allow for people to create fonts, to create representation of the language so it can actually be stored and presented back in the way that it should be presented. So this is already available. If you go to fonts.google.com, you can use this, and there's actually a couple of variants that have already been developed, and this was developed out of our site in Waterloo. We've actually got, this is kind of a strange title, a keyboard engineer. All he does is work on keyboards. Not mechanical ones, but virtual ones that you can kind of flip and change as part of the operating system. So what do you need to do to train a language model for Google Translate? Essentially, you need to gather the data. So we need a way where folks could kind of put in the representation of a word and what it's English or French, or pick another language that we can train off. So gathering that information as part of the system is kind of step one. Step two is then forming up sentences. And once we've got a corpus of sentences, and these can be really simple sentences like, how do I get to the park? Or where is the service station? Or what are you having for dinner? That allows for a model to kind of look at the two sites, the English or whatever the training language is, versus the language to train, what that reference point is. So once we get a set of those together, we can start training the model, and then we can start putting feedback into the model to enhance it and make it better. There's a few other bits and pieces in here, but I think the main point here is how do we enable for the capture of the languages in an easy and simple way. And the other thing that I fear with Indigenous language is when you look across Canada, I think there's according to Statistics Canada, I know there's more languages out there. It's like 60 or 70 languages or dialects. So we don't just want to focus on one. We don't just want to go for the biggest one across the country. We want to make sure that we're bringing along the languages in northern British Columbia where there's 1,400 speakers of that language. How can we give them the ability to kind of capture their language and enable for them to translate as well? So setting up kind of an environment where a tenant could be created for a community to develop their language outside of the influence of some of the other language sets, Indigenous language sets. So this is essentially, what I'm trying to look to see whether there's interest. So again, Google's not going to build this. Google's hopefully going to work with the community to try and build a platform that enables for language acquisition. And this just goes into a little bit more detail. And I feel really bad about word-heavy slides, but we're talking about language, so I'm going to use that as an excuse for doing that. But this gives you a bit of a flow of what we need to do to train a model. The other thing here is how could we take some steps? How could we move this forward? And I see this as I said, a community-driven development. So again, we've got students in the room at technical colleges. I mean, this could be an interesting project to kind of look at, to potentially get started with. I think we also need to look at the community and get guidance. There's so much I don't know about this. There's so much that I'm probably getting wrong with even talking about this. But I feel, just based on what I'm hearing from different communities that I'm working with in places like Ontario, that there is an opportunity here, and I think that there's also a level of passion and drive in certain communities to try and make this happen. It's just trying to take those first steps. The other thing with this is looking for funding models to kind of build this and sustain it. One of the things we've seen in places like Australia is this has been attempted through academic grants, and that's not a sustainable model because the grants last for 6, 12, 18 months, and then the researcher moves on to something else, and it's left hanging. It doesn't kind of turn into something real. It's not a product. It's kind of a perpetual prototype, for want of a better term. So how do we figure out, is there a way to kind of get sustainable funding, potentially through government to kind of enable for this to be established, but at the same time be sustained? Because I think that's the critical point. Because as the elders, as time changes, there potentially could be less speakers. So it's going to be even more critical to capture and process these languages as best we can. What Google wants to do is spend more time educating the community. So how do you use the technology? What can we do to kind of get you up and running, get you moving? So things like, it kind of came up in one of the sessions before, we have a bunch of free training that enables you to become like a cloud system administrator or a cloud developer that you can get access to for nothing, which I would love to kind of funnel into this. There's also paid training as well that goes to that next level, so levels of certification and things like that, which I think should be considered. But I think, what are the first steps with looking at the platform and how you can get going? And what does the next 5 years when it comes to technology look like? There'll be things that'll stay on premise. That's never going to go away. But I think you're going to see more and more change across into the cloud. And this could be a good starting point to kind of look at cloud native services to enable for that. So that's all I had. Really open to questions, comments. Even Frank, what are you going on about? This is ridiculous. But this is one of the things that I'm kind of passionate about. I hope you can kind of sense that in the way I'm speaking, and I'm really looking to see whether there is interest in this, something that it's worth pushing. I'm even coming out of this, you know, I've got meetings with provincial governments where they've got mandates to figure out how to solve this problem. But I think the thing that I'm gapped on is that community awareness. Like, what does the Indigenous community need, want, or see as a potential question?
Hi, I'm Adnan from Sichun. It's a company up in northern Quebec. So we're the technology ISP, MSP. We do everything for the region kind of thing. And one of the communities we work with in Escapis, they have a huge lexicon and they have a huge library that they've already translated from English to Nescapi. It just happens to be the Bible and all of its versions that they've done. And we're actually looking, it's one of the things we're looking at right now is how do we take that and start getting something into Google for translate purposes. So my question is, would I be reaching out to yourself, or who do I reach out to
so
get that process started?
Like, I'm kind of taking point on this, but I think at the same time is we need to develop a platform to ingest that data. So we can't just go straight to Google Translate because there are some gates that we need to get through to go to that. Like, that's my dream. Like, I would see success with this project if we get one Indigenous language on Google Translate. And I would love for it to be a Canadian one, not one from the United States and not one from Australia or elsewhere. I want Canada to kind of win this race, if we can put it in that context. But this is where, like, your team and potentially folks you work with is, could they build like some of the baseline elements to do that? You're pointing at your colleague to go and start building it. But and the other thing here is this has to be an open source project. I think that's one of the things, like, what you build should be shared. Like, you're in Quebec, Labrador kind of area. It should be shared with the community in British Columbia. It should be shared with the folks in Ontario and elsewhere. And the other thing here is, like, another goal for this is, could this be expanded from Canada to these other countries? Because they've got exactly the same problem. So I think it's really just figuring out, like, from a community standpoint, how we could get this going. How could we start actually a development of the platform? And this is where folks like myself and other Googlers can lean in to help out. Like the keyboard, Gene Gerard in Waterloo, the keyboard guy, he's like, I want you to call me straight after this session. I want you to tell me what happened, because he is super keen to get engaged in this. But I think it's just so as everyone's clear, it's like, you guys would be building the platform with us looking over your shoulder a little bit, for want of a better term. So providers like you and partners potentially like you are part of this mix to make it happen. And it doesn't matter. Like, I use the example of, it'd be great if we could translate a grade 1, grade 2 school book, but the Bible's another great example of, if that's a goal for that community, fantastic. Let's use that as the mechanism to get it going. Does that answer your question? Super. I think question down the back there.
Hi. Okay. So the idea of, like, having a Rosetta Stone is really awesome, and for that language revitalization. But are you guys utilizing other ones? Like, I know you were talking about the guy with the fonts and everything, but there's making use of stuff that has already been out there, such as Language Geek.
Yeah, look, like, one of the things that one of my colleagues in Australia mentioned to me is we should be looking at things like language nests. Like, not even just the technology, like, you can even pull back from that, but looking at how language nests function to kind of, at a human-to-human level, how does that work? And then from there, if there are other things that have been developed, and this is one of the things that we're struggling a little bit, is getting a map of what's actually available right now. Because it seems to be very pocketized or very discrete what's happened. And it goes back to that academic approach where an academic has gone into a community and done some work there and created something and kind of left. And this is nothing. We need the academics as part of this, to be honest with you. It's just the sustenance of it. How do we keep it going? And if it's something where we can draw in other technologies that are at play, absolutely. I don't want to reinvent the wheel, but it could be an opportunity to look at, was that the right approach? Could this give you kind of a more broader platform to do things, you know, in 2023 versus some of the work that was done in 2015? Also open to general Google questions. If you've got like random, why does Google do this or that? Happy to take that as well. But yeah, cool. Have we got much time left, or are we? 5 minutes. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, we'll call it a day. Thank you very much. Hopefully this was of interest. I'm about today and tomorrow. If you do want to kind of come and have a chat about the language stuff or anything to do with Google, please feel free. Super.
Thank you so much, Frank, for your presentation, and thank you for being here. So Frank Currie is from Google. He talked about how Google's mission is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. He gave us some examples of different tools that they use, such as Virilli. And when I looked at the website, Google has actually developed a wastewater testing dashboard that's really applicable, I think, to Indigenous communities. We have a strong tie to acknowledging water as our source of life, and particularly a lot of wastewater samplings happening in the Yukon, you know, and COVID testing. So I found that really fascinating. Also, I was thinking about, you showed another example of DeepMind, which is Microsoft's AI, and you showed a department called Google Fiber. And so Google Fiber at one point, as we're thinking about how we're going to get connectivity to our nations, Google Fiber, or Alphabet, had a project called Project Terra. And this project literally like shot laser beams of internet kilometers away using optical beams. Like, I just thought that was really fascinating. I don't know what's happening with that project, but Google's always very innovative, and they're, you know, really trying to solve the world's problems. So you mentioned about how there's a $300 credit, and the Google Cloud platform has Canadian regions. So in 2017, they established in Montreal, and in 2020, they were in Toronto. Also, you suggested that we watch the YouTube documentary about hacking Google that was released in 2009. Has anyone seen that? No? I haven't yet. I'll be watching it. You also talked about Mandiant, and again about the, you talked about Google and GitHub and public sector of Canada. Also about AI labs in Canada, how you have DeepMind in Montreal and you have Google Brain divisions in Toronto and Montreal. And you talked about MedPalm 2. That is a Google tool. I was looking into it. That talks a lot about healthcare specifically. And so when it comes to healthcare, organizations are still adapting to the challenges of data governance, interoperability, and scalability, and that you really need to empower data-driven innovation, and that you would like people to use the platforms to build the tools needed specifically in healthcare. Also, when you were speaking about Indigenous languages, one of my language mentors, his name is Lance Twitchell. He has his PhD, and he's an instructor of Tlingit Yukatangi. So you said that 3 languages in South America have made it to Google Translate recently, and that 24 new languages were added. I was researching and looking at the zero-shot machine translation. I'd like to learn more about that because it is basically a machine learning model that only sees monolingual text, meaning it learns to translate into another language without ever seeing an example. I don't understand that. I'm like, how is that possible? But I really appreciated Ahmed talking about how they have Indigenous languages often translated into Bibles, and that might be a really great launching point to start looking at Indigenous conservation efforts. There was also a comment at the back that talked about languagegeek.com, and so some of their partners are First Voices that I mentioned from BC, and also the Indigenous Language Institute. So there are already circles of Indigenous community looking at these challenges and how can larger corporations like Google come in and support the grassroots efforts of Indigenous people in implementing solutions to some of our own challenges that were imposed upon us based upon state and church. So you mentioned there's 70 languages across Canada, and 34 of those languages are in British Columbia, and 8 languages are in the Yukon Territory. I'm very passionate about language preservation, as I'm sure we all are. We're losing our birth speakers at an accelerated rate, and we're losing like a whole traditional way of knowing and being. Language is the foundation of so much in our societies. You know, it's our connection to education, to justice, to our ways of being and knowing. So the fact that Google, you know, wants to engage, it's UNESCO's Decade of Indigenous Languages from 2020 to 2030, I believe. So we're in that decade of Indigenous languages. And there is one Indigenous language around the world. I can't remember the statistic, but I think there's one Indigenous language lost around the world like every 2 weeks. So we're really a race against time. So again, thank you very much. I hope that I wish you a lot of success in your language, in your attempts to secure Indigenous languages. And I look forward to seeing you again next year, where you're going to come back and report to us a little bit more how that project has come to fruition. So Sharon Angus is a Cisco certified IT instructor for the IT Support Specialist program at the Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technologies, SIIT, for the past 3 years. Sharon has worked in the IT industry for almost 20 years with 10 years of training experience to train the next generation of IT specialists. The ITSS program is a 9-month program with classes such as hardware, software, networking 1 and 2, CCNA levels 1 and 2, virtualization, security, Windows Server, support and user management, professional competencies, and Office applications. There are only 11 active Cisco certified instructors in Saskatchewan, according to a 2022 impact report released by Cisco, and Sharon is one of the only 3 active female Cisco certified instructors. In 2008, she was the recipient of one of 11 Cisco First Nation Award of Excellences awarded that year. Sharon hopes to continue to learn more about technology and share that knowledge with others in her community and others who wish to remain in their communities as well. Her specialties include computers, problem solving, research, internet research, instruction, hardware, software, troubleshooting, networks, and virtualization. Thank you very much.
Hi. I know you guys are probably all really excited to see Alina today, but now you're stuck with me. Just want to shout out to my students. Hey, guys. Okay, so the Indigenous Women in Tech was a research project started by Ethical Digital. And the goal was to identify the barriers that prevent Indigenous women from getting into tech and staying. So the retention is also a part of that research that they had done. There we go. So at Ethical Digital, I actually sit on their technical advisory board for this project. So it's really awesome that I get to present today. So basically, Ethical Digital takes a look at the way that the internet is growing and how people are accessing it and everything, and again, with that ethical look, slant towards that data. So Katrina German is the head of, she's the CEO and founder of Ethical Digital. And working with her has been really great. So she's trying to work towards changing the trajectory of the internet, and as we all know, the internet isn't always a safe or happy place to be. So again, using that information that they gather is a means of trying to change that trajectory instead of going towards a more negative point of view. So Indigenous people and tech occupations, despite our already small numbers in population versus the larger population, the percentage, our representation, and that includes in First Nations, Inuit, and Métis, are still significantly lower than the average population. So even though, yeah, the tech industry is kind of a niche market kind of thing, our participation in it is a lot less, right? So again, you can see the number of non-Aboriginal identities. We're looking at over 900,000, right? And then in First Nations, it's less than 6,000, so even less than 10%. Okay, so, and even though our population is a fraction, we are a fraction of that fraction. So when it comes to Indigenous women, as you can see by the little slide here, Indigenous women get paid less, and there's less population involved as well. Okay, so male gets 65 grand per year for First Nations, and Métis is 73,000. So again, that representation, Métis, they're kind of sitting on both sides of the cultural border there. So I'm not sure how much of that has to do with it, but they are. But the fact that females are paid less is, you know, unfair, I guess you could say, and part of it has to do with the perception of our involvement in technology. So basically the project was they interviewed over 100 women, Indigenous women in tech, looking to see to identify the barriers that prevent them from getting into tech in the first place and why they don't stay. And as an Indigenous woman in tech, I guess, I've been doing this for 20 years now, almost 20 years, next winter. That it says that, for instance, 73% of respondents considered a career in tech. So why didn't they continue that forward? They knew somebody in tech, but why aren't they using that as a jumping stone to get into the profession? So the report, once all the data had been aggregated and looked through and sorted, Ethical Digital released a report called Changing Saskatchewan's Tech Ecosystem to Empower Indigenous Women. I do have copies and I forgot to hand them out, but there's also, if you scan the QR code, you can get to the page to download the entire report if you would like to read it. So the report findings were, finding one was that respondents noted funding and money as the #1 barrier. Finding #2 was that Indigenous women noted that training relocation or career location is a barrier to them working in the tech industry. Finding #3 was that Indigenous women note that their current level of education has held them back from working in the tech industry. And finding 4 is respondents noted that childcare or family obligations were obstacles in attending training or careers in the tech field. So, based on those findings, Ethical Digital made some recommendations that will hopefully remove those barriers or at least bring them down enough for enough of us to climb over them. So the first one was the increased accessibility to funding supports, paid online training programs, paid internships, funds for tuition and living allowance, scholarships, bursaries for Indigenous women who want to pursue training or careers in the tech field. The second recommendation was to work with organizations and tech companies to increase the delivery of online tech training, work in partnership with Indigenous communities to develop tech training hubs with support for childcare. Number 3 was work with tech companies to develop women-centered workplace policies that focus on the unique needs of Indigenous women, such as childcare, flex time, remote or hybrid work, and continuing education. 4th recommendation was work with the tech companies, Indigenous women, and educational institutions to develop and market women-centered micro-credentialing programs for specific tech industry vacancies, possibly funded or subsidized in part by the tech companies themselves. Now, the really interesting thing, and part of the reason why I'm involved with this project, and why I'm still here is that every single one of those recommendations I had access to, and I took advantage of them. First of all, the program I took, when I first got into tech, I was completely self-taught, but to get into the industry, to stay there, I took some training, and it was offered completely online through Keewatin Career Development Corporation up north in La Ronge. So it was completely online as well. So that paid, I was able to support my young children who were quite young at the time and are all now grown up, but that allowed me to provide for my family. And the fact that it was completely online meant that I didn't have to relocate my young family. I could stay in my community. And working along with my reserve, they gave me space, and they made it so that way I could also take, because of that flex time that they were talking about in suggestion number 3, was that I was also able to work from home on days when my children were sick. So I wasn't missing out on anything. So that delivery of online, childcare paid, and the fact that it was, the organization itself had a lot of female Indigenous employees. They saw the value in making sure that they invested in me. They're the ones who sent me to Toronto to get my CCNA certification, teaching certification. So again, if I hadn't had access to all 4 of those, and the fact that I did, I feel very, very fortunate, because I really do love what I do. And now the idea is, how do we keep Indigenous women in the tech industry? So that's the other side of the coin, is that while I had access to all of this stuff, and I wasn't the only one, but how do you maintain that? And it's very difficult. Over the years, I have had good fortune of working with a lot of Indigenous women who work in the tech industry, but not all of them stay. So why is that? So this is the showcase. You can, and these are all of their, these are all the partners that they're working with. So the fact that we have these, making these types of connections and having this type of event and everything like that, it really makes a big difference for the women in the tech industry, especially Indigenous women. And the fact that SIIT has a program that's geared towards Indigenous people to have, to have that presence is making a difference. And each year, since I started teaching at SIIT, we've graduated increasingly more women. And I don't know if it's just me being in front of the classroom, but we hear that phrase all the time, representation matters, right? So the fact that I'm there and I've been doing this for so long, hopefully that is part of that reason that we're going to be able to graduate. The first year I taught, we graduated one Indigenous woman. Actually, just one woman. Second year, it was 3. Third year, it was 5. So this year, my goal is 7. We'll just keep going until we hit the median where it's half and half, right? So that's my ultimate goal. And so some questions to ask ourselves is, Canada's missing out on a whopping $27.7 billion annually because of its underutilized Indigenous workforce. So how do we bring those people in? And of course, those people, that underutilized Indigenous workforce includes women, right? So if Indigenous people had the same education and training as non-Indigenous peoples, the resulting increase in productivity would mean an additional $8.5 billion in income earned annually by the Indigenous population. We are a billion-dollar industry, and let's not forget that. So a $27.7 billion annual boost is a possibility for Canada's economy if equal economic opportunities are given to the country's Indigenous population, says a recent report. So partnerships with Reconciliation Saskatoon, we are in early planning stages of hosting Economic Reconciliation Hackathon that will focus on how to tap into that underutilized Indigenous workforce. What do we need to ensure Indigenous people have the same education and training opportunities and success as non-Indigenous people? So when that concept of getting that same education, a lot of times taking that type of training in a non-Indigenous community or a non-Indigenous organization, oftentimes the student can feel a little alienated. I know I've been to university before. So seeing the difference in how the other students were raised and what they had access to makes a big difference. On the reserve, I was just really lucky. I had access to a lot of things. And if I hadn't been so lucky, I might not be here right now. So this report actually means a lot to me, and having to see so many women present here today, and having been in the industry as long as we have, I'm just, yay! Kudos to us all. Okay, okay, apparently that was the last one. Cool. Sorry, I just found out this morning that I was going to be presenting. So is there any questions? Anybody? Thank you. Sorry for talking so fast. I had a lot of coffee today. Yeah.
I just wanted to commend you. It's really good work that you did with the report. And I just want to share, and I did share with some of the students yesterday, that myself, Patrick, and Shane at the front, we took a similar course about 10, 11 years ago, yeah. And we're still working in the same tech field, and we get to see a lot of our colleagues and our peers from that program. So good for you, students. I want to commend everybody again. Let's give them a round of applause for the students.
Yeah, I'm hoping someday one of them will teach the course when I retire. Any questions? We're good?
Hi, my name's Debbie Blondell-Pitt. I'm with Indigenous Services Canada. I just wanted to say that I really enjoyed your presentation and that I've learned so much, and I'd love to have a copy of your report.
Oh, yeah, sure. I'll hand out. Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah,
Perfect.
in case you guys
Perfect.
didn't hear that, physical copies at the front by limited number, and I'll be handing out some cards with QR codes so that way you can download a digital version. Okay.
That's great. Thank you.
Oh, we have one more question.
I always believe that the best operating communities are those that have their own members running it, and they're right there. Okay, so when I promote that model with the bands and chiefs and council, or a lot of the administrative folks actually, there's always questions. Where are they? Where are these IT guys that we should be hiring? Sometimes, often you'll hear the health center can't afford a full-time position, so partner up with the education, the band office. So, but what I'm finding is it's kind of surprising. They're out there. They just pop out like mushrooms. So do you keep a database of tech resources or anything, or do you know of something like that?
Currently, no. We try our best, my co-instructor and program coordinator, we try our best to keep in touch with the students once they leave, but at the moment we it's really also a two-way street, right? If the student isn't willing to stay in touch, then we kind of lose track of them. But for the most part, a lot of them do keep in touch. So Diego and I do our best to promote them and to ensure that they maintain, or first get and then maintain employment in the tech industry. So we do have a lot of really great partners that we do work with. Those were the partners that Ethical Digital is working with, but SIIT, our program itself, we actually focus on local IT departments or MSPs in the city, because our students do a work practicum at the end of our program. So we do have a lot of partners within the industry here in town. And of course, Saskatoon's tech industry is growing so quickly. I've read somewhere recently that that Saskatoon is starting to rival Waterloo as far as expansion in the tech industry is. So it's really exciting to be able to be a part of this program and make sure that our people and our communities are being brought along with that. And like I said, everything's about the importance of representation within the tech industry is really important as well, because 20 years ago, Thunderchild, that's my First Nation, had tried to do what you guys did, like what you just presented on, right? But unfortunately, we didn't have our own tech people to do that. Oftentimes, tech services for Indigenous communities, especially remote ones, is that you have to hire out, right? So you end up contracting these services from MSPs that may not, first of all, understand the community, not just the dynamics, the personal dynamics of the community, but also just the terrain, right? The solution that was, or the attempt at the solution for having high-speed wireless in all the homes was point to point. Now, unfortunately, there's a huge valley that runs right through Thunderchild, which means that anybody living in that valley did not have access. They were still relying on the old POTS, right? Plain old telephone system, aka dial-up, right? So that does cause problems, right? So now the community, and if the community doesn't understand the technology that's required or involved, then they're not making fully informed decisions and investing money badly, right? I'm not saying Thunderchild did at the time, but I could see the potential for that in a lot of communities, right? So the fact that you are able to do that for your community is huge, right? So the other thing too is like they implement things that they may not fully understand the infrastructure or the lack of infrastructure in the communities as well. Another example was an MSP came in and tried to introduce virtualized applications, office applications through Citrix. Unfortunately, at the time, we did not have the bandwidth to support that, right? Because it's not like as if our virtualized applications were being hosted on premise in Thunderchild. They were being hosted in the city. So, and then on top of that, anything went wrong, well, now we'd have to wait 2 hours or, 2 or 3 days before they could get a technician out there. One of the reasons why I ended up just actually getting into tech was, like I said, I was mostly self-taught and I apprenticed, was because I was self-taught and I did have an interest. My band hired me and I continued to apprentice until I actually got my A+ training and then my CCNA. So because of that, we have a few more people on the reserve who are more technically inclined. And young people these days, because of that access, the high-speed access to high-speed internet and everything like that, it's a real game changer. So Starlink for up north is incredible to me, to know that they'll have something close to something way better than dial-up anyway. And again, it's the infrastructure, the not being able to understand that infrastructure just just coming into the reserve in the first place, and the community itself, it's a barrier and holds our communities back quite a bit. So again, seeing so many Indigenous students in our classroom every year is really, really exciting and makes me very hopeful. Any other questions?
Sharon, if I may just add to Charles' question. First of all, Charles, your presentation was awesome, and I think a few of our students were involved, as you said, in deploying the solution. But on the question of tracking our alumni, work is in progress. I think by next year we are deploying a solid application. They do have an access database right now, which is kind of hit and miss. We can't do a very good job of tracking, but something should be in place by next year.
Yeah, that would be great to have that resource, eh? Yeah. Any other questions? No? Cool. Well, it was very nice presenting. Thank you.
Sharon, thank you for that excellent presentation. I find it really inspiring that there's a CCNA instructor and a Cisco certified instructor who's an Indigenous woman. One of the SIIT instructors is sitting at my table, and some of the students were sitting at my table. And I said to him, I said, oh, students at SIIT can get their level 1 and level 2 CCNA, and what an excellent resource for us as Canadians, if we need an instructor. I know in the future I'll definitely be pointing myself towards Sharon Angus. And I also Sharon, I really liked your LinkedIn. So Sharon was presenting about a research project that was completed by Ethical Digital. Ethical Digital is owned by Katrina German, who's the CEO, and she's looking to answer call to action number 92. And so with Indigenous Women in Tech, there are a couple of recommendations that were put forward. So to increase funding supports. In addition to funding supports, there's support needed for childcare, that corporations should develop women-centered workplace policies. So for childcare, flex time, remote or hybrid work, for continuing their educational pursuits, to develop and market women-centered micro-credentialing programs for specific tech industry vacancies. So recently I took some training through the BC First Nations Technology Council in BC. Now I know about the Saskatchewan SIIT, and I don't know of other small Indigenous-led training opportunities or venues for other people across the territory, but programs and accreditation from these types of organizations has really been instrumental. So thank you very much for all the excellent work that you are able to do. And I hope that you never retire, Sharon. You can't. And you and I, by being in the same room, are probably skewing all the statistics. And Pamela. Anyway, so next we have Microsoft's presentation for half an hour. Microsoft is presenting on the art of possible with generative AI within First Nations communities. Our presenter is Darcy Lussier, who's a partner technology strategist with the Global Partner Solutions Group at Microsoft Canada. He specifically works with independent software vendors who are building their solutions on the Azure cloud. He is also chair of the Indigenous Employee Resource Group, ERG, for Microsoft Canada, and organizes the annual Prairie Developer Conference, which is a 2-day software conference held in Winnipeg, Regina, and Calgary. Thank you, Darcy.
All right. Whoop. Everybody's woken up now. All right. Okay. It is so great to be here. I when I found out I had the opportunity to speak here, I was really excited. So just a bit about me. Yes, I work for Microsoft, partner technology strategist. I'm also Métis on my dad's side. And growing up, we actually lived in Saskatoon for a few years because my dad was the dean of the Native Studies program at the University of Saskatchewan in Saskatoon. And then later on in his life, he spent his last few decades teaching on Northern Reserves. And so my whole life was not just knowing that I was Métis, but recognizing what it meant to be Indigenous in Canada and hearing the history of all Indigenous people and hearing also about current affairs, current status of Indigenous life today. And so that's actually led me to, at Microsoft, being able to find a place where I could turn that into a bit of activism. So it mentions there that I'm the chair of the employee resource group, our Indigenous employee resource group. That's a group within Microsoft where we have a very dedicated, passionate group of both First Nations and Métis, as well as allied leaders who are really driving the Indigenous awareness within Microsoft. And so part of that is education that we do to our other employees across Canada and now also across the Americas. But it also means that we're really trying to have Microsoft take seriously what our responsibility is to respond to number 92 of the calls to action from Truth and Reconciliation Report. And we're doing that in a number of ways. So including looking at the CCAB's PAR program and then also engaging with Indigenous-owned technology companies. So if you're interested in hearing more about that, happy to talk about it afterwards. So yes, very happy to talk to you here today about our journey on AI at Microsoft. Quick show of hands, just so I can understand the crowd. How many people here are more on the software development side of technology? One person, okay. How many people here are more on the IT infrastructure side? A little bit more. And how many here are in the management side? I'm trying to think what groups are left. Okay, good, okay. So we've got all the bases covered. All right, that's good, that's good. So what I'm going to do in this talk is I'm going to go over a bit of the history of AI at Microsoft, and then I'm going to talk specifically around our generative AI, which you might have heard about, especially with all of the Azure OpenAI announcements that happened in January and February. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about exactly what that is, what that means, and then go through some use cases in that, and we're going to end it on one specific AI example that I think we're all going to find really, really interesting. So let's talk about the journey of AI in general. So if we think about AI, it's really been around since the 1950s, and that's when the first initial artificial intelligence pieces in computer science started to emerge. And then in 1990s, we started seeing machine learning. In 2012, we started to see deep learning come out. And then now we're in 2021 where we've got this generative AI piece. I think it was Frank from Google who mentioned that the transformer model paper, originally came from Google, and that's right. And then if we look at the timeline from a Microsoft and OpenAI part of it, because right now, especially around generative AI, you can't really separate the two. So in 2015, that's when OpenAI, the company that owns ChatGPT and created the technology, was founded. What's interesting about OpenAI is that when they were founded, they split it up into two different companies. One that was actually a nonprofit, and that's really kind of the heart of OpenAI. And a second one that was really meant to be more of that commercial piece. And the reason they did that was because they recognized what they were doing, that AI had this immense power and possibility to really change the world, and they were concerned that it might get influenced in negative ways, so they wanted to try and keep a bit of separation. And one of the things that they did was they actually capped total investment that could happen to 100 times any investment that was put in. Now, I think at the time they were thinking, that's safe, we're going to be fine. We just announced that we invested $10 billion in them, so I don't know how that cap works anymore as far as kind of limiting it, but that was the initial intent. So in 2016, Microsoft appointed Kevin Scott as our CTO, and that's going to be important in a second. And then also in 2016, we announced our cognitive services. Now, cognitive services is a group of AI services that we offer that are not generative AI. They're more of that deep learning type that I mentioned that was coming out earlier. And then in 2019, we GA'd it, and cognitive services was generally available, and people could use it. And these are things like vision APIs, language APIs, translation services. I don't know, is anyone here a fan of the HBO series Silicon Valley? Anybody? A couple of people. They had an episode where one of them made one of these vision AI applications, and it was called Seafood, S-E-E, food, and the idea was it would identify food, but all it could do was tell if something was or wasn't a hot dog. And so that was like an example, right, of like early on, vision API, what could we do with this? Now in 2019, this is where things get really serious for Microsoft and generative AI. So I mentioned that we hired Kevin Scott as our CTO. Kevin was really, really engaged with the San Francisco Silicon Valley tech scene, and so he actually knew the CEO of OpenAI. He was the one that made the connection with Satya Nadella, Microsoft's CEO, and had those conversations starting. And then in 2019, Microsoft entered an exclusive agreement with OpenAI. And the deal was they would exclusively run OpenAI. So when you go to ChatGPT, it's on Azure. Run it on Microsoft's cloud. And then they would also share their experiences, share their knowledge with our teams that were developing AI, and then we would also invest in them. And so that was in 2019. 2020, internally at Microsoft, we also did a couple of interesting things. One of them was we released Project Currie. So within Microsoft, outside of the OpenAI stuff, we were also looking at our own large language models and making those developments. And so we actually created one that was about 3 to 4 times the size of actually GPT-3 alongside with NVIDIA, and they called it Megatron. And there's a joke in there about a transformer model being called Megatron endangers, but only if you're from a certain decade you'll get that joke. I heard laughter, so that's good. That's always a test. But what also came out of that was a group within Microsoft called the AI at Scale group. And what this group was tasked with was to say, look, we're starting to realize what we can do with AI. How do we take that and how do we implement that across all of our different products and services, and what would that look like? And so that work began a few years back. And then this was also interesting. Another piece of investment that we did, we actually created a supercomputer. And the way that you can tell if it's a supercomputer is there's actually a list available online that lists all of them. And so we were actually in the top 5 or top 10. It had 285,000 CPUs and 10,000 GPUs. Which sounds really astronomical, and today we're not on the top 10 with that supercomputer, and the ones that are there are mind-blowingly large. But at the time, it was one of the biggest ones, and because of that investment, that even enabled OpenAI to continue developing their LLM models more, and also benefited from Microsoft. And then finally, in 2023, this past January and February, that's when Microsoft announced that we were going to invest $10 billion more into OpenAI. And that in February we said everybody's going to get a Copilot when it comes to Office and Windows and everything else, and that really opened the doors then for this new generative AI wave. So the partnership that we've got with OpenAI is really strong, and it is definitely the heart of what we're doing with generative AI at Microsoft. Now, I keep saying generative AI, and the reason is because if you look at our whole ecosystem, our whole AI ecosystem is multifaceted. And so if you look at the screen here and you look at the top two, we've got sort of our applications and applications platform. So if you're not an actual software developer, but you want to be able to take advantage of AI in your day-to-day work, that's where, whether it's within Windows, within Office, or within our Power Platform, which is our low-code, no-code platform, we have AI assistants available there that you can take advantage of. If you're in more of the developer space, that's where the scenario-based services and the customizable AI models come in. The scenario-based ones are ones where they're more pre-built. And so we've taken, again, more of that kind of deep learning type of approach around specific use cases. So bot service if you wanted to write a chat bot, cognitive search if you wanted to add search capabilities, advanced search capabilities, video indexer where you can feed a video into the service and then it will actually index various aspects of it as far as like timings and what's being said and who's in it. and other things. And then the customizable AI models, those are the ones like hot dog, no hot dog, the vision API, the speech, the language, and decision. And then for those companies that are actively developing their own large language models in AI, we have a whole machine learning platform that people can take advantage of. So Azure OpenAI Service is one extra block that we're adding in there. It is not the totality of our AI capabilities, it's just one piece. And so when we talk about generative AI, that falls into that area. And then if we're talking about other AIs, that falls into other pieces. So what's the main difference between generative AI and the other versions of AI? Satya said it best in a recent interview. He said the previous AI was like an autopilot, while the new generation of AI is a co-pilot. And that's part of why we've adopted that co-pilot nomenclature, naming. Because if you think about it, and a great example is in our PowerPoint application, if you go to create a PowerPoint, you add a slide to it, there's a feature called Designer, and it'll come up with a whole bunch of options of, hey, you know, you did pretty good. Here's a couple of options maybe you want to consider. And then they have all sorts of nice designs in there, and you can choose to pick one of those. Now, that's a piece of AI, but it's a piece of AI that I didn't initiate. It's nothing that I actually did. It was other than enable the feature, and then it just serves me up something that it can do and only what it can do. With generative AI now in PowerPoint, we also have our Copilot. And so I can actually, before I touch anything else, go into a text box and type in, create me a project that has the company template applied to it and is using data from this file I have in OneDrive. I hit generate, and it creates me a PowerPoint, goes and applies the template, goes and grabs the data, and tries to figure out where maybe it looks the best to put it in. Now, does that mean it's 100% done? Absolutely not. But what it has done is gotten about 80% of the work done for me of doing all of that setup and design and everything else so that I can now go in and actually tweak it and put all the creative things that I want to in it. That's some AI that I've initiated. That's AI that I am now controlling, and I am telling it what to do. But instead of having to be very specific, and so I like to think of it as, if you think about, I was going to say SQL Server, but since we've got more infrastructure than that, let's say if you're thinking about your ARM templates or any of your infrastructure as code that you're deploying, instead of having to write down all of the, whether you're using Terraform, whether you're using ARM, Bicep, whatever, you can be just typing in what you want the AI to do, and it will then go and do it in regular natural language. So that's the power of generative AI. It understands us. It's, we have any Star Trek fans here? Oh, okay, I have to ask now that I've asked this. Any Star Wars fans? Is it split? Oh, there we go. Okay, I see. So in Star Trek, one of the things I love about Star Trek is it predicts the future, right? So Star Trek had the little tricorders or whatever, and now we have cell phones. Star Trek had doors that would automatically open when you walk close to it, and now we have doors that do that. Star Trek kind of predicted AI, where you'd see people walking around the ship just saying, computer, set us to warp speed 4. Computer, get me a report of this value, and this magic computer voice would do it. That's what generative AI is going to enable. And not just, right now it's very much textual, but we're very quickly going to see where we're going to get to the point where we can actually have speech involved in other things. So it's a very exciting time. So you're going to hear about copilots. We have a bunch of copilots that are in the process of being released, both for just overall Microsoft 365, our Dynamics, our Power Platform. We have a security copilot. We have Windows Copilot, GitHub Copilot. So for your developers that might be in your organizations, they can write, they can get an assistant within their development environment that produces code a lot more faster and quicker for them. And then we also have the ability, and this is where it becomes really powerful, is that with our Azure OpenAI service, which enables this to be used for custom development, you can actually add in your own plugins in that and make it extensible and add a whole bunch of features. And then this is where the power of expanding that AI comes in. Okay? So that's really just a high level. When we talk about generative AI and what the scope of AI is around deep learning and everything else, that's kind of where we're at today from a history point of view. Okay? All right, so let's talk about models and capabilities, because that's the second piece. So you've all probably heard of ChatGPT. And a lot of times ChatGPT gets used as sort of an in the wrong context. You know, how am I going to be able to use ChatGPT within my application? How am I going to be able to leverage ChatGPT? Well, that's the thing. ChatGPT is actually an application. The real AI magic is under the hood with what's called the large language models. And so this is where you've probably heard terms like GPT-3 or GPT-4. You might have heard about DALL-E. These are the actual models under the hood that is doing all that magic and everything that makes AI so wonderful and magical. And they're able to do really interesting things, but they're also very much built for specific purposes. So for instance, DALL-E is what you would use if you wanted to create AI-generated artwork. If you were doing something more around text, kind of that ChatGPT experience, that's where you'd look at GPT-4 or GPT 3.5 Turbo. And then if you're looking at doing more like code creation, that's where you're looking at things like Codex was the go-to one a while ago. I think there might have been one that supplanted it, but anybody that uses GitHub or heard of GitHub Copilot, it was Codex under the hood that was used to build that out. There's also another one coming out that I am very, very excited about. It's called Whisper. Whisper is the one that OpenAI is working on right now that is going to enable transcription and translation services within AI. And that is going to be game-changing. I'm going to talk a little bit about why that is later on. So one of the things that always gets asked, and this is one of the most one of the pieces that, especially for organizations, whether they are, well, everybody should be very sensitive about security, about data and everything, but it's what happens with our data when we use AI. Because we've heard all the stories about how AI, you know, has used the internet to be trained on, and AI uses all this data. And so what happens if we start feeding AI our data? How does that work? So from an Azure OpenAI point of view, a Microsoft point of view, when you're using our OpenAI service, yes, you can absolutely bring your own data. And you bring your, Okay, that was a slide that I was supposed to show when I was talking about all of the different models that we have, GPT-4, GPT 3.5, and DALL-E. Whisper, very exciting. Okay, Azure OpenAI service on your data. So yes, you can definitely bring your own data for these services. This is the real important slide though, and that is your data is entirely yours. When you use it in Azure OpenAI service, it is in your tenant, it is in your subscriptions, and that means that it is yours. When you actually use our OpenAI service, what we're doing is we're taking basically a copy of that LLM and we're making it available within your subscription. And yes, it's going into your data, and it, you know, when you ask it to, you know, return the top 10 customers from last quarter or something like that, it's going to your data, figuring that out, bringing it back. But that's not going back to OpenAI. That's not going back into retraining that model or anything like that. That's just using the model as it is on your data to be able to provide the answer that you want. So not available to other customers, not available to OpenAI, not used to improve OpenAI models. It is your data and it's safe. That doesn't mean there's still things that you need to be doing to secure your data still, and that doesn't mean that you don't need to be doing things to ensure you're securing your AI applications as well, because that is becoming a new vector, as we heard earlier on the Canadian cybersecurity session. So you still have to consider that, but as far as is your data safe? Yes, your data is secure and it doesn't go anywhere else. And that actually leads to another thing that at Microsoft we are really, really passionate about, and that's responsible AI. So we identified early on that, you know, we echoed what OpenAI's view on AI was, which is there is a lot of potential here for misuse. There's a lot of potential for not even necessarily malicious misuse, although that's still potential, but also just people doing things and getting bad experiences. Does anybody here remember Tay AI? No? Oh, one person does. Okay, so Tay AI, somebody at a team at Microsoft decided, wouldn't it be great if we created an AI chatbot? And this AI chatbot is going to learn. Where would be a great place for this chatbot to learn? How about social media on the internet? Yeah, it went about as good as you can imagine, and within a day we had to take it down because Tay was not a very nice person by the end of it, like at all. And we got press, and people were like, "Oh, Microsoft tried this." But let me tell you something: we learned so much, not just through that. That was like, you know, one data point, but it's a great real world lesson to say, yes, you know what? We need to be thinking through what we've identified as like a responsible AI framework, items of fairness, reliability and safety, privacy and security, inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability. I do a presentation on AI, and I did it in the US. And that's an important point for the story. So I did it in the US, and I gave an example where it was one of those articles where somebody said, I asked AI what a European thinks everybody from each state in the US looks like. And so you get this list, and it's all comedic, and it's, you know, the Georgia guy is a guy who, you know, has oranges, and the guy from Louisiana had crawfish, the guy from North Carolina had like a nice suit on and a barbecue, and Florida. So Florida was unfortunately very stereotypical based on news. And the thing I raised after everyone was like, oh, those are funny pictures, I said, yeah, did you notice though? Everybody in all of these are white. So does this AI assume then that everybody in Europe thinks only white people live in the United States? So that's an example there where, oh, when we're looking at inclusivity and fairness and bias, how are we addressing those, and how are we making sure that those are addressed? So this is a whole framework that we actually have built that not only we do within Microsoft, but that we actually are a big proponent of with our customers and our partners. So when a partner comes to us and says, hey, we really want to build something in AI, you know, yes, we want to talk about the technology, but we start talking about responsible AI almost from the start to find out how they are going to also meet these needs. Brad Smith, who's our president at Microsoft and chief legal counsel, he actually co-wrote a book, Tools and Weapons, that talks about this, and he is one of the leaders of our company in talking about responsible AI. We have an entire website dedicated to just toolkits and information about how you can do responsible AI. So, and that's whether you're a developer, whether you're on the infrastructure side, whether you're in management, whether you're even just in a non-IT role within an organization, you need to be thinking about this because it impacts so many different areas. So, responsible AI, as you are looking on your AI journey, definitely be thinking about this piece of it. Okay, so let's talk about some use cases. Generative AI is really interesting. It's fun. It's new, and right now we're in a bit of a very excited arc of activity where people are trying to figure out, how do I apply this to my application or my data or my environment? What does that look like? And we've got a lot of companies actually that are partnering with us that are doing a lot of really interesting work in a lot of different ways. What I want to do is just kind of talk about some top capabilities and scenarios just to start getting some ideas going for you, just to make sure maybe you can start thinking about, well, within my organization, within my community, what are some of these things that we could take advantage of? And typically there's kind of, 4 kind of key areas at the top there: content generation, summarization, code generation, and searchability, and then some other things lower level if you want to get into things like media workflows, cross-content linking, marketing content generation, all that sort of thing. And those kind of fall off these larger high-end groups. What I'm going to show you next, don't get too caught up in the details. There's a reason I'm going to show you these few next slides, but don't feel like you've got to be like, oh my gosh, what are we going to go look at? Trust me on this one. Okay, so I'm going to show you some different architectural diagrams, and we're going to talk about some of the different use cases based on those architectural diagrams. So contact center analytics. So in this scenario, what we're able to do is we have a contact center, and it's going to be storing all of the calls that happen through that, and we want to be able to create summaries and reviews and maybe pull some data about, well, how many angry calls did we get? How many good calls did we get? How many happy calls did we get? And so using Azure OpenAI Service, we can use speech to text to generate a bunch of text, feed it through our AI, and through the AI, it can iterate over that, and it can pick out things like sentiment, or whatever other data that we want. That's really the data store we're working this off of, and then downstream, we're able to make that available through reporting or put it into CRM or whatever the case. So that's one use case. Another one is just document processing and summarization. So if you get a 20-page document that somebody sends you and they say, please read this document by the end of the day, wouldn't it be great if AI could just look through the document, pick out all the key points, and provide you a summary so that you can just take 10 minutes to look at it and go, oh, that's what it's talking about. And then, of course, you might want to dig into certain areas at that point, but at least you have a summary to start going into, right? Then we have virtual assistants. So virtual assistants being able to be more of that chatbot type of interaction and being able to, but beyond just chatbot in the terms of help. So think, for instance, you have a digital assistant that you can actually do things like schedule meetings or book rooms or order catering or whatever it is that you want to do within your organization. Create a chatbot that you can do with that instead of doing it in other ways. And then there's document embedding with translation. So maybe you have a document that you're sending out and you're sending it to people who speak different languages than you have. We have translation services, and the AI can go through and say, oh, this is the document that was sent. We're going to translate it and provide those and do it in an automated way. So a few different industry trends as well in the healthcare area. Streamlining administrative tasks, improving supply chain management, predictive maintenance of medical equipment, having AI monitor. And this is something actually even when IoT was really emerging and becoming adopted, this was something that we had, but with AI now, even more automated in terms of being able to collect data and then action that data automatically rather than just collecting the data. Automated medical coding, enabling data insights, fraud detection. We're still very much early days with generative AI to see what the use cases that are going to be most impactful are going to be. Everyone's experimenting right now. Everybody's trying things, and I think that's really exciting. So that's one thing I'd encourage you to do as well, is to start looking at what are some of those use cases you can do, and then just start trying it and seeing what can happen. Okay, I got a few minutes left. So I want to come back to this because, so there is one, I mentioned about the ERG, and I mentioned about Microsoft and about how we are committed to truth and reconciliation. We are committed to responding to number 92 of the calls to action. And we're doing it in certain ways through the ERG, but one thing that I'm really proud of is there are other people within the organization, both within Canada, looking at the Canadian Indigenous context, but also worldwide in the US and Latin America, in Australia, who are also looking to see how Microsoft can impact Indigenous communities for good. I'm really proud that I had nothing to do with what I'm about to share with you. It's actually not news. It came out in 2021. But I think it sounds like just from even the previous couple sessions ago, this is going to be an important topic. We had somebody internally at Microsoft who got leadership buy-in, and over a few years we worked with the government of Nunavut as well as local Indigenous leaders and communities, and we actually did add Inuktitut to our translator services. So right now, and this is a quote by Kevin Piesker, and the reason I added this because I think it's so cool. Kevin Piesker moved to a new role in Microsoft. He's now based in Redmond. But for a few years, Kevin Piesker was the president of Microsoft Canada. Kevin Piesker is from Saskatchewan. So somebody from this province was leading Microsoft Canada and did such a great job, they took him and put him in Redmond. So Kevin was a huge, huge proponent and supporter of what we did for around our Indigenous activities. He, at his level, spearheaded the use of land acknowledgements within Microsoft for meetings. He was, when we won Sub of the Year, which came with it's an internal award, which came with a large prize that we could donate, he picked the Residential School Survivors Fund to give that to. So we have great leadership. Even though he's gone, we still have great support and leadership at Microsoft. So this project was one that internal staff worked on, worked with the government in Nunavut, worked with, like I said, local Indigenous communities. And I think to Frank's point earlier about what he was talking about, it is a process. This isn't something that's easy to do. And a lot of it's not even just the technical pieces, it's also the community pieces, because you're bringing so many people in to give input on a language. And so you really do need that partnership. And that's really the big thing, is what we found worked really well is when we partnered with government, but also the community, and made sure that we were all at the table to working together, and then we were able to make it happen. So I'm not able to do a really quick live demo of this just with PowerPoint, so I'm just gonna click it through. I've got some screenshots. So here's Microsoft Canada, or sorry, here's Microsoft's website, And you can see that it's all in English. And the way that our translator works is, so we have our translator services, which you can use to embed in your own applications, but you can also use it within a lot of our products. You can use it from within our web browser Edge. There's also an app that you can download, and it's an app where you can speak into it in one language, pick the language you want to be translated to, and it'll show up so that you can show someone if you're trying to have a conversation. In this case, this is a really simple one to show. So here I am, and I'm in the Microsoft website. It's in English, but what I would like to do is I would like to see it in NIITA, and there it is. And so just with one click now, I can actually read my website in my language. And that translator service applies to so many different use cases. Right now, we have that as text to text. And what we're working on is text to speech and then speech to text. And here's what that will unlock. So if you use if you use Teams for meetings, for instance, we have a feature in it where if you're speaking with somebody and they're speaking in another language, using translation services, you can actually have live translation happening during the meeting so that people will be able to participate but also understand in their own language. And so by getting to that point where we can add, NIITA to it, that means that it's going to just open up communication possibilities. And so if we could get more Indigenous languages as part of this, then again, that goes to that whole thing of how do we ensure that we don't lose these languages? How do we ensure that we keep this? And so it's something I'm really excited about and happy to talk to anybody about it afterwards. Okay, so I am at time. So let me just wrap up. What to do next? So a couple of quick things. One is check out our AI hub. I'm assuming, Pamela, everybody gets the slides after? Yeah. So the links will be there. We have tons of websites about AI. You can just do Microsoft AI. You'll get so much. This is our main one that talks about products and everything. If you are looking to learn, and whether you're a developer, whether you're on the infrastructure side, or whether you're just somebody who's from neither of those, but you want to learn more about AI, we have a whole Learn portal, which has a ton of information, and one specifically for all the learning pieces around AI. So if you go to that link that you'll get, then you can go there, find out more, learn about generative AI, learn about other AIs that we have, and I encourage you to do that. So again, thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate it, and I'm open to a few questions if time allows. All right.
Hi, I'm Brett I'm with Health Canada's strategic policy for improving health data, and you had us at the bottom of one of your slides, but you didn't expand on it, like a partnership with Epic that they're using your AI for EHR. I was wondering if you could just speak to that a bit. And the reason I ask is just because, one, I'm interested to find out, but two, I'm wondering if it starts to get into like clinical decision support and whether or not there's anything there. So yeah, just if you could expand on that with Epic, that'd be great.
I can't on that specific one,
okay.
But I'll come talk to you afterwards, and then I can find who can speak to those specifics for you.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
For sure. Yeah.
Any other questions?
All right. No? Good?
Just checking.
Okay, I'll be around for a little bit afterwards, so if anybody has questions, come find me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Darcy. So I believe everyone will have access to a slide deck afterwards. So Darcy was talking about the art of possible with AI. And so Microsoft made an initial $1 billion investment into OpenAI, and recently a $10 billion investment. And he talked about the differences between previous AI was like autopilot, the new AI is like a co-pilot. He talked about generative AI. And I didn't realize that you could actually develop your own custom co-pilots. So I'm looking forward to digging into that more and expanding what Power BI can actually do. So he also talked about large language models like the DALL-E model, ChatGPT 3 and 4, and about Whisper, which is a translation and transcription service. So I used to use a transcription called Otter AI. And instead of clink it would always say Klingon, like Star Trek Klingons, so Tack River Klingons. So the Azure OpenAI service is fully controlled by Microsoft. Microsoft hosts the OpenAI models in their Azure environment, but the service does not interact with any services operated by OpenAI like ChatGPT or the OpenAI API. So responsible AI is built around a few key concepts of fairness, reliability and safety, privacy and security, inclusiveness, transparency and accountability. And he showed us some examples, different scenarios where you can use it, like a contact center for document processing and summarization, a virtual assistant, document embedding with translation. And he talked also about specifically around what healthcare and life sciences is trying to achieve overall, streamlining administrative tasks, improving supply chain management, predictive maintenance of medical equipment, automated medical coding, enabling data insights and fraud detection. He also talked about Microsoft Learn, which is a really great resource for all things Microsoft as system and network admins to learn more about those platforms. So Darcy, thank you very much. I wanted to also mention that Copilot seems like it's only available with either the E3 or the E5 license. Correct me if I'm wrong, but a lot of the capabilities, again, like the higher licensing that you get, the more capabilities you have. And so when you're thinking about licensing, there's also Microsoft nonprofit licensing. So if you're a registered nonprofit, that might be a more cost-effective approach for you to take. So last but not least, thank you. You have 9 minutes, Vince. No, I'm joking. Please stay for our last presenter, Vincent. Yeah, Vincent, we're saving the best for last. And so up next, we have Vincent Tapin highlighting a community showcase of Quebec. And so Vince brings nearly 2 decades of experience in the tech industry to the table. He spent a dedicated 9 years at First Nations Education Council, FNEC, and for the past 2 years, he has been a valuable part of the First Nations Quebec and Labrador Health and Social Services Commission. Vince is a passionate individual who is driven by a thirst for knowledge, always seeking to expand his understanding of the ever-evolving tech landscape. Thank you.
So lucky you got the French guy at the end. Okay, so let's talk about the IT outsourcing service that we created at the Commission to help the community to get some more cybersecurity. Actually, everything is now as a service, so to be trendy, yeah, it's gonna be cybersecurity as a service. Why not? So the common challenge, actually, I think those slides is just gonna be like exactly what you are facing like every day is executive management undervalue cybersecurity. Like we're small, we're not gonna be hacked. We have backup, but nobody never tested it. Yeah. Server are not up to date and or are updated manually. Firmware, why? Security update, yeah, okay, if I do have time. Servers are old, running on an EOL OS version, like VMware 5.5, why not? Sometimes they are damaged, not on an active warranty. The antivirus is not checked. You can put an EDR, you can put an XDR, you can put whatever DR, but nobody is checking it. So if something is happening, I don't know, magic will happen. Server license are not compliant. Hi, Microsoft. And staff, the regular staff don't have any cybersecurity training, like the security awareness. So I think I didn't forget nothing, or probably something, and I don't know who's an IT, like on the field. I am. Are you tired to just be the firefighter? So yeah, so right now it's time to be proactive. So this is why we came with this project. So the goal of the cybersecurity as a service is just to provide new servers, provide a SAN, provide NAS, all the necessary licenses. Hi, Microsoft. Everything is automated, so we don't have to do it manually every time. And we do have the tools that is checking it is compliant, it is not. Provide a SOC team for those who are not like geeky nerd tech. It's the guy that is checking the logs. Like, do I have a virus right now? So providing a SOC team. Supporting and mentoring the technician on site, because it's super hard to be like trained on all the, it's always changing, so we have to be on the spot. And do some audit and create some roadmap, so this way we can know what to do, create a roadmap. Yeah, so the equipment that is included on this service is 2 servers. I'm just gonna not go on the spec and all, but for all the geek, I can give you all the spec. It's gonna be 1 SAN of 15 terabyte, all SSD drive, so we want to be a little bit faster. And 2 NAS for the backup, so we go with the 1, 2, 3, 1 site, 1 off site, and 1 on the cloud. So, so 2 NAS, 1 on site, 1 off site. Actually, it's another slide, so I'm gonna go back to that, but we built a private cloud for the backup. So it's all on the National Reserve and at Wendake, so we're pretty proud of this part. The license that are included, we put some data center servers, so unlimited servers, but it's a EOM, so it's connect to the gear. 100 cal license, so we're covering all the people, because 100 people is normally, it's never bigger than 100 people for the health center. So all the Veeam, all the VMware, CrowdStrike as an EDR, we are doing the SOC team. Monitoring software, so everything. So we know even the endpoint, we are updating the endpoint. So all the laptop, I mean, we're sure that everybody is up to date. So there's no, I mean, 95% of the time, if your gear is updated, and you do have an antivirus, you're supposed to be okay if you don't click on every link that everybody sent you, normally. And actually, if you don't want to click on it, we are providing some cybersecurity awareness training and some simulation phishing email for 5 years on this same service. So actually, I saw that many times, we want to walk the talk and we want to go the extra mile. So this way, you know, it's to provide more than just, okay, now here's a couple of gear, and here a couple of things, and no, the training is very important. So the cloud backup, as I said, we built a private cloud that is all hosts on First Nation on 2 sites. That is 2 servers of 1 petabyte, 1,000 terabyte for those. Anyway, it's very exciting just to put petabyte somewhere, because I can. And a dedicated gigabyte internet line that is only for that service. The governance, when the contract is signed, the community is the owner of all the gear, of all the licenses. And that's very important, because you can see the guy that with a fishing line here, just reminding that if you teach someone how to fish, you will be fed for life instead of, I'm going to give you a fish every day. So you're not locked. We are, I skipped one. But yeah, that is the most important part is just to be sure that the community that we are working with they are the boss and we're just helping them. At this point, two communities have been deployed, 100%. 3 communities are planned to be deployed in the next 6 months. 2 communities are waiting. If we do have time, we will do it this year, but I don't think so. Normally it's 330 hours per community just to do all the deployment. And actually, this is the point that I love, is this project is only one guy doing that full time. And I don't know if you can see me, but hi, Kevin. And just because everything is with automation, script, the great tool, we can do a lot with only one guy, and probably another guy will be needed somehow, but for now it's pretty nice. And actually, the partnership is we cannot do it alone. We need some partners, as Tim with the FNSE. But the partners, we're using this project as a showcase to demonstrate the importance of working as a team rather than isolation. That's very important, because we aim to explain that our offering to include band office, healthcare, school, we cannot just be silos. Every community is pretty small and everybody have needs. So, and we do have, we want to create a partnership, like a permanent one with the FNSE and Institut Checapiche. Yeah, actually for the project, we are taking care of all the server part and all the endpoint part, and FNSE is taking care of all the network, and Institut Checapiche is doing the network part. But for one of the community, they are not with FNSE nor Institut Checapiche, so we are doing the network part for this community. FNSE is a leader on the IT, First Nation IT, having assisting all the communities in Quebec for over 20 years. Institut Checapiche is a strong IT player serving remote communities, representing 6 communities, but they are quite far, and this is a biggest challenge, as everybody knows here. On our case, we are representing all unregulated communities in Quebec, which is the health center, the health sector. And we built expertise in cybersecurity, project management, software development. Everything is coming with a contract, because we want to be sure that it's not only like 1 year, here the gear, here the license, and we're done. So it's come with a 5-year contract. So we are helping them for 5 years. And actually, the limitation is there's only one guy, so we cannot do all the help desk and the customer services. But we are coming with a new project of the bank of hours, so we will be able to provide like a little bank of hours, or I don't know, like 20 to 40 hours to different communities to help them having a little help desk and some help somehow. Because the IT, normally there's only one IT, right, on the community. So you want to go on a vacation sometime. Yeah, I hope so. And we will be there to cover that if they want to, because this is all, if you want it, we will give it to you, but if you don't want, that's okay. We're not there to say what to do. And yeah, as I said, we are doing a lot of coaching. So if someone don't know how to do something, we will show you, and we'll take half an hour, and I can show you how to do what you want to do. This is like the limitation that we have. I'm not going to go on that very. It's just going to be macro. But the project plan is just to telling you that we're going on site. When I say we are walking the extra mile, is we're going on the community. I'm just going back. We're going on the community for 5 days, and we are documenting everything. And when I said everything, it's everything. Because the first step of cybersecurity, just as the Canadian, I think she's not there anymore, but anyway. But the first step is know your assets, right? If you don't know your assets, cybersecurity is not possible. So we go there and we are documenting everything. IPs, VLAN, firewall, switch, servers, version of all the OS that is deploying, what is going on you everywhere? Do you have an inventory? Is your inventory up to date? And everything. Actually, we are seriously checking everything. Yeah, we are capturing pictures of where the fiber optic is coming. So this way we can see sometimes the fiber optic is on a cabinet, and the cabinet is not. Like everybody have access to the cabinet. So yeah, this have to be secured. The door have to be locked, or the cabinet have to be locked. Something have to be done, because everybody can just pull the cable or break something. Even we went to a community, and the rack was used as a shelf. And we found some mice trap and a couple of stuff like that in the shelf. In the rack, actually. So we are. So with the picture on the first report, the first report is still a 40 to 50 page report. Okay, I know this is like very big, but all the pictures is there. All the emergency, we are create a roadmap of everything that have to be done in. Like just for like this year or 2 years, not more than that, because we're doing an audit every year, like a security assessment every year. So this way you know where you're from and you know where you're going, and it's all based on the best practice on the market. I mean, we're not reinventing the wheel every time. Did I forget something? Cybersecurity risk assessment? Yeah, no? Okay. Was I quick enough? Questions?
All right. Questions? Tyson, I see.
Thank you. Great presentation. I guess you seem to have thought of everything.
Yeah.
The question becomes, now that you've broken down your own little silos, how do we break down more? How do we repeat this broader and share it across other communities? So do you think it is repeatable in other places?
Yeah, it is. It is. I know that probably next year or the year after, it's not going to be exactly the same presentation, because many community will be done, and we're working on a business plan, and we're working on that to know where we're going, what's the possibility. But I'm sure it's easily it could be done. I mean, I can give all my recipe if you need. I can give you all the software that I am using. I can give you all the recipe. Yeah, I think so. I hope that. I hope that is possible, yeah.
I look forward to next year's presentation then.
I just hope that I'm not going to be the last next time.
I can kind of speak to that.
Please.
So I just wanted to mention, this model is identical to what we do in Manitoba, right? We started with 5 communities 5 years ago, and we're sitting at 25. I was the first technician there that started. I have a team of 7 now. So it is scalable, and it does work. And really, it's just putting the work in and finding the people, right? So any other questions?
It's been a long day.
Oh,
so I hope you enjoyed, and yeah, see you next year.
Thank you so much, Vince. And yeah, thank you for the little bit of commentary, Patrick, because that's essentially what I'm also doing in the Yukon. You walk in, there's no updates, a bunch of outdated equipment. You want to push them to Microsoft 365, using Veeam as a backup. Having your NAS. So it is replicable, but you just need the people to actually do the work. And there's only a handful of us who are trained to actually be network sysadmins in the Microsoft environment. And I've worked in Microsoft my entire career. I just wanted to mention that like last year, Vince and I were talking about setting up with Veeam. And so as a distributor, instead of just somebody who's just using the technology in a business, when you have your own business, all of a sudden you have to be the managed service provider. And so I had to learn a lot about being a Microsoft partner and sort of how the permissions work with delegated admin access through the partner center. And so those are relationships that you build and certifications and training that you have to go through to become that managed service provider, to be able to support other businesses with those. So I find a lot of smaller, well, I'm a small company, but I find other small companies that aren't really set up. Like once I have the structure set up and like say somebody else comes in, because it's like a little bit of a roulette, like there's always merry-go-round of service providers going around in the north and a small handful of us. And there's some people that just aren't properly set up yet. So I know it's a process, and Vince, you can talk to Vince, Patrick, and I kind of like about some of those like key business functions that you should be really thinking about in your organizations. And let's scale that, because it is, like I said, it's kind of like a de facto standard of what you choose to use. And VMware training as well, and vSphere virtualization is really good. So without further ado, this is the end of our day. Thank you, everyone. It was a really productive day. We had a lot of really amazing speakers. And tomorrow we have SpaceX at 9 a.m. After that, we have OpTech, Spark Mentorship Program, a different approach to Indigenous engagement into technology. We have Orion Health, Connection Health Information across the continuum of care for an integrated person-centered record. And we also have Deloitte, Improving Health Delivery with Technology, a doctor's perspective. And then we have lunch, and then closing remarks. So again, thank you, everyone. I hope you have a great evening. Talk to you soon.